holiday. You see, don't forget that the state does, the EC does say that you can take the day off. So, polling
or coming
in
late
our
to
country,
they're saying there are no jobs and husbands have to go out.
No, I mean that's too simplistic. In our country, look, this is a sacrosanct principle. And we honor it, we respect it, and we go out and vote. See, that's why it creates so much problems when people actually don't exercise their franchise, because then they're being irresponsible, given the premium that people put at voting.
I think we should also salute the people, voters of Bengal for coming out in such large numbers and setting an example. You know,
I mean, even the US is 50%.
So imagine 9 out of 10 voters in Bengal in phase 1, and
in the US, of course, you don't even need an ID card to vote. So I don't even know why they're not coming out. Anyhow, yes.
Coming to cephalological point. When we are looking for,
you mean to say we were not making any substantial cephalological point?
An additional cephalological point, which is this, that you're not looking for a swing across the state. Where the swing matters, if you get a 2 or 2.5% swing in about 50 odd seats, that will change this whole election. And those are battleground seats which were won by less than 50%, less than 5% difference last time, or where there were big swing between 2016 and 2021.
Give me the math on that.
Right. So there are some which are in North Bengal, which are in BJP areas. There are some which are in Jungle Mahal, which are more volatile. But some of those are in Kolkata. Now, which seats which are won by low margins or seats which saw huge changes between 16 and 21. You just need a 2-3% swing here. That election may be decided in those 50-60 seats, and not necessarily even if everything else remains equal.
Let me give you some numbers. Seats BJP lost narrowly in the last elections. Narrowly in the sense below 5,000, 10,000 votes. Below 10,000 votes is about 75 seats.
Yes.
Below 10,000. So, if you are able to gain 10,000 votes in every assembly, you will get.
It's not even gain, sir. SIR deletions are helping you out.
Let's have a look.
Can we see the SIR deletions? If we have
SIR doesn't help either party.
No, but what I'm trying to say is SIR deletions. If you look, have a look at this. How much it has shaved the Trinamool Congress margin. Now the Trinamool Congress victory margin in Hooghly is 19,915 across the 18 seats. That's the average victory margin. Look at the average deletion. The average deletion is 17,333 seats. So 19,000 ka victory margin, you brought it down to.
What if all 17,000 have not polled?
Not have polled. Or
maybe they were absent at the time of enumeration. They were absent. They're found to be dead or duplicate voters, and it's all possible that all of them or most of them or majority of them have not voted.
You're right.
That is a what if scenario, but this is also a what if scenario.
And even if they have voted, they may have voted in equal
proportion. To be fair to GVN Narasimha, see, he's wearing a cephalogist hat right now, and he's actually right. We don't also know if all of these individuals voted for the TMC.
Yes.
Whether they were bona fide TMC voters. We can only assume, given the vote shares, etc., and the demographic composition, that a substantial number might be.
Thing is, this merits a deep dive. Especially look at Purba Bardhaman. Again, 16 seats. The BJP did not crack Purba Bardhaman. BJP did not crack Kolkata. Look at the differentials. 16,688 deletions, whereas the average victory margin for the Trinamool is 14,951. So, if the Trinamool Congress is going to look and see, out of these 16,688, all 16,688 are not going to be dead, did not vote, etc. There will be a certain number of voters, and that cashier voters could be pro-TMC and also pro-BJP.
Yeah, sure.
And the Trinamool would want to believe, or perhaps on the face of it, one would make an assumption, since this is the victor, and this is a huge margin across 16 seats, it's the TMC that's going to be more worried than the BJP. Who will smell opportunity? Well, obviously the latter, if it's a two-horse fight. Now, again here, 57,455. Kolkata, it's always been 11-0. The BJP has not been able to break into Kolkata. The highest number of deletions, average number of deletions across constituencies has been in Kolkata this time around.
Add to this the numbers that Nalin has put out, that in Kolkata on these 11 constituencies, the margins were narrow. So if you add that, there is a preponderance.
And it's Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee.
That's why today.
So we've got to watch that.
I actually want to pull out that visual, if we can bring out that visual of Mamata Banerjee first thing in the morning on the streets in a particular ward where actually the BJP has some vestigial support. right? She's out there. It has never happened.
Chakraberia
I've
area
spoken-
of Bhabanipur.
I've
Yeah.
spoken to a large number
There's
of
a
correspondents.
mixed crowd in Bhabanipur, which, you know, she probably took for granted in the earlier
No,
election.
no, but this is unprecedented because she used to show up. Remember, at 4 in
In
the
the
evening,
afternoon,
in the
yeah.
afternoon, she would rise late. She would come
True.
out. She's been out there at 8.
So
in the
her
morning.
neighbors have also said that we have never seen Mamata Banerjee coming out like this, the way she did today. You know, we've not seen her, even though some of them used to say that we vote for her because we know she lives in this area. Who will we vote for? Who will we go to if it's the BJP that we want to vote for? So that local factor is there. But the point is that this booth level, this minute granular support generation that the TMC does, the BJP did not have on the ground in Kolkata. It didn't have even in rural areas. But in the past 5 years, it has built that cadre. And in Bengal, they fight it like a war. They fight that whole political battle like a war. So it's like going in, you know, and doing a kind of a mobilization of the crowd and doing a carpet bombing of voting that happens. I'm using a lot of war terminology for some absurd reason. But it seems to be like that, you know. Otherwise, how do you explain this 90% voter turnout that has happened in rural and urban Bengal? You know, the apathy that you see, like Chetan was mentioning, in urban Delhi or in urban, in these pockets of where the rich and mighty live, even there people have come out, stood in line and voted, despite earlier they used to say pressure hota hai, you know, of the goons, etc. But you didn't see any kind of pressure today, despite what you were seeing, some violent, sporadic incidents.
Those are the
90%
pictures.
of voting.
That's Mamata Banerjee. When have you last seen this? This is, and look, credit must be given where it's due.
Yeah.
She is fighting. She is fighting till the last vote is polled, and that is, I mean, one has to sort of go out there and respect her instinct there.
These are pictures from not 24 Parganas, Rahul. These are pictures and there are clashes, there is fight, there is argument going on. These are pictures just coming in. They're trying to force the gate open. We'll try and see what this story is.
Let me have a look. Let me have a look at what
huge drama that's happening.
What
can we go big on the pictures, and is there an audio coming through?
Yes.
Okay, no, we don't. It's come from ANI only, so Smita Prakash would be able to.
But it's TM.
Her team will be able to.
It's been a TMC stronghold, but this time I think it is BJP's best hope is North Parganas, if I'm not mistaken. If you're talking about South Bengal, that's the best hope the BJP has out here.
Yeah,
but it also houses a number of refugees in this area. So, you know, if they have come to vote, if they are angry, not angry, which way they are voting, this phase is absolutely essential for TMC.
And the refugees have actually not benefited from SIR.
They've not. They are angry, but will they punish the BJP for being angry and annoyed because there's so much at stake for the Matuas?
ये देखिए अपनी संदूक भी लेके आए हैं,
वही मैं
डिजिटल संदूक,
थोड़ा सा घबरा रही थी।
सब लेके आए हैं, अमिताभ बाबू सब लेके आए हैं।
I mean, we are going on about this higher turnover and all. In fact, the outlier here is the higher
Turnout, यार, तो अभी भी तुम business language use कर रहे हो।
Turnout, sorry.
He's such a money-minded guy that even here he's talking about turnover.
No, so the point being, this turnout has never been there,
So-
and this kind of SIR deletion has never been there. So the easiest explanation is not like the SIR took away the TMC voters or those. It just means that the SIR deletions were dummy voters. They never existed. That's why it's a cleanup exercise. That's why you see the real outlier is the turnout. The turnout has never been this in any election in India, and never been so. It is just a scrubbing of junk data.
Like you clean balance sheets, this is cleaning off the...
Yeah, and to say that it is a TMC voter, then how come suddenly there's been a massive boost in turnout? I mean, this high turnout validates the SIR exercise.
Direct your attention to these pictures, visuals coming in from Not 24 Pargana. There is a candidate, clearly there has been some violence, pushing, shoving, the CRPF coming in between. They are all trying to get very agitated. We try and go across to Kamalika. This is a BJP and TMC clash. That's the house of a person. That person has gone inside the house. Women have locked the door, saying, don't come out. The lady is actually trying to, she's clearly looking very, very tensed, in a state of fear, trauma. The cameras are rolling, but she is trying to, and then you've got the CRPF standing in there. So this is the beginning. There you go. Pushing, shoving, hitting, then there you go, punching. That's what's happening. He's chasing that person down, and then they come back. Then they're going away, running away, and then the cops are coming in between, trying to say, "Don't do this." Then there is a lot of profanity being used, so we'll try and keep the audio down in between. But then there is a chase back again, and somebody's running back. There are a lot of cops, but they are allowing this roughing up happening. Before the separation happens, there is a lady there, and the lady is pushing this person away. There you go again with a stick. Somebody hitting somebody with a stick. There you go again. Very dramatic visuals. The police are just standing there, even as they clearly are just trying to block. They clearly are just trying to block. That lady has gotten a few lashings. This person who was chased away earlier has come back with a stick. So this is what's happening. You hit me, I'll go get some sticks, come back and hit you. And this is the kind of level of intensity of the exchange that we are seeing. And then that person who first assaulted is gone. Arjun Singh is seen there. We'll try and get him on the phone, or we'll try and get Kamalika to get us some more details as to what's happened. There you go. There's more hitting. Punches and thrusts that's happening. Huge hits. This is where it all started. This is where it all started.
It looks like a movie.
It's like a movie.
But it's live.
This is live. The cameras are rolling. This is real action, and this is
worse than gangs of Vasai. If you go there, the poll violence is for real, and it does not happen in any other state in India.
Yes.
In any other state.
I thought Bengalis are the intellectual, peaceful people.
Yeah.
But they also
So
carry the
Bengalis
sickle
always
in their
have this
hand and the
culture of
new
political
general
violence.
except for election time, and at the Pada level this time around, what we are seeing is only 10% of what was witnessed in 2021 and what was
And they
witnessed in
don't care that
2021.
their cameras are shooting it. I mean, they don't stop.
No, I mean some
It's a lot,
intellectuals
yeah.
will tell you that this is not TMC culture. This culture has always been there, prevalent in Bengal.
From the left,
So why
it
is
came-
TMC not stopping it
Yeah.
for the past 15 years?
Because most of the left has moved either to the BJP
They're
or
the
to the Trinamool,
mercenary
and they
gangs
carry on the
which are
same act.
used. It's the same
And
way
the
like
police
in
is
Pakistan,
also, I'm seeing the police is
unfortunately.
also watching the show.
Do you
like, kind
know
of-
there was a panchayat election
Yeah.
that was held, and
More
I
than
think we
100
brought that
people were
up in a
killed.
debate just the other day in 2018,
Yeah.
where it's shocking, but 18,000 candidates did not show up out of a list of about 56 or so. It was almost 40% did not show up. The Supreme Court said what is happening in this country.
Yeah.
And that election wasn't countermanded. The State Election Commission, which is really under the imprint of the state government, allowed those results to stand.
And it was a very
It was a
violent
paper
election.
ballot. It was a paper
Uncontested
ballot.
paper
Story of
Very
Trilocha
violent
Basu. I'll
election.
never
Very
forget that
violent
boy.
election.
He was found hanging on the tree outside the gaon. He was found
So
hanging.
she has been
Trilochan
trying
Mahato's
to
story.
protect the turf by using by
By this
unleashing
brazen
violence.
intimidation. A woman candidated the panchayat election. As she was walking with her father, her parcha and her dupatta was snatched. She was slapped, and she said, "Go."
Sridharji,
And this is
women
all
are
on
supposed
camera.
to be the
It's all on
less
camera.
aggressive. We men are the fighters. We men are the ones who don't know how to. We choose
No,
violence.
I think violence also, Chetan. I mean, if I don't want to be obsequious in saying this, but violence is something that one chooses to do. So it doesn't depend upon the gender. Here, what Rahul is mentioning about the panchayat election, Anand too. The fact is that these are mercenary gangs, and they are employed by whoever is in power. Unfortunately, and you can't do a value judgment. You know that it is now or before, or this party or that party. Whichever party has come to power, this has been the way. And people come on television channels and say कि हमको fear नहीं है, Bengal में women are fearless. I'm sorry, you are talking about a very elite percentage who goes to vote, who goes to the market, who goes to do whatever, who don't have fear factor. This is fear. The way she was slapped around out here, pushed and shoved. This is fear. She might be fighting back, but she's fighting back out of fear. She's fighting back out of wanting to exercise her democratic right. So this is something that everybody should ensure, not just men out there and the security forces. This is something the Bengalis should also do it.
Right. She may be from the BJP, but those 48 hours in 2021 where there were no central forces and the BJP top leadership from the center had decamped even before the dust
Jaan
settled.
pyari hai, Anand.
No, dust settled. They had all taken their flights. So I'll be honest with you, and I know this for real. There were more than 200 people inside her compound area seeking refuge.
Wow.
saying हमको बचा लो नहीं तो हमको मार देंगे. This is
Even
in
election
Kolkata.
officials.
This is in Kolkata.
Just
this
a
is in
couple of weeks
Kolkata.
back.
This
And
is
what
like 2026. This is like sounds like 1980s.
No, this
India
is in
boot camp
2021,
thing and all.
Chetan. This happened in 2021 in those 48 hours across assembly constituencies where the BJP
Yeah,
tried to
it's
fight
unfortunate, but
So
let's have
that's
a
the
look at
reality.
the turnouts now in another
Let's do it.
geography
We're supposed to take a
and
break, but we're not
denominations.
taking a break. We're
Yes.
going back. Let's look at this. Let's try and break up and say where are the classifications. 7 different metrics that we tried to look. We put out the number saying there need to be 3 crore voters in absolute numbers to exceed the phase 2 turnout of last time. But overall right now, the total number of voters in both the phases put together have already exceeded 2021. That's what's happened already because we got an 89.9% voter turnout. But if there are, let's look at the Muslim dominated areas out of these 142 assembly constituencies in phase 2. When I say Muslim dominated, where Muslim population is greater than or equal to 30%. So, but before that, let's look at this. We get to that in a bit. Year after year, a higher voter turnout, change in government, yes or no. So 2001, it was CPIM. Again in 2006, with a higher turnout, it was again the CPIM. But then in 2011, with a phenomenal 3% jump, you had the Trinamool Congress come in. After that, the Trinamool Congress has actually seen retained power with a dropping voter turnout. 84, 82, 81%. The absolute number of voters would have may have gone up, but the overall percentage of voters has come down. Then you have after 2021, 2026, look at the jump. A phenomenal overall, about 10%
Can I
jump
tell you one more
from
factor
the last
we may
time
be
around.
missing? This was COVID. This was during COVID.
21, yeah.
So maybe a few less people go to vote, right? I mean, it's presumably possible. Then you have surge deletions, and therefore you go to 92. I mean,
92. But one thing which begets, and this is subject to argument, not confirmation and speculation, is that how many of these votes actually were genuine votes? If it was COVID at that time, and plus the SIR deletions have deleted a huge number of votes, and despite that, these votes were shown as polled. Now, then you would also want to ask, then what were the number of genuine voters in 2024 Lok Sabha elections also, because they were also conducted with the same voter list that was done without an SIR. So that raises this question between the assembly elections when the Lok Sabha elections have been held. So that is something which perhaps once the numbers settle and we know post facto, we will have to do a deep dive. But Amitabh, this is possible. In this voter turnout list, in this number of 81.56%, there could have been a huge number of bogus voters.
I mean, Bengal has been known for scientific rigging actually. And if we assume that there is a certain percentage of bogus voters here, then it means that the turnout has actually increased by a higher number. Because we are comparing 81 as the base, and if there was bogus voting and then subsequent SIR deletions or purification, then it means that the turnout has increased by even higher number than 12%. Yes, Chetanji is correct when he is saying that there is a base impact, but we have done this calculation earlier also, that even after accounting for the SIR deletion, there is an organic growth of voting to the tune of almost 6% in phase 1, that is more than 20 lakh voters per in phase 1, which is almost 14,000 voters per seat.
Right. One of the questions is, and let's quickly move on, one of the questions is, vote zyada kahan pade? Which regions? So let's look at the Muslim dominated areas or where Muslim population is greater than or equal to 30%. What is the voter turnout in phase 2 in these seats? This is the turnout till 3 p.m. This is the 2021 turnout, and the Muslim percentage of Muslims greater than 30%. Goghat has a higher Muslim percentage of 74% Muslim population. The turnout in 2021 was 89%. By 3 p.m., 84% had already come out to vote. So a high Muslim concentration of the votes, and clearly because they are, and despite that, in 2021, BJP was the winner in Goghat because the votes may have split between the ISF, the Congress left, and of course the Trinamool. But the turnout is high. In Baduria, again, turnout quite high, 87% turnout, 69% Muslim population. In Bali, 68% Muslim population, 71% turnout in 2021. This time it is higher, 75%. And both these seats were Trinamool. Again, a Trinamool bastion, Karimpur, 59% Muslim population, 87% turnout in 2021, 81% this time. Khanakul, where the ISF and the Trinamool were at loggerheads today, 46% Muslim voter base, 78% turnout then, 81% turnout this time around. So this is again, this is where the BJP scored, because perhaps a split between the ISF and the Trinamool of the Muslim vote. There can also be counter consolidation, so you can talk us through 25-30% Muslim population in Goa, 26%, nearly about 30%, 31% in Baduria. Again, Singur, nearly 39-40% Muslim population, 84% voter turnout, 81% already at 3 p.m. So this could also go above, despite it being with TM. Falta, again a place, Jahangir Khan, and there is a lot of action. Ajay Pal Sharma was here, and he was the one who was trying to tell people, and Abhishek Banerjee saying that we will defend it. 87% voter turnout, they said, in this Falta region. 75% already by 3 p.m. But this is lower than the 3 p.m. average. At 78.69%, this is about 3.6% lower. That we must keep that in mind. Sandesh Khali, again 86% voter turnout, and this one 79% now. There is no Sheikh at this point. He's gone. He's out of the mix. So what happens here? This was again TMC. And Bashirhat Uttar, 87% turnout with a 33% Muslim base. It is 79% already in terms of voter turnout, above the overall average, or just mirroring the state average at 3 p.m. This is below, this is above, this is above, this is above, this is 3.6% below, this is about 1.6% below, and this is way above, again clear above. So they have 1, 2, 3 and 3 of these regions, seats, Baduria, Bali and Falta, which were below the state average at 3 p.m. Let's look at the Hindu voters. And if we have the Hindu voters, let's quickly look at the Hindu votes and Hindu dominated seats where the voter base is more than 70%. What we have taken is seats dominated by Hindus, where the Hindu percent is more than 70%. So this is Hingalganj, Ranaghat, Purusra, Krishanganj, Barakpur, Bashirhat, Dakshin, Rashbihari, from where we have Mr. Dasgupta. He is actually contesting, Kolkata Port and Howrah Uttar. And here again, if you were to see one, that is Ranaghat, then you have Kishanganj, and this is again all these three, plus we've got Rashbihari and Kolkata Port, which are about 2 to 3% below the state average at 3 p.m. The rest seem to be somewhere close or above in terms of the state average. So there is no clear pattern, but there are certain seats where, despite being an overwhelming number or a stronger number, the voter turnout is 1 to 3% less. Should we read much into it? Amitabh Tiwari, GVL Narasimha Rao, GVL.
I think across both Hindu and so-called Muslim concentration seats, there is no typical pattern. There is no one-way increase or one-way decrease. So I don't think community is appearing to be a major factor in terms of determining the level of turnout.
So 30% Muslim vote, right?
Yeah.
30%, not Muslim vote, 30% Muslims in the state.
Yeah.
And if they are anyway traditionally TMC voter, because they are an anti-BJP voter, so in a kind of a polarized situation where you have two parties now, so let's take away the CPI and say, let's take away the Congress. If it's a polarized election and you're saying that the Muslim voters are going to do a non-BJP voting, so they were anyway non-BJP voters, so maximum you will see is an increase in percentage of Muslim voters. So if you imagine that there are X number of seats where they were voting anti-BJP, they're going to vote anyway. So more voters, more anti-BJP votes. Just that's
she
it.
might be right. That might actually be more of a sign that they are pre-decided. They don't really need to do much. They've decided to vote for the TMC. They don't have to come out in such big numbers because they are, by the dint of being the majority in that particular pocket, going to make the TMC win. So I think that's one of the reasons.
Let's look
why.
at the Muslim dominated seats, and interestingly, and getting your perspective, because
Nadia,
a lot of these
Murshidabad and all these areas.
this is in this phase. It's not phase 2, phase 1.
Oh,
it's
okay,
phase 2.
Phase 2.
So these are all seats in phase 2. We're going to the vote today. So this is today. Now interestingly, in a lot of these seats where the Trinamool Congress is holding sway currently, there is a multi-cornered fight because the Congress is active, the ISF is active, and you also have the left being active. So the Muslim votes could actually be split and they may not necessarily be concentrated, because today largely we have seen reports of the ISF and Trinamool Congress clashing in Khanakul. There is of course clashes with the BJP in Falta, where the Trinamool Congress was holding sway.
If you really look at these 2 or 3 seats here,
Singhu,
I think
Falta.
these are very interesting seats, because Falta is of course the bastion
Yeah.
of Abhishek Banerjee, and there I don't know how it's going to end up, but certainly
It's 3% less than the state average, 3.5%.
3% less than the state average. So the enthusiasm that perhaps is greeted other parts of the state is lacking by 3 percentage points. But it could just be a localized factor.
Yeah.
It could be that already you have a bastion that doesn't really need to come out and elect, and most of these are TMC seats. So
see, and Sandesh Khali Bashirhat, they have a history. They have a history of the violence. They have the history of Sheikh coming in and the ED crackdown and this whole drama. Last time, a lot of voters said they couldn't go out to vote.
But just have a look at these seats where the BJP has done better. There the turnout is more than the state average at 3 p.m.
Correct. Here and also at Goghat.
So that is very interesting, isn't it? I mean, that tells you that here the contestation is much deeper, more fierce, because fundamentally there is more at stake, and it could be that in some of these pockets the Muslim population doesn't automatically determine the TMC's fortunes. Now those are the exchanges. Now we don't quite know, we don't have the exact demographic breakup here. These could be seats that have just 30% more.
No, these are all 68%. See, Karimpur 59%, Muslim population 46%.
So there you have a situation. Well, there you have a situation where clearly the polarization is extreme. And I don't know how the BJP ended up winning.
That's because the Muslim vote was split.
The Muslim vote
because there is ISF, Congress, and
so is this higher turnout therefore going against the BJP this time?
Because or pro? We don't know.
Muslims are voting
we don't know
in a
because see, this
block.
turnout was 89% here, so there was a high turnout anyway. This is 84%.
Yeah.
So Goghat is a different story there.
But it's already polling above the state average at that time. So that 89% number is going to be breached. Is it because there are certain voters who are determined now to ensure that they make sure that the TMC, that the BJP is defeated? We don't know.
We don't know. But this 89 is again 7% more than the state average back in 2021, which was 82%.
Yes.
So Goghat by default has polled higher than the state average and higher than average at all points.
But it is interesting. At a 74% Muslim population, the BJP wins. There must have been dramatic split. In the
and there's a Muslim candidate also here.
Yes.
If I remember.
So essentially what we are seeing is a clear pattern in districts. So if at 5 p.m. we have 89.99, so let's say 90%, Hooghly and Purva Bardhaman, who are Hindu majority, more than 75% Hindus, clearly have more than 90% turnout.
Let me give you the last election statistics for Goghat. BJP won with a small margin, but BJP polled 46.6%. So either this Muslim number is being exaggerated, whether it's SC or otherwise, a Muslim voter can choose to vote for whichever party he wishes to. But here, either Muslims have voted for the BJP in this constituency,
possibly because that's the only
Abhishek
way the
Banerjee
maths
has
is
just
adding up.
tweeted that one person died because of being pushed around by central forces. So he's obviously very angry and he's used very strong wordage in his, he says, merciless violence against unarmed civilians. It happened over about an hour ago.
It's an elderly gentleman.
Uday Narayan.
And apparently the entire TMC leadership is tweeting in
all of them
on this. So they're trying to call out the fact that this is despotism.
So just a couple of or maybe 1.5 hours before poll shuts, this kind of visuals being tweeted by Abhishek Banerjee is going to get the cadres to get a little more agitated, to make sure that whoever they want to come to the booth and their cadres to come there.
But at 90% voter turnout at 5 p.m.
The presumption is that that there are people who want to vote and who are being stopped from voting as far as they are concerned.
Okay, the cynic or somebody would, my condolences to the family, and of course nobody should lose their life, absolutely. But Trilochan Mahato downwards, there is a long list that goes up to about 900 such people who've been culled because of poll violence in the last 7 or 8 years. So we would like the Trinamool Congress to hold a flag and also put out those names and commemorate those who died violence and not necessarily because of atrocities of the central forces. So sometimes, when there is such outpouring of outrage over the death of a particular person by one political party, you have to also turn around and say, do they have a rich history of poll violence themselves and culling people? So that's another question. But let's hope that we are able to bring justice to whoever has perpetrated,
And let's
whatever
hope
has
this is
caused
the
the
last
death
election
of that
that we are seeing these kind of visuals.
Whatever has caused the
Yeah.
death of that person is unfortunate, and whoever is responsible should be brought to book. Yeah. Okay, now we got the updated numbers in the Muslim seats. Let's go back to these numbers, and here is the, oh wow. So now there you go. These numbers then way above the state average. They've also beaten the previous tally of 2021. All the seats are above the previous year's average,
Yes.
but some of them are below the state average of 90%. So
Yes.
1, 2, 3, that is Bali, there is Khanakul, where again the ISF and Trinamool were fighting, Rahul, and of course Falta, where Abhishek Banerjee and this whole fight that's going on. So they are below the state average.
So look, I mean, it's very difficult to read a pattern here, but the fact is that it's quite clear that both sides had been able to bring out the vote. Now, I know that there are a couple of errors here. Apparently, Gogat doesn't have 74% Muslim population, so we just need to check that number once. That number is much lower. It's also a reserved SC seat. That explains perhaps how the BJP won with 40% of the vote. So clearly, this is statistically not aligning, but given the fact that the turnout there is higher than the state average at that time, tells you that the BJP is being able to bring out, to safeguard its seat, as well as the TMC are being able to bring out their people to vote, which means these are heavily contested seats. Now, whether this means that the BJP is going to gain from this bump, we don't know. But I'm just very interested in seeing this BJP seat. BJP seat also, the turnout 86.8, little under the state average. We'll have to look at the number here.
But look at the difference.
46%.
There is an 8% jump from the last time around.
That's right.
And many are saying this is because of the presence of central forces that the voter has been empowered to come out and vote.
That's
This is a place where the ISF is keenly contesting against the Trinamool Congress
Absolutely.
too. While there is also
and there
the
has
BJP
been violence or clashes in the morning. The ISF has come out and had a bit of a rant and a tirade against the TMC here.
So now, this is interesting.
Yes.
Sandesh Khali and Bashirhat, where there were a lot of riots, Hindu migration happened, exodus happened in Bashirhat, Uttar. Sandesh Khali again, the whole story, saga itself, and they are voting about, they are showing at least about 4 to 5% bump up.
Could there be a change? Because the Muslim population there is 33% or so. So 1 in 3 voters is a Muslim. So you have a Hindu consolidation happening? We don't know.
Because compared to last time, they're already gone up. And they're also polling above the state average.
And this is 5 p.m. So you can correct that number upwards by maybe 1% or 2. So how many are going to now show up between 5 p.m. and 6:30 to vote? I mean, I'm just estimating it could be 3% at the max.
2 to 3%,
Yes.
The point of making Khanakul, that's a classical swing seat in Bengal, where demography and swing and organization all matter. If BJP has to win, it has to win seats like these, and Trinamool, if it has to win, it has to defend seats like this. For example, with the 25 to 30%, roughly around 30% Muslim vote here, the Muslim vote is very important, but it's not alone, it's not decisive by itself, which is why everything else matters in a seat like that. And I think there are about 20 to 30 other seats like that, where organization and a little bit of swing can really make a difference.
There you go.
So 5 to 10,000.
So this is what I'm saying. There seems to be, Anand, some sort of mobilization. Don't forget that we haven't actually printed this across the SIR. We don't know. So that makes this very interesting.
If you triangulate it based on the SIR deletions, then the margins of victories could actually be shaved.
Absolutely.
Or there could be a difference or an impact that could happen
in a number of these seats. Let's look at these 5 seats here. The Muslim population is less than 50%. So it's certainly not the majority population, which means that there is leeway for these seats to perhaps turn the other way. if
Yeah.
there has been consolidation and there is a Hindu swing.
Now, if you just quickly, if you get the Hindu votes also, that's also updated.
Yeah.
But one thing that you make a very logical point here is that both parties, the Trinamool and the BJP, have worked towards mobilizing their support and their voters.
Yeah.
Now, look at where the Trinamool, the Hindu-dominated seats, the Trinamool had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the seats, whereas the BJP had only 3 of the seats where Hindu-dominated seats in
But
this
look
region.
at the jumps
Yeah.
in the ones that the TMC has been holding. I mean, just see the jump, the turnout in 2021, let's say.
Correct.
In Kolkata Port, 64 has gone to 87.
87. So that means the
I mean, we're
the
talking
Trinamool-
about 22%, 23%
Correct.
jump.
This is a story in itself. If you look at this, if you look at these numbers, this shows that somewhere there was intimidation or the voter was dissuaded or disenfranchised, not wanting to come
Or
out
didn't
to
feel
vote.
encouraged
Or
enough.
didn't
Let's
feel
be safe.
encouraged. Didn't feel encouraged.
Let's be safe.
Yeah, let's be safe. Didn't feel encouraged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats. Why is that question? See, Bashir
I mean, I
Dakshin.
can understand had this bump up been by 3% or 4%. But here, I mean, this is 11, 12%.
You know this is Bashir Hat. Again,
yes.
Bashir Hat Dakshin.
Just
So-
look at this is 25%.
25%.
That means one voter out of 4 has suddenly decided to vote.
Here,
Right.
21% in Barakpur.
Absolutely. 64 to 87%. You have 68 to 87%. There is something churning on the ground.
Rahul,
Or
Basira
this-
section is very interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because this is not a swing seat. This is a core Muslim dominated seat.
Core
So if
Muslim
something is
dominated
changing
seats,
here,
something is changing.
Someone
has come out to make themselves heard and felt.
Felt and look at this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yes.
6 seats
Yeah.
are below the state average.
That's right.
6 seats in
seats.
Hindu dominated states
Yes.
are below the state average, but they are way above what they polled in percentage in 2021.
Yes.
that's the point I want to make for something like Basira Dakshin. If you are seeing a very high shift,
No.
then it means that near Hindu consolidation on the other side.
Yes.
That's possible.
Yes.
Amitabh Tiwari, agree,
Yeah,
disagree? This
essentially
could
what
be a
we have
result of
been-
Hindu consolidation
what we
because the
have been
Muslim vote
discussing
would have
earlier.
already matured here
Yeah,
in terms
what
of
we have been discussing earlier, if you see the Muslim dominated seats, the turnout was already 5 to 6% higher than the base turnout of 2021. Here you see the average turnout. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats are below the state turnout, correct?
Correct.
So when more number of people are turning up, it can be safely assumed that the Hindu community, depressed, deprived, not feeling enthused, as Rahul ji is mentioning, has come out and vote because it sees confidence, secure, safe, and that is how the higher turnout is being achieved in
So
the
I have
state.
to say
Rahul,
on that
can I
point,
just
I have
add
to
a-
say on
Yeah.
that point, and Smita Prakash, let me quickly bring you in on that. The other card that the TMC suddenly pulled out of its front pocket is this one. Oh, the BJP is clearly underconfident because if it was winning, why does it need to ensure that security forces need to stay on in Bengal for weeks after the poll? Smita Prakash, your reaction to that?
Fair and fearless polling is something which is not just our duty, it's our right. So if it is our right and we want to exercise that right, it is essential that the state provide us a secure condition to exercise that right, and if it's a privilege, even that. Right? It ought not to be a privilege, it ought to be a right that we are exercising out here. So if that means that the track record of the state is so poor that for people to go and vote fearlessly, you need state security, because otherwise ulta tang denge, ulta tang diya, jaan se maar diya, these kind of things have happened. So you can't brush it under the carpet under this whole Bengali Asmita has been hurt because you are bringing in the central forces and you're accusing us of tampering with the polls. It's happened.
It's happened.
Bihar never complained about it when the central forces were brought in. The Naxal areas of Chhattisgarh and
Tamil
Jharkhand
Nadu
never
hasn't
complained about it. We've had fearless polling which has been done in these Maoist infected areas, which has not seen, I mean, people have not been able to go in those areas. Nobody complained when central forces went out there and helped in that,
9
but
minutes,
here there are.
9 minutes.
less than 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
And the khela from Amitabh Tiwari will begin.
Yeah.
Yes,
Isha, yes,
GVL
yes.
Narasimha Rao wants to come.
Yes, yes.
The Kolkata port, where you showed a near 25% rise in polling percentage, that in the last 3 assembly elections, this assembly polled only 65%.
65%.
64, 65 in every election.
Can we call that
And
up?
now you have that going up to 85-90%.
The Hindu
okay, so there is some story happening there. So my suggestion to you is, by the time I think we have exit poll projections, if you can look at all constituencies which have polled below, let's say, 70% in the 2021 elections, let us look at their behavior in this election.
Oh, that's a good one. So, cephalogist to cephalogist, we got to ask Amitabh Tiwari to try and help us churn out that number that all assembly constituencies across phase 1 and phase 2 that polled less than 70%.
No, in the last election, now they may all have
2021.
polled.
No, I'm just saying across phase 1, phase 2,
Comparative.
which polled less than 70 to 71% in 2021.
Correct. And
let's
see
see
how
they have turned up now, and
Wow.
that's
Be a
the
big
impact
story.
or the
That could be
positive
the story
impact
of
of
this
the,
election.
of the
if you
central
can-
forces.
If you can map them also
Yeah.
by geography, then you will know. Demography and geography.
So there is a
will
point
tell
I
you
want
as
to make, because I remember Amitabh Ji's numbers, and
Yeah.
he was talking about these SIR impacted seats across the 4 or 5
For
regions.
a second, I thought you knew the exit numbers already.
No, so when he was doing the SIR calculations, there were gaps of 20% where the TMC had won over the BJP. Now, if you have a turnout that is exceeding 25% over last time, that means those gaps have narrowed significantly. Those margins will dissipate.
Add to that the SIR deletions.
Well, viewers, if this particular phase is so dependent
हमारे पास
on
6
these
minute हैं,
jumps,
sir.
on
6
the
minute
jumps
हैं.
of turnout,
Yeah.
Anand, then
6
this
minutes,
is
let's
an
look
open
at the
election.
VIP seats turnout.
Yeah.
We have 6 minutes. I think we put out the count back or the clock.
Let's have a
but,
look.
But quickly, let's look at
VIP.
the VIP seats. And if you can call the VIP seats here, what is the turnout on the VIP seats, viewers? Let's look at each one of them one by one. We've tracked the VIP seats. Bhawanipur, 61.79% voter turnout in 2021. Look at the jump this time, 85.5%. 85.5%. So Kolkata itself is showing you a 21, 23, 24% bump up in Bhawanipur. Falta and Diamond Harbour. Falta, Diamond Harbour, 88 to 95.95 at 5 p.m. Falta, Diamond Harbour.
Band-aid wala.
ये तो बैंडेड वाला अभी और दूसरा 2021 कोलकाता पोर्ट 65%. It is 87.4% at 5 p.m. already in Kolkata. Kolkata has 11-0 Trinamool score, the 11 seats of Kolkata. But look at the bump up because of the presence of central forces, no biker vahinis, no intimidation. That's what is the claim on ground. 76 to 89.56%. Now these could also be Trinamool Congress mobilization saying that abhi nahi to kabhi nahi. But this could also be the anti-Trinamool Congress voter who was not allowed to vote or afraid to vote coming out. No boy anymore. 2021, 61% Rash Bihari. And we have Shopan Das Gupta contesting there. Here, look at it, 85.30% at 5 p.m. Look at the jump, 24%. And again, the VIP seat, Sandesh Khali, 86%, it is 91% already. So another 5% bump up in Sandesh Khali. Then Chandriba Bhattacharya's seat, Damdam Uttar. Look at that, 78 to 88.34. Saurav Sikdar, young leader from the BJP, he is now contesting against Chandrima Bhattacharya, and 88.34. Again a 10% jump up again compared to the last time around. So even in the VVIP seats or the VIP seats, look at the jump. Every seat has jumped up. Smita Prakash.
Even the Bhadralok is out to vote, right? That is like kind of significant. I think I'll leave Amitabh to explain that detail as to why there is no voter apathy, even the elite areas in West Bengal. And these, they have like voted for Mamata Banerjee. Last time around, there was this iffy situation till the Didi O Didi episode happened. So even then, the tilt then suddenly went in favor of Mamata Banerjee, the Bhadralok vote that I'm talking about. So this, I don't know who it will go in favor of. We'll see what the exit polls show us. But clearly, Suvendu out there, you know, on the streets today from the morning, working very hard. And then he knows the playbook of the TMC. He came from there, so he knows Didi's playbook. He's shown in the past how he beat her in that, and here he's used it again in Bhawanipur. Will he succeed or not is anybody's guess, but it is interesting to see that there's very high voter turnout in the VIP areas too.
The story is in all Kolkata seats. I think
Yeah.
the 3 seats that you mentioned now.
Yeah.
Rush Bihari, then Bhawanipur,
Mamata
Banerjee
Banerjee
seat, and then Kolkata Port.
Kolkata
In all 3 elections, the poll percentages were in the region of 60 to 67 in all the last 3 elections. And now you see all of them touching 90%.
Correct.
So there is certainly some major churn happening in Kolkata. People have come out to vote.
Sir, there is also one caveat I'd like to put. Were they 65% of 100? And this is now 88% of 85. So will that actually
No,
have
definitely.
an impact
But
on the
still-
absolute
but still
numbers?
there is something that has happened.
Something is happening.
Huge gap, no? Rest
But in
of the-
Kolkata, we have to also keep in mind, Anandji, that the SIR deletions are to the tune of 23%. 1 out of every 4 voter has actually.
So that actually
deleted.
is a vindication for the SIR.
It also
So-
could be the bellwether seats if this is what we are seeing, that this kind of deletions happening there, and despite that this heavy voting which is happening, it seems to indicate, which I'm sure when the results come out they'll say dekha isne ye bola. It seems to indicate
how's it
that
going?
there is some kind of a change
How's it
maybe, or some kind of a fearlessness in voting out here. We don't expect that these elite areas would have a sense of fear. So what is it that is doing? It's very, very tantalizing, this kind of numbers coming in from these elite areas.
True. Now less than 1 minute left, and I'm going to ask Nalin Mehta also to come down. Just let's get our energies up, leave Bengal out, we'll get
Caffeine
the final
shots,
voters.
please.
It's
Can we
about
ask
45 seconds. We're going to start with the exit polls, and we're going to swing down south first up. So first is going to be Kerala.
I just want to say before, look, let's be absolutely sure that because of these high voter turnouts, it becomes very, very difficult for people like Mr. Tiwari to call today's election today itself. It will be difficult. So phase 2 we should hold back, which we are doing till tomorrow. Phase 1, which happened a few days back.
Later on we will put out in the night.
No,
first,
phase 2 will be put out tomorrow.
tomorrow. Phase 1 we'll put out later in the night.
As we have decided. Phase 1, of course, in
Later
the
in
evening.
the, but first
in
so
the
we'll do Kerala, God's own country.
Yes, that's
we have
right.
to go to
That's
God's own.
right.
जहाँ
That's
पहले
right.
सबसे पहले election खत्म हो गया था.
Let's put
Kerala
on
and
that.
Assam.
Let's put out the countdown clock.
Shall we do
for
the
Kerala.
clock?
The
Do we have?
most sober election that has happened probably in Kerala,
But
right?
you know,
Okay.
very competitive election.
Very competitive.
8,
Very correct.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll take another 5 seconds just to be clear of the EC's danda. Oh, देखो उन्होंने 20 seconds और कर दिया. Saying that नहीं, देखो EC has said 6:30. We'll start at 6:31, but let's stay in the clear because your watch can show a different time than mine.
Yeah, mine is
Err on the side of caution always,
Err on the
right?
side of caution always. So 9, 8, 7. So let's go with Kerala. That's what we're going to do, viewers. Exit poll prediction, CNN News 18. Kerala, Assam, Tamil Nadu, Bengal. Over the course of the next 3.5 hours, we're going to take you through all this exercise, and whatever are the numbers, we take no responsibility. It's all on him.
If it is right, then you take credit. If it is wrong, then put it on me.
There you go, the first numbers. Kerala, 140 seats. The first zone that we are showing you, North Kerala, LDF, UDF, and the NDA. These are the seat projections. LDF is actually behind the UDF here. 16 to 20 seats for the LDF, about 140 seats. North Kerala, 48 seats in North, 16 to 20 seats. 28 to 32 for the UDF, 0 to 1 seat for the NDA. Smita Prakash, ये रुझान सही है, or do you feel that they have a chance here? It could be tighter for Pinarayi Vijayan.
I feel that it could go tighter. I don't believe that that it's going to be so clear. I can't. Yeah, no. I just feel that it could be a little tighter than this.
First dissent note has come in.
Ah.
Smita Prakash,
essentially-
please explain yourself. What are these numbers, sir?
Essentially, if you see the range, I think the range has been put
Ah,
out.
range
Yes.
has been put. 16 to 20 is the
But it's
range.
north, you just put one
Ah,
range.
only one. We've not put everything. One by one.
See, North.
थोड़ा तो suspense रखें.
In North, there is a Muslim majority. IUML is the strongest in the North, which is your Mallapuram, Venad, Kozhikode areas. So this is the strong point of UDF. In 2021 Vidhan Sabha election, a large section of Muslims had actually voted for LDF because of better management of COVID. That's how they had won on a higher number of seats compared to 2016. This time there is a significant consolidation of the minorities in favor of the UDF, and that's why we see that this stronghold is going back to UDF. Also, in the home state of Pinarayi Vijayan, Kannur, there has been significant rebellion also against the CPM. A lot of independent candidates contesting either as backed by UDF or on the UDF symbol.
When you say minority vote, you mean Muslim vote or Muslim and Christian vote? Because there
Christian comes in the picture in the central region.
Central
Not in the
Kerala. See,
north.
Can I
Kerala,
just say something?
Only Muslim
Can I
you're
say,
talking.
Kerala,
can
if
I
you want to
make
break
one
it,
point?
North Kerala is Muslim dominated, Central Kerala is largely Christian dominated, and South Central is Hindu. So that's how the spread is. And
So
North
here-
you'll also see some Hindus, but Muslims dominate.
So
that
one
region.
small point
Yeah,
before
this is North Kerala.
before we poke holes into Amitabh ji, I just want to say, last time the exit polls on Kerala, by the way, directionally all were right.
Yeah.
So let me give you the whole average. There was Jan Ki Baat, there was Axis, there was VMR, there was Today's Chanakya, CNX, Sudarshan News, ABP, C Voter, and there was Polstrat. The average poll of polls was 82. Actual result was 99 in LDF, and that was a history defined.
Correct.
So usually there's always a flip and a flop in Kerala, but even then the pollsters that stuck their neck out got it right.
And they gave the
Directionally
windows.
they got it right. So the fact that we are still early days, we don't know what's going to happen in Central and South.
Yeah, so
but,
we are looking at what directionally could happen. This is what is in North Kerala. There are other two regions also. Let's move to the next region and then see what happens. Chetan Bhagat is also looking at these numbers, but he's quiet. So this is 26
quiet because
seats.
nobody's talking that the NDA has not been able to make any inroads, because this was, I mean, I agree.
Sir, ये तो 0/0 ही है अभी भी, because despite the Sangh being present there in density,
they really
in
have
maximum
been
number of
trying.
shakas, BJP has not been able to crack
Normally the BJP, if it tries for so long, manages a little bit something, but looks like it's, I mean, I don't know how does one even arrive at 0-1. I mean, that was like, sir, what, I mean, is it really hard to crack the code there, which has worked everywhere else?
But this time certainly the BJP is confident of winning a few seats.
So you
I
are
will
disagreeing
still
with
not-
this?
Certainly not so low.
We
because I
put
think
the
this
other one. So Central also it is the LDF catching up a bit, but again UDF with the nose ahead. So again 27 seats here and 26 seats here if you were to take the median. Yes, Nalin.
So I'm saying that that if this result holds,
Ha.
then it is a reversal of what happened in the last election.
Yes, in 2021. It's a
So the
reversal.
welfare measures and all don't seem to have worked, because here again you're saying it's Christian, when you talk about minority vote, it's Christian vote.
Yeah.
So the welfare measures probably have worked in advantage in the north one, in the you're talking about having been
there is
into the
anti-incumbency against Pinarayi Vijayan and the left. That's one point. The other thing is the state, there are a lot of people who are not happy. But thirdly, it's to the BJP's fault that it's not been able to make inroads in Kerala.
BJP is not
No,
responsible.
certainly in terms of vote
it's
share.
to the
We're not talking about RSS.
They will
They
get
have-
vote share, they won't get seats. They'll get vote share, 2-3%, 4% bump up, but that's not going to give them
No,
seats.
Amitabh, will you be giving vote forecasts also? We certainly see a big
Yeah,
we'll
we'll
see-
see.
we'll show you
We'll
the
see
vote
that.
share. We're going to
But,
see the
sir,
vote
there are many who are saying that Vijay and TVK will do better opening their batting in Tamil Nadu than the BJP will do in Kerala, despite batting such a long test match. So, like Jeffrey Boycott, you batted 4 days, but you're not been able to match the vote share that he will do like a
I mean, we'll
Vaibhav
see the vote
Suryavanshi.
shares also later,
So,
right? We'll show us.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but there is a case here for the BJP that they've not been able to crack. Despite the fact that the Prime Minister, after 2 big elections, the first trip he's made down is towards Kerala and to Guruvayur, indicating that I want to win this and we need to move in here and we need to seed ourselves. It's not happened. Let's see if it happens in the
It
near
takes
future.
hard work to win every state. And
Yeah, it is, obviously, sir.
Every state can't be won
And
in 5
sir,
years.
Where
this
have
is
you
the
shied
big
away
test.
from that?
This is God's own country. So you got to win here. And despite
Obviously.
the Sabrimala misstep by the left, despite the entire narco jihad, love jihad, the ISIS cases and all of that happening, so many issues that came in. Now look at this again. South also, out of the 39 seats, 19 seats to the left, 18 seats to the Congress, the UDF, and about 2 seats, 0 to 2 seats. So this is where they can break into the assembly and break account. This is the chance. This is where they have a chance in Thiruvananthapuram and 1 or 2 of the other seats here in South Kerala that the NDA can make inroads. They may pinch in vote share, and that may harm the left, and perhaps that's why the UDF may gain more seats. But overall, seat shares are not enough. So if you look at it, it's the UDF comfortably forming government here again 30 and 27, 57 and again 18. So that's how they get into a position where they seem to be able to get past the halfway mark. That's what the UDF seems to be able to do.
So Rahul Gandhi will be a happy person today then?
That I don't know, but Amitabh Tiwari, is this getting stuck somewhere, or are they going to be comfortably passed?
No, see, essentially in a state which throws out governments every 5 years, 10 years is a long enough time. So there's a lot of anti-incumbency which has been built in. Secondly, the big hoardings and posters of Pinarayi Vijayan across the state, that's the only poster which is visible, gives an impression to the voters that this is the same person who will continue for the next 5 years if the left front comes to power. So there is the significant governance fatigue. While welfare schemes are doing much better on the ground, the health and education facilities, the LDF has done well. There is also good amount of pension schemes for the widows and the old age. But there is a governance fatigue, and that is what is helping the Congress. If there was any other party, they might have won 90 to 100.
Let's bring in MA Baby.
The overall seat count also we can put out.
The overall seats are also out
75
there.
for the UDF.
Yes, 75 for the UDF. Let's go straight across to Mr. MA Baby. Mr. Baby, thank you very much for joining us. This is Rahul Shivshankar. It seems as of now that while it's been a close contest, the LDF might be slightly behind, might not quite retain power. Mr. Baby, your first reactions?
You see, you are now making this observation on the basis of various exit polls. In our party, we too have a process of exit poll. That is the report our booth agents give to our local level party leaders, LDF leaders. On the basis of that assessment, after the polling having been completed, we have an assessment after the election voting process having completed.
Yes.
According to that assessment, we are sure about having a majority from 75 to 85 seats. This is our assessment.
Okay, Smita Prakash.
Would you still hold that the BJP doesn't need to win seats in Kerala, that they are helping the LDF, that the BJP is the B team of the LDF? Is that still valid now that the voting is over, everything is done?
That allegation is a tissue of lies or a naked fabrication. LDF can never have anything to do with BJP. On the contrary, in Kerala, in Thrissur, there is a panchayat where Congress and BJP are sharing panchayat leadership as president and vice president. In Ernakulam district also, an NDA partner and Congress are sharing presidentship and vice presidentship in a panchayat. I don't want to go into the history, how they had common candidates for BJP, Congress and Muslim League in 1991. You senior journalists would understand. Mr. K.P. Unnikrishnan, who was the LDF candidate in 1991 Vadagara parliament seat, he was opposed by a common candidate of BJP, Congress and Muslim League. That understanding still continues.
But
let's
Mr.
run
MABB,
everything.
Namaskaram. This is Anand
Post
Narasimhan
to jo bhi
here.
lagane, dusre
This time
channel
around, many believe that the LDF also faced a lot of factionalism, lot of internal rebellion, and certain pockets which are strong pockets for the LDF, there seems to be an erosion of support. And of course, there is anti-incumbency. The trend largely says you may come close, but you will fall short of the majority number. How is it that you are confident that you will perhaps be very, very clear, 5 to 7 seats clear of the majority or the halfway number?
You see, the observation you made that there is some element of factionalism within our party, that is not true. It is true that few people who used to be in our party or LDF, they, due to local problems and their own ambition to be in the parliamentary fray, they walked out of the party making allegations, and UDF, due to their own calculation, they thought that those who have walked out of LDF and CPM may be fielded as candidate.
Right.
This is not going to affect CPIM or LDF.
Right. We'll see how it pans out, Mr. MABB. I've got to move on quickly. Thank you very, very much for speaking with us and joining us this evening. We wish both sides all the best. Just getting a quick confirmation, viewers, of the final numbers, how they will settle down. Now, this is what the CNN News 18 Vote Vibe exit poll projections tell us, that 70 to 80 seats could go to the UDF, 58 to 68 seats could go to the LDF, 0 to 4 seats overall is a possibility that the BJP can do, and then the others will largely take nothing. But this will
let
be
me also tell
a two-horse
you,
race.
Anand, some big news coming in.
Yeah.
As we've said, we're also going to be giving you poll of polls, viewers,
Yeah.
on Kerala. We have the PMark poll of polls, and in that we have a situation where the UDF is getting 39% of the vote. The UDF is getting 39% of the vote, 71 to 79 seats, which is very approximate.
Again, 70 to 80 seats.
Exactly,
It's
which
the
is very
same.
approximate to
Yeah.
Vote Vibe.
I'm going to check if I can get
And
the poll of polls
LDF
behind
is
this, yeah.
38%, 62 to 69. BJP is 15%, 1 to 4 seats. So it could even get 2 or 3 seats here. Others 8%, 0 to 3 seats, and that makes up 140. So that's and the Assam is also being called. And
Yeah.
at the bottom of
we're going to put
screen,
Assam.
you're
We're going to
seeing
put Assam. So let's
poll of
get
polls.
Assam, and we'll get the Kerala poll of polls behind
Yes.
here whenever it is ready.
Yeah, we'll just put it on the cordbell and I'll go up to that.
Let's quickly bring in Assam as Sumansi Raman also joins us. So Kerala going the UDF way. Let's look at, so that's the Kerala 140 seats exit poll projections. But we'll also put the poll of polls right behind here, viewers. The moment that is there, we'll draw your attention to that right behind where our guests are sitting. But here, let's quickly move on from Kerala to Assam. Let's bring in Assam, the various regions, zone-wise. We'll try and put the Assam numbers one by one. Is this going to be a runaway victory? The Assam numbers here, please. The Assam numbers here, poll of polls there. So Assam numbers, if you can call it here. Yeah. The Barak region, 13 seats, 7 to 9 seats to the BJP. Congress Plus is about 4 to 6 seats, others 0. Is it perhaps in the same direction that the rest of the regions will flow? We'll see. It's a test of Himanta Biswa Sarma's leadership. Let's look at the next region also quickly. This is North Assam, 15 seats. So out of the first 28 seats from the overall assembly strength of 126, the BJP is clearly taking more of the seats compared to Congress. It's actually literally sweeping North Assam. It's also sweeping Central Assam. The only place where the Congress is getting some inroads so far is in Barak. So Central Assam, 19 seats. It's again the BJP. Let's look at the rest, the Lower Assam region. 44 seats in Lower Assam. It's 29 to 31. So this is a clear home run for Himanta Biswa Sarma. He seems to be running away with this mandate, touching nearly 100 seats. Upper Assam also, again sweeping Upper Assam, 35 seats of Upper Assam, 29 to 31 seats. So overall, if you were to see a median, 8 seats out of 13 in Barak, 13 seats out of 15 in North, 14 seats out of 19 in Central, 30 seats out of 44 in Lower Assam, and again 30 seats out of 35 seats in Upper Assam. So the only 2 places where there's some significant inroads being made, 2 or 3 places, Lower Assam, Barak, and also Upper Assam for the Congress.
Not much.
That's
Even
not
if
much.
You're saying significant.
That's not much.
And BJP first time fighting out here without allies, going solo, sending a message out to regionals everywhere in the country that, you know, if they win, if this is the sweep that it's having, and I'll put my neck out to say that this is a sweep that Amitabh is showing us. So if this is the numbers that we are getting from Assam, that would send out a message to everybody that, you know, deal with us or cooperate with us rather than push us to the corner. So it will be something, and Himanta getting a third term will also be him playing a role in national level also.
This is the first time Himanta is seeking a mandate on his own.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. First time BJP saying no allies.
BJP, Sarbananda Sonowal, and after that consolidating and holding under Himanta Biswa Sharma, getting a third term for the BJP, but Himanta Biswa Sharma also consolidates himself. Now, if on the one hand you have Assam in the hands or retained by the BJP, if the winds of change blow in Bengal, then that from a national security and a national perspective means a lot for the BJP and this double engine Sarkar. But that we'll keep for another day. But
Can I say that if this result holds, then there are states in India that have voted BJP for last 3 or 4 elections. Assam is moving in that direction because now is the third time, right?
And also the northeastern states, right? The several of the northeastern states where the regionals have played an important role. They're going to see that this is a good party to anchor on to, because it results in a sweep, not just a small victory.
So
if this
already all these parties are moved towards the BJP in the rest of the states. In Assam also it will mean the end of the Congress. It means the
NJP was
problem for the
never
Congress.
considered a possible party for governance in Assam. So that state we won, and we won a repeat election, a third election. Haryana was considered a no-go state for the BJP in 2014. We were below 2 seats or 2% votes. And there we again won a third mandate. Maharashtra was never considered a state where BJP can be the party in the lead. There we are in government for the third time and leading it. So Bihar, you see, as a NDA,
I mean, I have to say that the BJP does do a better job retaining states where it is in power than the Congress.
That's not easy. See, retaining power.
Dr. Raman is here with us also. Dr. Raman.
When the Congress is the opponent, naturally the BJP has the edge. That is the trend we've seen across the country. So for instance, I'll give you an example. Why would states like Bengal, why would states like Tamil Nadu be more difficult to crack for the BJP? Because the Congress is not the primary opponent. So I think this is a national trend. You're seeing the Congress weaken state after state after state. And therefore, that is what is really sort of helping the BJP to sort of so without counter the
anti-incumbency. If the BJP wins Bengal, then this argument will not.
On
the other hand is that they won Odisha. They beat AAP in Delhi. So they have won against non-Congress parties, although it has taken them more effort.
It has taken them, Odisha, it has taken a very, very long time also. So I think we have to give that. So
Chetan Bhagat, as we just put out the final seats, and you can bring that in, and let's just flaunt some of these amazing graphics that have been made by our entire team. Bahut mehnat ki hai, sir. So let's just bring in the total seat count as far as Assam. So for the UDF, as per the CNN News 18 exit poll projections by VoteWive, Amitabh Tiwari right here, it's 76 seats for the UDF in Kerala. But in Assam, it's 94 seats for the Himanta Biswa Sharma led BJP there. Mamaji has really hit this one out of the park. He said 90 seats upar aayega. He's got. No, let's go back to Assam. I was just making that mention on this because it was on the screen. Congress 27. So again, Gaurav Gogoi will have a point to prove. There will be many who would want Gaurav Gogoi axed. So how much of it will it help him or hurt his chances in the Congress is important. But Himanta Biswa Sharma solidifies himself as perhaps the pivot of the Northeast, to the Northeast.
Yeah, he's one of the, BJP doesn't have too many CM brands, right? They like to have the central system where they appoint, but he's becoming now.
In the East he is. In the North we have Yogi. In the West we have Devendra Fadnavis.
And you do need a few. You do need a few. And I think the BJP needed to win this one. There's a 4, if you leave Puducherry out for a bit, these are not places where BJP normally wins, the other states. So it could have been a 4-0 would have totally revived the opposition. They would have set the whole national narrative that dekho sab down ja raha hai, it's all changing. So Assam, definitely they needed to win, and they need to win one more, and that's a net BJP gain. In this, normally you would say BJP needs to win all 4. That's not, nobody expects that. But if out of 4 it's a 2-2
2-2 भी नहीं, अगर तमिलनाडु एडीएम के खींच लिया देन बीजेपी will say हम जीत गए भैया.
हाँ, correct.
और-
No, that
और-
counts.
और
That
बंगाल-
counts.
बंगाल जीत गया तो हम
Anybody
और
the
जीत
BJP
गए
is aligned with, any NDA BJP alignment, if the BJP gets a 2-2, these are not elections which are BJP stronghold elections.
दे भैया असम का टोटल थोड़ा और वापस लाइए, पास लाइए, अमिताभ भैया को दिखाइए. ठीक है, आइए आइए, जब bring it down closer. Can we just have a look at this graphic please? Come closer, show the numbers. अमिताभ तिवारी saying हम इतना मेहनत किए हैं वोट करने में, एग्जिट पोल करने में, आप नंबर पूरा नहीं दिखा रहे हैं बढ़िया से. Let's show it to our viewers also. Get close. There you go. That's the overall projection. 90 to 100 seats is the range. 95 seats is the median. 94 seats is what we are putting on our screens. 27 seats is for the UDF and the Congress, and it is on the screens, viewers. At the bottom you're seeing the numbers, to the side you're seeing the numbers, and at the top you're seeing the numbers. They'll keep rotating for each state,
But Gaurav,
and you'll get the range and also the
But
median.
I can tell you,
Gaurav Gogoi is what you were pointing out. His future is at stake now because he was seen as this Delhi-based leader, and then you saw several exits that happened from there, and then he just did not have an answer to the highly polarized campaign that Himanta ran. He just did not fight back enough. Tried a lot, but Himanta always was on that attack mode, to which Gaurav was always on this defensive.
and let's
Just
not
a
also forget,
personality
that's a very good point. Let's also forget that Gaurav Gogoi has enjoyed a profile at the national level.
True.
So he is not somebody
Let's get the
who
pool of polls.
was being
Kerala and
projected
Assam.
only as chief minister. He was a voice of the party. So they gave him a really elevated profile, perhaps in the run up to this election, which he hasn't done justice to.
Too late also, just a year to prepare for. I don't know whether
Absolutely.
that worked.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
of course, all of those things will come into
Yeah.
play. But after having been given this profile, you are not being able to carry your party across even 1/3 of the line.
Right. We'll put
not
the
gonna work.
Kerala and Assam poll of
Yes.
polls, but we've got the West Bengal poll of polls.
So
here.
I'm very curious
Yeah.
about People's Pulse. Amitabh Tiwari, who is People's Pulse? They've put the TMC at 177, 187, BJP at 95, 110. That's the number. Now, this is clearly not phase one.
all the others are giving the BJP the
Yes, but
the
Amit Shah
government.
had put this. He had proclaimed that in phase one, the BJP would get 110. So, first of all, what are the antecedents of People's Pulse? Of course, we don't know the sample size either.
ये बताइए इनका वाइब क्या है?
See, I think सबसे पहले तो राहुल जी कि हम लोग पोलस्टर्स के नाम और ये लिख डालते हैं. We need to check the background. Who is the promoter? Who is the face? Where is the website, etc. I'm not saying People's Pulse. I'm saying generally for any polling agency. Whoever is doing the polling is actually under polling the phase 2 because phase 2 polling is still going on. JVC is a friend. I mean, many people are friends also.
JVC, we of course
Correct.
all know. He's also a pundit, but he's sort of, it's very
Too
much
close
in
to
the
call.
balance there. It's
Too
too
close to
close to
call.
call.
Too
He's
close to
hedging.
call.
ये भी जीत सकता है, ये भी जीत सकता है. Shokanto Majumdar is with us on the phone line, is joining us now. Shokanto ji, namaste. This is Anand Narasimhan here. कैसे हैं आप? क्या? What is the? What is the? BJP is fine. Polling is fine. Chances are fine, sir.
Polling
Please tell
is
us.
fine. BJP is fine. BJP is going to form the government on 4th of the next month, and I believe that it will be a majority and thumping majority.
ये People's Pulse करके एक पोलस्टर है. They have given the BJP maximum 110 seats. And they're giving 187 seats to
there are several
Trinamool.
channels. They are showing that BJP is also forming the government. I don't believe in this exit poll and all these things. Okay, but there are several exit polls. They are showing that BJP will win 161 highest seats they have given to BJP. But the thing is that I would like to say that, as mentioned by the Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah ji, we will win 170 seat at least.
You're confident. See, interestingly,
So let's ask-
Shokanto ji, the
let's ask-
Palodi market in the Satta Bazaar, I shouldn't say it, they also said 170 seats. There is only one pollster who's saying you will get 170 seats here. That is Poll Diary so far. हमने हमारा poll अभी तक डाला नहीं है, sir. I'm just telling you. But why are you so confident? And then Rahul, yeah, sorry.
There are several things that happened in last 15 years of the rule. The kind of anti-incumbency that has been accumulated in favor of TMC government is really unique, and it is quite similar to the anti-incumbency that was there with the CPM government after the rule of 34 years. Then the SIR created a flawless, almost flawless voter list in which in West Bengal 24 lakhs dead voters' names have been deleted, and most of the vote of these people, actually TMC is habituated of casting the votes of these dead voters by their own karyakartas, own worker. And not only so, the third thing I would like to mention, this time no fake voting, no booth jamming, no source jamming happened due to the
kudos
role
to
of
the Election Commission, Mr. Majumdar. I just want to ask you this. Talk about 2 or 3 regions where you're going to outperform yourself, because in this particular phase, phase 2, you have not got, even at the highest point in 2019 Lok Sabha, if that was projected onto an assembly map, you only had about 34, 35, 37 seats. Okay, 37 seats. So how are you, if you're going to end up with 170, 180, how are you going to pick up at least 60 or 70 seats? You're going to double your numbers. From where is this coming?
You see, there are several zones if you consider our party organizational structure. Then Navadvip zone is a very fruitful zone for us, which contain Bengal Lok Sabha, Barasat Lok Sabha, and from this Lok Sabha BJP will win the seats. Last assembly election, we could not win a single seat from Hooghly district. This time, most of the seats of the Hooghly district will go in favor of
So who's
BJP.
going to be voting? Are you saying that there is a Hindu counter consolidation? What is happening on the ground that we are not at least seeing?
Yes.
At least a large number of these pollsters are also not seeing. They are not giving you those big numbers that you are talking about. And you can see those numbers at the bottom of our screens. You're not getting that explosive, definitive majority.
I already mentioned that I don't believe in this exit poll and all these things. Even I mentioned this in those channels, on those channels, they are showing that BJP is going to form the government there. Even I told them the same line, and I am repeating it here. But the ground reality, what we hear, what we have actually analyzed, what we have observed during our campaign, the number of people those are coming in the sabhas, and the people directly they were talking against the TMC government, against Mamata Banerjee on the heart of Kolkata. It is quite unimaginable. Almost 2 years ago.
Right.
It was totally unimaginable. So this is the kind of situation is taking.
See, Mamata Banerjee and also Abhishek Banerjee have criticized the presence of central forces. They have said there is too much of dadagiri going on. But the voter turnout has actually gone up by about 20 to 25% in Kolkata, Hooghly, Howrah, and this entire region, Diamond Harbour, Rashbihari and all these areas. So, what do you see? Why do you think this has happened, especially in the greater Kolkata region? This surge in voter percentage.
In greater Kolkata region, yes, first of all, the credit goes to Election Commission of this country. They have taken several steps which resulted in the turnout, this voting turnout. In Kolkata and surrounding areas, people are debarred to vote for several years. Not only during this regime, even in case of CPM regime also. At that time also the people, they were obstructed to vote. Now they have the chance. And that is the calculation. No one can analyze. Bengal, in case of Bengal, exit poll won't work. Because the Bengali people, they are politically so conscious. You ask people, no one would say anything to you. This is the general mentality of a Bengali people. They won't say anything. If they will say that give you the wrong message.
Okay, well.
And they will,
Sukanta-ji,
as they could not cast their vote in previous election, this time they got the chance. So according to your logic, to whom they should cast your vote?
Let's assume for a moment, because obviously we have to keep the suspense going. Here at CNN News 18, the Vote Vibe survey projections will come out at 8 o'clock for phase 1. We are not going to hazard a guess on phase 2, as you know, Anand, because I think that would be too premature today. I don't know on what basis, on perhaps 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock polling, some of the others have stuck their neck out that far. But this is, no,
phase
these are
1
all,
and 2,
these are
but they have taken phase 2 only till 3 p.m.
3
Voter
p.m.
turnout till
So
3
it's
p.m.
not as if, or maybe even 2 p.m. because, voting is still going on. So I don't understand how maybe it's a first cut or whatever it is, how it can suddenly have become so sort of apparent to them, because there's a significant number of voters who have turned up. I mean, there's going to be a 93, 94%. So these guys have really jumped the gun. But thank you, Mr. Majumdar.
78%, Rahul. If
Yes.
it is 93%, imagine that's
Thank you,
about
thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All the best, Sukantaji. All the best.
So 2 o'clock, let's assume it's 2 o'clock, the cutoff for these numbers. At 2 o'clock, Anand, do you remember what the polling percentage was?
Yeah.
It was hovering around the 60%. So
do is to be able to catch the 6:30 p.m. Early bird arrival. You close your exit poll early while polls are continuing.
That's true.
You complete your sampling before 3 o'clock.
But there are
so
also,
if the assumption, it's an assumption that polling pattern till 3 p.m. may not be different
I
from the
understand.
polling pattern that
Statistically,
happens
you
thereafter.
can do even a poll with 10 people statistically if you've got the demographic data right and so on and so forth. But all I'm saying is that there are
but a
people
10 to
coming from
13% surge in certain constituencies
Yes.
could change the mandate.
could change the mandate.
It could
So
actually change the mandate. In
think-
some cases, it's a 20% jump up. So,
I think some of these pollsters could have erred a little bit on this. Anyway, let's just go through
at
some of
least
these.
One thing we can tell our viewers, we are not rushing. We are putting out what we have put out so far at CNN News 18 are data for elections that have already polling has completed. Kerala and Assam.
That's
Which I think
that's-
all the
yeah,
pollsters
that's happened.
are kind
And the
of-
next
week
will
and
be
a half
Tamil
back.
Nadu, which happened on the 23rd
So
itself.
Kerala and
it's
Assam,
that.
almost all pollsters are saying this, that Assam
Yes.
is Himanta, I mean
Yeah.
BJP, and there it is
Kerala is UDF.
Yeah,
So
it's
the poll of polls
UDF.
will go to that. But
Both
here
of them.
what, see this rush is, abhi polling chal raha hai yaar, abhi bhi aapne dal diya. You've just rushed and look at what they put. See again, if you look at it, we've got
Could be
Chanakya
anybody.
strategies which has come. So almost all of them,
This
except for
apparently
one.
is not today's Chanakya. This is something else. This is
Just
Chanakya strategies. So
except for People's Pulse and One India, which are identically giving the same numbers.
Yeah.
अब तो भाई ये तो कुछ और ही है. This is a different story altogether. ऐसा लग रहा है copy
yeah, so
paste.
these two are completely, well, yes, copy
They
paste for
actually
each other.
mirror. They're mirroring each other. We
but
don't
they
know
are
who these
completely
pollsters
out
are,
there.
but they're mirroring each other.
Except that this is a bit
yeah,
weird because I don't see how this can be 125, 140, 146, 161. This is Matriz now.
Matriz is saying 161
And-
by BJP. Again, 171 poll diary BJP.
Yes.
Chanakya strategies 160 BJP. JVC again 159 BJP. Although he's hedging his bets there. And then People's Pulse which says BJP 110. So this is the outlier in this case. The rest are actually showing that BJP has a chance to form government given their early assumptions. Chetan Bhagat?
Well, if the BJP gets this, they've got the East. हो गया अभी सब. The East is done. From Odisha, Bengal, Assam, everything. And I think looks like they will. Because so many polls are there. I don't know People's Pulse. And anyway, 3 anti-incumbency. And they've really been trying to get.
Yeah.
That is the contest of the match of the match.
What do you make of these? What do you make of some of these numbers?
Abhijit
We have
and
Abhijit
Mitra.
and Mitra
Namaskaram.
also.
So for me, the situation really is that in spite of all this wave that we're hearing about, 90% plus polling at the end of the day, you're still not seeing the numbers add up very decisively for the BJP. You would have expected, given all the narrative that's been going on, I would have expected very significantly more numbers. And yet what has been happening instead is that you basically have everything within, every pollster is saying that the highest number of the
Can we just
TMC
stay with the Bengal numbers? We've not yet come to Tamil Nadu yet. We'll come to the Tamil Nadu
higher
poll of
than
polls in a bit.
TMC could be less than the BJP numbers. So I still think this is very much up in the air. Basically, the polls have brought no clarity.
Polls have brought no clarity. That's an interesting one because fundamentally we have been told by Amit Shah. Now I know that Amit Shah has got it wrong in the past, and I would probably want to also hear Dr. Raman's view on it and Nalin's view on this. I remember in the past, Amit Shah has talked about 150. He's talked about a simple majority in the past and got it wrong. Specifically in the last election, 150 became 77. I mean, it's not as if the BJP is going to always get it right. Even when it came to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, they were hopelessly off mark. 400, 400 par, ended up with 40 less than where they were supposed to even be to come to power on their own. So, Sumansi Raman, what do you see, Dr. Raman, what do you see in these numbers?
After these, we'll move to Tamil Nadu because we're on the clock.
I think there's one issue that I'm trying to recall if there have been instances. Look, this is a polarized election. This is not a run-of-the-mill election. It is a fairly polarized, and it's a bipolar. There are only two players in the fray. So, has it happened earlier? Bengal held firm with Congress for 30 years, then it held firm with CPM for 34 years. Now, Mamata Banerjee has been there only 15 years. So, are we saying that they have tired to the extent that a 211, 213 kind of a mandate for Mamata Banerjee will be completely overturned in 5 years? I don't know. Clearly,
one of the voters said this morning, he said Durniti.
I want to add to what you're saying, sir.
Yeah.
So Bengal, historically, since the early 70s, has always given very decisive verdicts.
Right.
So now if you are seeing this result, which is showing neck and neck, this means that people are, at least the polls are not able to make up their mind. And it's too close to call. Because it will be one way or the other. It's unlikely. This kind of result is very hard.
And to our guests in the studio, we're going to pause Bengal for the next 52 minutes and we're going to go back south towards Tamil Nadu. Two Tamilans who also are, both of them
Just
have their
one
vote
comment.
there.
You see, exit polls tend to, in keen contexts like this, they tend to hedge their bets. They don't, you see, Bihar, all polls gave 150, 160. They picked NDA as the winner, but nobody gave us the runaway victory that we got, 202 seats. So, polls,
they want to go in the same direction, sir, but road bahut lamba nahi bicha.
They want to play safe.
They play safe and at least one pollster, this exit poll person said that in Bengal there is a lot of fear. 60% of people who come out say, sorry, we don't want to participate in this.
Exactly. Right, okay, let's look at the Tamil Nadu poll of polls. Let's look at the Tamil Nadu poll of polls and then we'll get the CNN News 18 exit poll projections. So the Tamil Nadu poll of polls, as of now, alright, we're putting our numbers. 234 seats. This is 113 to 103 to 113 to the DMK. The edge is with the ADMK. The NDA has the edge here, 114 to 124. So they are very clearly, comfortably sitting very close to the halfway mark. Vijay and the TVK is 4 to 10 seats, but they will poll in significant vote share. That's what it looks like. And that too in certain pockets, which clearly has come across to hurt the DMK. That's what the overall projection.
Do we have the vote share? Let's pull out the vote share for this.
We check if the Tamil Nadu vote share is out and also the zone-wise numbers.
But the fact that TVK is getting 4 to 10% and we have a close margin like this, I think this is a gap of about 1% between the ADMK
1.5% between these two.
These two. So
but he gets about nearly about 18 to 20% of the votes.
18 to 20%.
If he has to get 4 to 10
so
seats.
that is what the Vote Vibe survey at one time, when we were doing sort of back of the envelope calculations, we were suggesting a 1% move away and about a 20% vote share for TVK would damage the DMK.
You remember the number was 118 at 1%.
118.
It's exactly that.
It's exactly that same.
Now look at the vote share. So the vote share is 40 and 39.
39%.
And look at the TVK vote share is 16%. And we were at TVK at 15%, ADMK at 1%.
Let me just add a devil's advocate caveat here. Because this is statistically in the plus minus 3% error margin viewers. You could actually have in very close contests something flipping. So this is now an election where, I'm sorry to say, but at least as far as Vote Vibe is concerned, this could be an open election. Let's put it like that.
It's an open, but I'll put another caveat here. The caveat here is that the TVK's 16% is an overall state aggregate across 234 seats. But it's possible that in certain belts, like the KTCC belt, Chennai, Chengalpet, Tiruvallur, Kanjipuram, and also in south towards the Kanyakumari and there, he may poll more than 35 to 40% votes. And that's the concentration which would actually hurt the DMK.
So let's just go back to the seat share.
Difference here. Let's go back to the
Can we go back to the seat share? We were on a show last night, Dr. Raman and myself, and Dr. Raman's prediction was that the TVK, beyond perhaps Vijay, might struggle to open its account. Here it looks like we could be getting 6 seats.
So this is
I'm still holding on to that. I find it mind-boggling that he could potentially win 10 seats, because I can't think of the 10 seats that he could win.
correct. So the 10 seats will happen. I'll tell you why. Because if he's pinched bulk of the vote share, that 15% is from the DMK, then the pooling of votes in certain seats could be so strong, especially in the Chennai region, that he may open his account there. Plus, he may win the 2 seats that he is contesting on.
Look, he could win his seats.
The
But
2 seats.
beyond that,
2 seats and
to
there,
get
yeah.
Look, the point is Chennai is a DMK fortress. So to challenge and overturn, these
There's
are all
one seat in the
which
south. There's
DMK
one seat,
wins by
one or two
margins of
seats in the
40K
south.
and all. So
1 or 2 seats in the south where there is also Sengotian. So Sengotian's region, in that place there could be.
But
there
one
could be a 10.
point I want to draw your
So
attention
that's why
to,
4
Anand,
to 10 seats.
in the poll of polls, this seems to be the only poll which is giving the AIADMK the edge.
Yes, we've just got the poll of polls. The poll of polls largely what they are saying. PMark has said 125 to 145 seats for the DMK. People's Pulse is also mirroring PMark. Matriz is saying 122 to 132. People's Insight is saying 120 to 140. And Praja poll is actually saying 148 to 168.
Those
because
numbers
their
for the
assumption,
TVK are absurd.
Then how
Anand.
did the poll of polls
Sorry.
say the
no, their assumption.
Anand,
I'm
those
sorry, the
numbers
TVK is
are
highly
bizarre.
overrated.
I'm sorry,
Correct.
Anand,
Can I
those
say
are
here something?
Correct.
bizarre.
Correct. Now, if people were to understand Tamil Nadu and do a deep dive, these projections of seats for the TVK at the cost of the ADMK.
Anand, look at the others. Look at the others. Who are the others?
And who are
For
these
God's
others?
sake,
We don't know.
others
Why?
are going to get 0.
Why? Because
Write it down.
the DMK itself, this
And do we
DMK
get
plus is
30
an
to
alliance
40?
of 16 parties. This is an alliance of
Anand,
13
I've got to
parties,
say-
12 parties.
Anand-
So there's no others left. There's no others left.
Anand, I've got to say, I'm amazed at the TVK numbers in the non-vote vibe one.
30 to 40?
30 to 40
No,
seats,
sir.
No way.
16, 20 seats.
Anand,
That means
I
getting
think-
30% vote share. That
Anand,
is
I think
impossible.
around the table we can agree that
Yeah.
the TVK is not getting
Let me
30 to 40
explain
not.
this.
हाँ, मतलब
What is happening with TVK, and I've been extensively through the state. TVK is taking votes in Chennai and around Chennai.
Correct.
They're taking votes in Coimbatore. They're taking votes in Trichy. They're taking votes in certain other
Urban
pockets
areas,
of
yeah.
smaller towns.
Yeah.
The moment you go into the villages or the rural constituencies, the TVK's vote share drops to possibly even below 10.
Yes.
Right?
Now,
So
I'm
this statistic,
I'm
and mind
walking out of the frame
you,
because
Anand,
I want to show you
150
this.
are 154 are rural seats.
Sir, can I add just to his point on vote share?
Yeah.
See, Anand, if you bring up that vote share
Yeah.
again,
See,
your vote share is showing ADMK at 40%, right? In our
Correct.
poll.
ADMK is at 40%.
If that is the case, then ADMK last time was 33%. That's a
Yes.
7% jump.
Yes.
Yeah.
And DMK plus last time was about 37%.
Right.
And they are you're showing them at 39%, 38% this time. If those numbers hold, then there is no way in hell TVK would have got so much of a vote share.
The rural
What it
seats.
shows is that there is an anti-incumbency, there is some movement towards ADMK, but it's difficult to call out the rest. So that's why people are kind of hedging the numbers.
On this wall, on the big wall, I'm going to ask our team. On the big wall, can we just put our numbers, the CNN News 18 vote wipe numbers, Tamil Nadu, the poll of polls behind Rahul Shivshankar.
Yeah, I was just hoping that
what
would
I'm
be
going to
done.
bring here, Rahul, is just quickly bring your attention to these 90 seats which are rural Tamil Nadu.
Yes.
90 seats are rural Tamil Nadu where there is no presence for the TVK in terms of strong presence. And there is agrarian distress, and 90 seats is where the ADMK holds fort. Here, this is a 5% vote share differential. And if TVK polls about 8 to 10% votes here, the party that's going to be hurt is the DMK, because there is an agrarian distress and there is a huge anti-incumbency against the DMK in this region. So
But
this 90
before we
seats
get into
doesn't-
we get into the nitty-gritties, because we're going to break down the vote vibe poll projection region-wise to get a better detailed analysis. Look, I am finding this TVK business a little over-projected. If it is indeed over-projected, this can't really be the number, because if there are already in 30 to 40 seats, viewers, people willing to give TVK a vote, that means it's a big factor, and that means that the TVK can't be. This is just one of the polls. Let's go back to the poll of polls, sir.
Yeah,
Please,
right
let's go
behind
back
you.
there
Right behind you.
to the
It's there,
poll
it's
of
back
polls.
there.
That's right. We were talking about that. Now, if that could be 30, 40, why can't it be 70, 80? Or even 100. So, Doctor,
one
this I
quick
can't
point.
understand. If people have decided that it's going to be an outsider, a third party, then why can't it go all the way?
Okay,
So what's happening
caution.
here?
Yeah.
The last time Tamil Nadu had a third player was in
Close.
2016. 95% of exit polls got it wrong.
Wrong. No, not just that. And if I can just walk across, please understand this to all our viewers and also to our guests. For this number to happen, the TVK has to poll more than 30% votes across 234 seats.
Yes.
That's not possible. Even a
Realistically,
DMDK could not do it, and Vijaykanth could not do it despite the outpolling.
ER in his first election polled 33% of the vote.
Yeah, let's ask the JIP cam to come closer, and why don't you also, sir, the handheld cam VJ can come in also into this wall. That's great. Now, we don't have recalcitrant VJs, but we have recalcitrant numbers, viewers. We've got a problem here. What is the problem?
The problem, very clearly, one, if you're giving these kind of seats, and we've pulled it out on Numerics very clearly, that the TVK has to poll more than 25 to 30% votes across 234 seats for them to have managed these kind of seat conversions. It's not going to happen because the DMK and the ADMK plus and their allies, only 1.5 to 2% vote share actually separates them across seats. And their strength in the rural areas, the TVK cannot match. So what's possible is this, and to a certain extent, perhaps this.
Well, look, I mean,
these are the two maximum possibilities that can happen in terms of seat share gains for the TVK.
What I'm saying, Anand, I'm not wanting to discount the Vijay factor. So I'm not going to say whether this is possible or not. But if this is possible, it means that at some level, you have a large number of people who've decided that they don't either want the AIDMK or the DMK. Yes. My question is why, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, would they stop half house? Would they say, "Theek hai, itna de diya, but I won't give that much more"? Why do you think that would happen?
So look, there is definitely fatigue out there with both parties. This we can all agree to. And if you look at Vijay's line, at least in his Tamil speeches, what he's been saying is, see, he's playing very innocent. He's like, you've given both of these guys a chance and they've both betrayed you. Why don't you give me a chance? Yeah, I'll make mistakes, but then I'm the complete outsider. I don't have any insiders around. He's playing that card, right? And that's a fairly powerful card to play. My issue is many, people, myself included, I don't vote for innocent people. I vote for harsh, ruthless people. I do not like voting for innocent cherubs. So this is one issue. The second issue, I want you to look at these numbers out here. They're not very different from the last election.
Yes.
What is the great thing for the ADMK here is that the voter percentage seems to have recovered from the 2024 Lok Sabha election, which was abysmal. That was something like a 2:1, 46% is to 23% difference.
And the 2024 parliamentary base is a wrong base to take.
NDA fought separately.
Yeah.
If you add up the ADMK and NDA vote, they led in 82 constituencies. My point is, I can't see the NDA go below 82. 82 was possibly a rock bottom in 2024. They were routed. They didn't win a single seat.
The other thing is,
not below
to say
82.
that Vijay has pushed them
the
down
other
to
thing
this,
is
some of
not
those polls
below
are-
82.
It is unrealistic to expect that Vijay has pushed
and
them
see,
down.
and also the ADMK on its own, even in its worst, in all its years of existence, has never gone below 61 seats. So that's one point. They've got a solid 22 to 23%, 24% vote share, which is unshakable. It's the incremental that changes the discourse every time. But if you are trying to say that this and this is possible, it cannot be at the expense of only the ADMK. It has to be at the expense of also the DMK, and that seat share will actually come down far
there
much
was a
more
scenario.
if there are, because the vote share across seats is going to go
But
up.
Anand,
for
there
TVK.
was a scenario where we used a 50-30-20 ratio.
Yeah.
And we showed how that would have dented the AIDMK also in that ratio.
Correct. But
So there is the possibility. I'm saying that qualitatively I'm trying to fix on some of these polls which seem to suggest that TVK is good enough to get 20% of the vote but not 35% of the vote. So I'm not understanding, if the voter is so split in Tamil Nadu, I don't think they're going to waste their votes on somebody who's not going to make a material difference to the overall result and bring back the party that they actually don't want, because there is anti-incumbency. So it just doesn't logically add up.
I'll tell you what the problem here is. I think the numerator has changed, but the denominator has also changed.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Because what has happened is Vijay has not only cut the DMK votes, he has also cut the ADMK votes.
That's
Because see, the DMK was always a ideology driven party.
Yes.
The DMK. The ADMK was born as a personality driven party.
Exactly.
When you don't have great personalities like MGR or Jayalalitha leading you, and EPS, you know, is a bit like what's our Iranian king, Reza Pahlavi sitting in Iran. When the Americans bomb Tehran, then he comes out, the rest of the time he's quiet. EPS is like that. He does nothing through the 5 years.
But they've run a coherent
But
campaign, you know.
look, the campaign,
I think
he's run a
so.
wonderful
Compared
campaign that
to
is great.
2024
But
when
you
they
have
fought
to be
separately.
seen, you have
They've
to
done
be
a good
seen
campaign.
throughout. You have to be seen throughout. And see, Jayalalitha was incredible at that. She beat that, you know, the pendulumic swing that we saw happening.
So when
in
you
Tamil
don't
Nadu.
have a
2016.
personality-driven campaign, I think
And-
Palaniswamy has done a good
But
job.
here's the issue. Vijay is a personality-driven party. He is going to take more personality votes than he is going to take ideology.
And what
So
happened
that's
to
the
the
young
larger
voter.
narrative?
Yeah,
What
I
happened,
agree.
Dr. Raman, to the larger narrative? And I'll come to you, Chetan Bhagat. What happened to that larger narrative that, well, it's a one-man army, the TVK, built around a personality but not a cadre?
There are booths where there were hardly booth agents to be found in rural areas. I've spoken to so many, people in the village side who said, look, there were only two parties sitting in the booth agent as booth agents. TVK didn't have. And look, the point is, I think that somewhere the pollsters are getting carried away by the hype.
Yeah.
You look at it, you look at Instagram, you look social media, Facebook, you don't see anything except DMK ads and Vijay.
No, see,
Right?
there is no.
So,
it's-
and the voter is also extremely vocal. You know,
Just-
normally
just-
there is a silent voter who keeps quiet.
Just one point. Rahul made a point that let's say he pinches 50% of his votes or 50% from DMK or ADMK, 50, 30, 20 and 20 from the others. Even then in that scenario, and Rahul, we should tell our viewers that that TVK was not pulling seats till the time they got 30% vote share.
Yes, right.
Across 234 seats. I keep saying that. See, we may get this wrong. Okay, let's say we may get this. We may get this wrong. We may get this wrong. My question is this number of seats that is being given to the TVK.
No.
That's what makes me question
that
how
is-
these
that is
pollsters
one
have done the
issue.
math. That's
See-
where
see, there are-
this may go this way. It's all right. But this seat share being given to the TVK.
Anand,
That's where the
outside
question
Chennai-
is
No,
how
no,
they've done the
I'll
math.
qualify that slightly. I go back to the Prajarajyam example, where Chiranjeevi with a very low vote share was able to win 18 seats. Now, that was because it was a concentrated vote limited to a few districts and so on, because his community was there. Now, when you come to Vijay, outside Chennai, there is no concentration of Vijay's vote. Maybe 6-7
Just one
constituencies in
second, let me
Chennai.
just bring in Vivek Narayan, who is looking at this from the ground level also. So let's go straight across to Vivek Narayan. Vivek, thanks for joining us. Affiliate channel of CNN News 18, the bureau, the managing editor of All South for CNN News 18 and the TV 18 network. So Vivek, put this into perspective for us. There is a huge debate around the table here about the TVK's numbers. Either they have manifested themselves to the position of winning, or he ends up in no man's land. What is happening here?
Well, it's very clear, Rahul, from the debate that we are having in our studios in Delhi, that Vijay is the X factor. And where will the X factor affect? Well, everybody knows, everybody's been saying that it's going to be between 15 and 25, 20% perhaps. But what I have seen on the ground, I do agree a lot with and respect Dr. Sumant Raman's point of view. But I did see a lot of impromptu crowd, especially young crowd, women coming for Vijay. I mean, when you ask people, I mean, this is something that you have seen only in advertising industry. When you speak with people, you do hear senior citizens also being said, they are being told by their children that Tata, Pati, when you go out to vote Dada Dadi, make sure you vote for Vijay. Well, when you're trying to sell a car, you don't sell it to usually children, but you pressurize, show children's images, show how children love the car. Exactly like that, you have a phenomenon in Tamil Nadu where Vijay has a huge, across the spectrum. You may not see it as much on ground. Yes, on ground also I have seen it. As Anand just rightly said, the KTCC region in and around Tamil Nadu. Now that is around Chennai, 37 seats. And don't be surprised if he gets 130. I mean, he may get 4 or 5 from that.
But Vivek, that's the question.
Urban, semi-urban region.
See,
he's doing very well, Anand.
Vivek, KTCC 37 seats you said, but who dominates those 37 seats? If he's going to win those seats, he's going to hurt the DMK because the DMK has 36 out of those seats currently in terms of projections, and then the seats are being given to the DMK. They have to have seats in KTCC to get to 120. Now that's why I'm saying. You would also agree that Vijay will have to poll a certain vote share which is above the overall state average of the DMK and the ADMK. That is, they will have to poll at least 27 to 28% vote share across seats to be able to get these many seats to their name. And if they are getting so many seats, both DMK and ADMK will suffer. It can't be that only one party will suffer. So somewhere the arithmetic seems to be, if they had given vote share to the TVK and seats to the DMK, then it makes sense, or seats to the ADMK, it makes sense. But if you are saying that he is going to get 28 to 30% vote share plus get seats, while the DMK is not going to hurt at all and still get about 120, 125 seats, somewhere the arithmetic doesn't sit right as far as this. And where is the case that someone like a Vijay has been able to create an impact across 234 seats? DMDK could not do it. So many others who came in the past who could not do it. Now we got the region-wise on air also in Tamil Nadu.
So let's just very quickly bring in Apsara Reddy also. Yeah. She's joining our broadcast. Thank you very much. And Mr. Gandhi of the DMK. Apsara Reddy, your first reaction to the vote-wipe projection here, which seems to suggest that the AIDMK has actually got its neck ahead. Now I know that the poll of polls seems to be suggesting something very different, but your reaction?
Good evening, Rahul and Anand and everybody else in the studio. I think it's amazing to see the kind of number crunching that's going on across your studios and different pollsters. But I really feel I don't want to number crunch. I'm very confident that AIDMK will cross the 125 to 130 mark because I was on the ground campaigning, and I think we're giving Vijay far too much credit in terms of the number of projected seats that he's going to win. He might dent votes of the DMK across Tamil Nadu, mostly in urban areas where the DMK is strong. But I think the rural belt is very much inclined and loyal to AIDMK. And not every voter across rural areas is declarative to pollsters. So I really feel there are a lot of silent women voters, women who are upset about the rapes, the POXO cases, agrarian distress, farmers who committed suicides, lack of employment. So a lot of youngsters perhaps might be the anti-incumbent youngsters who are voting for against the DMK might get distracted by Vijay in urban centers, but the rural vote of the AIDMK will stand. And I really feel Edappadi Palaniswamy is set to be the next chief minister. Just to react to one of your guests in the studio who said that AIDMK's leader Edappadi Palaniswamy is not a Jayalalitha. Of course he's not a Jayalalitha. He's come up the hard way from a farmer's family as a booth level worker till the chief minister. But he's the only person in Tamil Nadu who's covered maximum ground in terms of campaign. Every time there's a protest, he's on the ground. And I think he's somebody who's extremely connected with the grassroots. I don't think we should go by people sitting in studios commenting on publicity standards of leaders. Stalin is a great
point is, even Apsara Reddy, we must tell our viewers that even when the Jayalalitha aspect happened and the ADMK split, the cadre and the organization stayed with Edappadi Palaniswamy. And EPS is also the only big MBC leader in the fray right now, if you were to see overall, and he has focused on organization of the party.
And if you've seen the election campaigns, the two leaders who have had excellent campaigns were EPS in the political space and Vijay, obviously as a film star.
But you have to also say that the DMK also did its campaign and it's also strong. I'm not saying no, but Pura Gandhi is with us. Just bringing Pura Gandhi, irrespective of which way the polls are showing, ADMK or the DMK, whoever wins the seats. My question to you is, do you believe this kind of seat conversion that is being shown by the pollsters for the TVK? Because that will have to dent both parties if he's got to win such number of seats. Your thoughts, Pura Gandhi?
No, we don't agree with this particular seat conversion for a simple reason. In the tripartite contest, even assuming that we don't believe there is a tripartite contest, we strongly still believe that the contest is between DMK and ADMK. So Vijay is not even tested So even assuming that Vijay is going to poll, say for example, 15 to 18%, or even in the worst case scenario, or you give the best case scenario as 23-24%. In the tripartite contest, out of 85% of the total votes polled, a winning party has to have at least 31 to 32% of the votes across the 234 seats.
Correct.
So Vijay getting 15% or even 18% or even 24% will not get converted to any seat. That's a fundamental issue here. So even in the Chennai suburbs, so say for example Chennai and the rural Chennai is a DMK vote. As far as Chennai is concerned, DMK always maintains a voting percentage of somewhere close to 44 to 45%.
Yeah.
The highest margin in Chennai. So Vijay and ADMK also maintains a certain level of percentage, roughly 20 to 23% in Chennai. So to Vijay to win even a Chennai seat, Vijay need to get at least 35%.
Correct.
Much higher than in the rural. Therefore, the presumption and assumption that Vijay is 22% or 18% or 15% will get converted into seat, it's not crossing the threshold. He may get some good share, up to 15%, but he's not going to turn up with any number of seats. Even Vijay will not win in Paramur.
So GVL and so much more.
Let me give you a technical point. Whenever a new party comes into the electoral arena, it's difficult for pollsters to gauge what level of vote percentage they might actually poll, because all your projections are in reference to the past voting trends. So when you don't have anything as the past voting trend, whether you will end up at 10, 15, 20, it becomes difficult to gauge. So therefore one of them is right. I don't know which one of them. But I will not rule out anything.
Yeah, arithmetically,
Anand,
there is a threshold for conversion into seats. Chetan Bhagat, Chetan.
You know, Tamil Nadu, like he said, is missing its movie stars. MGR, Jayalalitha is gone. It's a land of Rajnikant. They see them as gods. They see them as more than God. They need it. They need it. And AIDMK is not giving it. DMK cannot give it. So here comes an alternative. Exit polls are predicting 19%. Compare it to a Prashant Kishore who didn't have. What was missing? Prashant Kishore didn't have the stardom.
To be fair, Udaynidhi has acted in movies.
Okay, but you can't compare Vijay with any actor. You can compare Udaynidhi, you can compare him with even Vijay Kant. He's far bigger. But whether he will convert into votes is
he will. Because
for a voter for the youth who doesn't identify probably with Dravidian politics, who has never seen Karunanidhi and that doesn't identify with that, who doesn't identify with even the cult of Jayalalitha, you know, for them, this is a new kind of a phenomenon out here.
Yeah.
So I can quite understand that they would want to vote. Will they vote so phenomenally large numbers? Because, you know, as Sumant was saying that, why is every voluble voter a TVK voter?
Yeah, see,
the silent voter is supposedly an AIDMK voter. You never know.
Dr. Raman, my point is, if there are people who have made up their mind that the DMK is not their cup of tea, because it's let them down for whatever reasons, the AIDMK is a non-starter, then why wouldn't they go and bet on TVK whole hog?
Yeah, that's
why would you have a situation?
Rahul, let me tell you this. A week before the election, there was hardly any talk of Vijay sweeping the polls and so on.
True, last minute it happened, yeah.
On the day of the vote, I voted TVK, and then the buzz sort of started from, you know, with, so many people are saying we voted TVK. So there, you know what, my child asked me to vote for TVK. You know, that kind of a thing was what was spread. Is that enough in terms, are they just the voluble voter? One other point I just want to add, Anand, there's a JVC poll which is now given 128 to 147 to AIADMK.
Yeah, so let's add the JVC,
so that
JVC poll to the...
So can I just add quickly to what Dr. Raman said? See, we have to understand from a BJP national perspective, the very fact that you prevented the DMK alliance from even crossing the halfway mark would be seen as a victory.
I just want to quickly come in here.
Do we have
all of this while we are immersed in Tamil Nadu? Just some big news coming in. Gyanesh Kumar, Chief Election Commissioner of India, has complimented voters for posting record turnout in Bengal.
Yeah,
so
91.4.
phase 1, phase 2, record turnout. It's 91.41%. And he says highest ever percentage of polling in West Bengal in both phase 1 and 2 since independence. Chunav ka parv, Paschim Bengal ka garv. So the pride of
So phase 1 and phase 2 mirror each other, almost
mirror each other. Of course, this phase is slightly less than phase 1, which is 93%, I think. So 93 and 91%, but fundamentally, it's phenomenal.
Rahul, repeatedly on your show, I've said this, that, you know, the leaders of this opposition parties going on pillorying the election commission, the people of the country have absolute faith in the process as well as the commission.
Now, coming back to Tamil Nadu.
I disagree there. They have faith in the process overall. That is also coming. And see, there are a lot of questions for which there haven't been answers. I'll give you a simple example, Rahul. Tell me the number of people who voted in Tamil Nadu, number of actual votes cast in each constituency. Is that a secret?
I understand what you're saying. There have been
protest against the election
is it not the duty of the election commission to put that data?
Where do you see? Did anybody go? I don't agree.
People voted. Today is 29. Where is the data?
Let's go back to Tamil Nadu because our focus. Let's go to region-wise. Anand, let's go to the region-wise.
Region-wise, I'm just putting out something here for our viewers to also grasp why we are saying, and the question exercise. I got nothing against Vijay or the TVK. I must say that I'm a huge fan of Vijay, viewers. The point, the whole exercise of understanding this deep dive of the arithmetic conundrum or the complexity of Tamil Nadu started with this question of how can Vijay win? What does Vijay and TVK need to do to win? And let's start with just rural Tamil Nadu. 90 of the 234 seats come from rural Tamil Nadu, and Apsara Reddy, Pura Gandhi are there. Look at the hold that these two parties have. They share 86% of the vote share there between the two of them. So if Vijay has to win, and this is the benchmark, Pura Gandhi also said the same thing. Vijay, if he has to win, Vijay has to, across Tamil Nadu, needs to get at least 28 to 30% votes across every constituency to get to certain number of seats, that is 30 seats. There are somebody who are giving 10, 12, 15 seats. That means he has to poll, and this is what arithmetically it says, he has to poll in about 100 seats. He has to poll nearly 40% votes to be able to hurt these two, because he has to pinch 40% from these two. He has to go above them. He has to go above their vote share, or he has to bring them back. Now, if they have to be brought down to 30%, 30% here, 30% here, he has to pinch 15% from both these people. Now, if that happens, their seats will also come down. They won't hold on to these seats. So this arithmetically, this happening, and that too in rural Tamil Nadu, TVK has no presence.
So let's just go and
rural
see
Tamil Nadu, this whole region.
Two things.
TVK has no presence.
No, one understands all of that. But look, there are certain pollsters who are casting certain votes, right? So let's have a look at the region-wise in vote-wise and get a sense of where these votes are coming from, and also the vote share, viewers. Because that's one thing we haven't talked about. The vote share sometimes can give you big clarity on what's really transpired.
Okay, let's look at the region-wise numbers, if we can call Tamil Nadu region-wise, and we'll show you where the gains are. I've not looked at the numbers, and I'm just saying that it will be in KTCC and in South where Vijay will make a dent. Let's look at it. 19 to 21 seats, DMK, because anti-incumbency, his campaign was against Stalin and DMK in KTCC, and that's where he is getting 3 to 5 seats. And the ADMK benefits because even a 5 to 10% vote share shift from the DMK towards TVK, and ADMK retaining its existing voter base, it goes up in terms of seats.
Last time it was 36 out of 37 for the DMK.
36 out of 37 for the DMK. Look at this. It's coming down by about 15, 16 seats. The gain is for the ADMK because TVK hurts the DMK. North, 52 seats. 18 to 20 seats to the DMK. No seats for the TVK. Why? But they have pinched about 10 to 12% away from the DMK. Not hurting the ADMK as much because his campaign has been against the DMK. And that's why the ADMK goes up in its seat shareholding. That's the vote wipe calculation. West is again 50 seats. This is the Congo belt also comes into this west region. Again, this is supposed to be...
Apparently, according to the vote shares, which we'll come to region-wise, I just want to quickly bring your attention to the fact that in KTCC, one second, TVK is picking up. In KTCC, TVK is picking up about 21% of the vote.
Correct.
In the north, picking up about 15%.
15%. So no seats.
13.9% in Delta.
In Delta. So
In
no
South,
seats again.
16.7%.
South
In
again.
West,
Let's
picking
move to
up,
the next region.
let's just pick in West, picking up 14.6.
Can you move forward on Delta and after that bring South in also?
That's right. So we'll bring the South.
Let's bring South in also here.
So there is traction only really in the KTCC belt where he's got 21% of the vote. Everything else
KTCC and there will be some traction in the South and in
let
the
me have a
Delta
look.
region
South-
because Delta is just north of Chennai.
South is 16.7, which is, you're right, which is the second highest after KTCC, but by a big gap. Now, the interesting thing is, in Christian voters, among Christian voters, 23.5% of the vote. Muslims 13.6%, and upper caste Hindus 19.8%, OBC 14.6%, STs 15.7%, and SCs 16.5%.
Right. Now the upper caste Hindus largely in the KTCC belt, Christians in the south KTCC belt, Muslims are coming again in the south and some in the west. That's where and of course in that in the KTCC belt. See, this is where he is gaining his seats. Where are the other seats he gains? Look at North. This is again about 140 seats.
Can I come in, please?
No.
If he gets 8 to 15% of the vote share, randomly I'm talking about, if he gets 8 to 15% of the vote share, he doesn't need to win seats. He's going to make a dent on the outcome of these results.
Correct, and that's why we are saying it's hurting the DMK's chances because they are the ones fighting anti-incumbency. His campaign has been against Stalin. He didn't call Edappadi Palaniswamy an uncle. He called Stalin an uncle. So the jibes were against the DMK. That's how the.
But he could always, in a post-election scenario, he could go with them. He's not made clear who he will
go.
Where
he goes around is a different. I'm looking at the projections. I'm looking at what the other pollsters are done.
I'm
explaining the logic of vote wise.
Uncle is not an insult. You know, it's not Twitter.
I mean, as a Tamilian, you should know this.
He used the term Tiya Sakti, evil force, for the DMK. The entire election, he has called it a battle between Tiya Sakti, which is evil force, and Tuya Sakti, which he calls for himself, which is a pure force of good.
You remember Arvind Kejriwal's first election in Congress?
So that kind of narrative he has set.
This is the IPAC playbook.
The point is, Anand,
we'll see on 4th.
Those seats in the south and Delta, I mean, look, I've gone through 234 of those seats. South, the seats the Christian seats, DMK, Congress combined wins by 40,000, 50,000 votes.
So this time they may win by 20,000 votes, even if there is an erosion, but they will still win because the polls in these seats are so strong. So that's why this math done by some of the pollsters, because I've spent time in Tamil Nadu, I'm invested, I'm a Tamilian, so I've tried to understand what's going to happen. Can there be a three-way race at all? And that's deep dive, and that's why it's bamboozling those seat shares that have been given. And how pollsters have done that math is something that I'm trying to understand.
The point was made about Kejriwal by Chetan. Kejriwal in his first election had a 28% vote share, which gave him about 28 odd seats. He had a higher vote share in the next time when the second time the election happened. But Delhi and Tamil Nadu, of course, are apples and oranges.
No, but that was also because, Nalin, he could win substantively with about 28% because there were two other equal polls in BJP and in Congress. Congress was the dominant poll. So basically here you have a situation where with 28%, you're seeming to suggest that he is not going to.
So the point I'm trying to make is that the threshold in an election like Tamil Nadu historically, the threshold for winning seats is much higher. And to give you perspective, when MGR played for the first time, he won 33% of the vote and he swept the election. The threshold to my mind in Tamil Nadu would be somewhere between 20% plus to win significant amount of seats.
Case
at least 15%.
30%
Anything below that is...
We have established this at New Matrix that in Tamil Nadu, the threshold is 30% vote share. Okay, just quickly, this is another set of numbers which I have to thank you all for and our viewers for, that we are actually zooming past in terms of the concurrent views that we are getting, especially for our election coverage. As always, the viewers staying with CNN News 18. So congratulations to all of you and thank you very, very much. You guys are the ones who are helping us do this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Just bringing the focus back to Dr. Raman and some of these numbers. Let's go panelist by panelist and understand this breakdown, because if we can just look at these numbers, I want you to explain to me how is it that TVK in KTCC, out of 37 seats, is getting 3 to 5, yet is significantly damaging DMK and is not seen as an alternative even when it comes to the AIDMK. So either he should be in second position, or he's such an outlier that fundamentally he doesn't really dramatically change the status quo except for denting the DMK. Can you please explain what is going on here? Because I'm not an expert on Tamil Nadu at all.
Okay, so Chennai, by and large, last time was 16 out of 16 for DMK. They swept the election in 2021. There, many of those seats were won by massive margins, right? Which is why I find 3 to 5 a bit of a stretch. Vijay could take a lot of votes in Chennai that could all add up to his vote share. He could possibly win his seat in Perambur, maybe one more seat somewhere, but that still does not give him the muscle to get these 12, 14 or whatever number of seats across the state. Second,
but I mean, by this vote 5 poll, only 3 to 5. Here.
Yeah. So
and,
see,
and
see,
a few
you
more.
know,
one point,
Rahul, that
Anand, where I disagree with you
that
is
3 to 5
he doesn't need
is
30%.
in the urban pocket of Kanchivaram, Tiruvallur, Chennai, Chengalpet.
One second. One small
Coming
clarification.
to everybody, one by one.
Point, one small point. I don't agree that you need 30% to actually. Let me give you the example of a party called the PMK. The PMK has an average of about 5.5% vote share across the state. This is confined to 30 seats. There is no presence in the rest of the 200 and odd seats.
So,
therefore, PMK on its own in the past used to win 5 or 6 seats, and their overall vote share was 5%.
I've got to disagree.
You are proving my point. The point that I am trying to
PMK
make, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, is this. If he is such a big urban phenomena and he is so popular amongst the youth and a large number of women, as the vote share seems to suggest, why is he languishing at 3 to 5?
Because I'm going to ride off the back of Dr. Sumant Raman's example. See, PMK was very successful because it plied to one constituency, the 1 year belt, and it was getting entirely the 1 year vote. The problem with Joseph Vijay is we don't know who he is plying to. Is it the youth? Is it this? No. He hasn't found one niche, and therefore it is too spread out to be concentrated.
You look at the total number of voters in Tamil Nadu, the percentage of voters who are youth. That percentage of voters, let's assume that all youth in Tamil Nadu have voted only for TVK. That base, what I'm trying to say, I'm just giving a scenario that even that is not enough for Vijay to be able to convert to seats. The other thing, when you take the case of, one minute, when you take the example of PMK, DMDK or some of these smaller parties, what happens is they fight in alliance across the other seats and they contribute to each other. Now PMK is a case 30 seats only.
I'm talking about 20 years back.
But
they
here,
contested alone
but sir, here TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They're fighting it alone. And that's why they have to actually buck the behemoths. Now, what?
That usually does not work.
Let me...
Like pride in Gujarat.
Now here is another outlier. Axis has come out and said TVK is winning this election.
What is that?
Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number. Can we put that number out somewhere? We've just got the information that Axis has come out and said right behind us.
Let's have a look.
There you go. Says TVK will get 98 to 120 seats.
Wow. We only want to say this.
Now,
right?
see, this is what I am saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me. That's exactly what I am saying. Here is where, if one were to believe, if one were to believe,
it keeps showing.
No, it keeps showing.
So both are getting.
It flips again, and now
maybe both are getting
92 to 110.
Okay, maybe there is.
because even Vijay won't expect that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if there was such a gentlemen, 1 minute please. If there was such a big wave for the TVK, it would have reflected across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIDMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that the ADMK is routed. 1 minute. No. 1 minute. What they are saying is that a 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed, and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote, and all the ADMK India votes have got.
I'm not buying that.
So here it is, gentlemen. Here it is. DMK.
I think there's a typo somewhere.
Okay, no, it's not. It's
No,
not.
it's
I've
not.
just. Okay, one
234
second. I've just got it up here.
Correct.
Why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Access My India. Access My India claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it. Here you can see the DMK is at 92,110. Vote share is 35%. The TVK 98,120. Vote share 35%. AIDMK 22 to 32 with a vote share of just 23%.
Yeah, 234.
But out of
This
the
is
race,
massive still.
out of the
Whatever
race,
it is, it is
NTK is
just a very big
3%,
number.
Yeah.
and others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll, but it clearly suggests that there it is. So it's on our screens right there. Now, viewers, this is what we're being told. 92,110 is the DMK. We have the TVK that is in the driver's seat. It needs about 114. If you take a medium of that, you'll probably be at about 110. So just a little shy. And then you have the AIDMK with 22 to 32. So it's a medium of that is about, what would that be, about 26?
Yeah.
And here, unfortunately for the DMK, they fall short of the halfway mark. So it's TVK all the
100
way.
seats, that's right.
And Vijay becomes the chief minister, perhaps the first actor after decades
Are
and
you willing
decades.
to accept that the entire ADMK vote has transferred to TVK?
Well, you know, anything can happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
that is the
They are
assumption.
missing Jayalalitha, they are missing their movie star leader.
No
That's
way.
what they want,
No
and they've
way.
got. But
It seems improbable, but every time in elections I've seen that
No,
this
this is
cannot
Arvind-
happen.
it cannot,
Sometimes
it cannot.
things
Sometimes
do
whole
happen.
scale
Yeah.
vote
No, but he's
this
qualifying
cannot
it.
This is
He's
a-
saying that the unpredictable can happen is what
It's
he's
up
saying.
in
there are
Delhi. It's up
sometimes
Delhi.
it's-
Same thing happened. AIDMK will come Congress. They will give him the support, and they will. make the
so
decision.
here you
One,
have a
for
situation.
sure,
Sona
he
hai.
is converting votes into seats. To what extent he does is, I think,
You believe he's
Now
going to
you
pull
are only
100
saying why aren't
people
people going all
You
the
believe
way?
he's going to
Well,
pull
they
114
have
So
gone all the way.
that's precisely what I'm saying.
In Tamil
If
Nadu,
people have
114
decided that
seats.
they're going to vote for change, then obviously it's Vijay. They've tried out the other two options for 50,
It's a
60 years.
rejection of
Let me
politics.
finish.
I'm telling you,
For
if
50,
this is
60
it.
years
No,
they've
what
tried
I
out.
find difficult,
This is
Anand,
this
the
is a
only-
rejection.
No.
This is a rejection
both.
of the ADMK.
No,
and
ADMK
the
is also
NDA. This is
Dravidian.
an outright. No.
ADMK is also
No,
Dravidian.
Anand,
One minute.
Anand,
Not
DMK
NDA.
is still at 110. What this is showing is that the NDA, those 12 parties, including PMK put together, are not going to get 32 seats. I'm saying the ADMK at its worst has been always at 61.
But that doesn't matter. Look, history can repeat itself in
but you're
different
not
ways.
saying such a view is possible.
Rahul,
It might
this,
be.
quite honestly,
It might
Rahul,
be.
this is quite frankly bizarre.
It's
I don't
okay.
think
If it-
even TVK people are not saying this.
I'm not.
But
Look,
agar
one second,
No,
gentlemen.
even in their wildest dreams,
Okay,
they're
okay,
not-
one second. Let's have order here, please. 1 second. Let's just.
And this is
listen.
not
Let
the
me
feedback
frame
from
this.
the ground.
Let me frame this for you. Okay. If the voter believes that there is a problem, that two established groupings have not done it justice, right, for all these decades, and Tamil Nadu needs fervent change, they will definitely back then the pretender to the throne, which is Vijay. They will say, okay, if that is the way it is going to be, we're going to go for Vijay. Now I want to ask you.
No, that should bring the
One second,
DMK down.
One by one. I'm not talking about who it's going to, who he's going to damage. But Mr. Iyer Mitra, then we would have seen a massive wave. And everyone would have perhaps been talking about this in the lead up.
Did you see this wave?
Look,
Did
for
we
a
see
wave
this
for
wave?
On the ground, I have not seen any
There
wave
is
in
no
Tamil Nadu. Okay,
wave.
there is. He told everyone that you need to wear these beige trousers and white shirt
And
and,
there
come
were
out and
in
vote.
some
And
constituencies
throughout
a
the
limited
morning,
number of
there
people
were
who did
nobody
wear
who
it.
came out to vote. In the afternoon, sure, some of these whistle kunjas came out to vote, but throughout the morning there was absolutely nothing. There is. See, when you see this kind of a wave, this is a very visible wave. You see the trends on the ground. You're not seeing it on the ground. EPS, for all his faults, is not that incompetent to lose in such a spectacular fashion.
And he drew massive crowds.
And he drew really massive
massive
crowds. Like we said, he might have been absentee during the 5 years, but his campaign was
in
fantastic.
the Lok Sabha elections also, massive crowds. Annamalai was mobbed by people. There was a massive surge of so-called attendance at the rallies. But it didn't translate into
no,
votes.
it did. No, it translated into votes. It didn't translate into seats.
No, come on.
Sir, the BJP came up to.
NDA got, what was it, about 14-15% of the
Yeah,
vote?
so
The alliance got 18%.
No, but please
Alliance got
understand.
18%.
Please understand that the NDA, the BJP at that time was fighting on its own without the ADMK, and it was the first time that the BJP on its own across the seats got 15% vote share. That was a standalone BJP vote share. So that's
But there was no Vijay there.
Correct.
At that time.
What I'm trying to say is at that time.
The third poll was the BJP.
Yeah, the third.
So maybe the BJP.
That was at the Lok Sabha level, Rahul.
That's
what I'm
saying.
I would love to see TVK get this 120 because I am a Vijay fan. Let's say that. But realistically, on ground, you cannot take away the might of Edappadi Palaniswamy and the ADMK. The ADMK on any given day is assured of a 26% vote share at its worst. At its worst, it's assured of 26%.
Excuse me, this 22 to 32 includes PMK, includes BJP, and mind you, BJP
this
does
includes 13 parties,
much
Rahul,
of
this
it is
ADMK plus.
complementary vote.
How is that possible? This number of axes, they have said 13 parties put together are going to get 30 seats. The ADMK on its own, if it contests, will get 61 seats.
Okay,
I'm just saying this arithmetic doesn't make sense.
Maybe some personalities don't want to upset the incumbent government, but they also want to see somebody else win. So let's slam dunk the ADMK. Who knows, viewers?
I'm just saying, let me ask you this in this house before we go. Tushar Gupta is also here. We're just counting down to Bengal and we'll shift focus to Bengal. Let me ask you. My campaign was stitched against you. You are the incumbent. Okay. This is the established challenger to this incumbent. If people want to vote for me, will their voter come and vote for me, or will your voter come and vote for me if there is anti-incumbency? Right now, all pollsters are saying his voter will also challenge, his voter will come and vote for me, and their voter will continue to vote there because there is no, despite the anti-incumbency. This logic is somewhere it defeats the whole thing.
And ADMK alliance NDA never took on TVK. For TVK voters to mobilize in his favor.
Correct.
The DMK fought this campaign against Vijay.
Anyhow,
they took on him.
The outlier poll right now that everyone is talking about, which has become the national talking point, is the Access My India poll because of this very polarized projection.
We are also an outlier. VoteWipe is also an outlier because it's called ADMK as the winner.
So now
VoteWipe and JVC are the two outliers.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, well, JVC is not on the list.
No, not JVC. Access My India because he's calling TVK.
That's a bizarre outlier.
Yeah.
But there are, if you look at
Quick point. You know, this is like that line from Harry Potter that the Dark Lord will nominate his own nemesis. You know, when he puts the mark on this thing.
So
see,
I would want to get
DMK focused a lot more on attacking
Can we get
the
Amitabh
TVK.
Tiwari back into the
So you know that they have nominated them as the opposition, possibly knowing the fact and wanting to take away from the ADMK vote. I suspect a lot of what we're seeing is that is what has happened, number one. And number two, there is this thing, given that it is personality based, it was a very smart move on part of the DMK that even if you are anti-DMK, right, anti-incumbency right now, you would not know where to vote. And therefore, you yourself would divide.
Sir, and there is one more. There's one more point. If they have all taken the parliamentary election of 2024 as a base, then everybody's made a mistake because they have not pooled the votes together of the BJP, the PMK, and of course the ADMK and its other allies. So that combination of the vote share has also changed. And that is something
the
which...
one reason why...
One more point.
Okay, so there's one reason why I have a problem. The only reason I have a problem with the Access My India, look, I'm not somebody who knows the caste combinations, etc., is that, look, if there's so much anti-incumbency, that TVK has to fly in and become the savior, how is it that the DMK is still standing?
Number
Absolutely.
one. And second,
वही the question
So
है.
you're punishing.
Question वही है. अरे anti-incumbency इसके खिलाफ, campaign उसके खिलाफ, सीट आपने ADMK के कम करते हैं. Logic में को समझ नहीं आ रहा.
And the Congress, all the Congress vote, or at least a significant amount of it would have shifted to TVK because throughout TVK said we are pally with Congress. Congress people want us. In fact, Rahul and Stalin never shared the dais.
the universal talk in Tamil Nadu is that the allies of the DMK are not doing well.
Correct.
Okay.
That itself is 40 or 50 seats.
So then
here we
how
are.
are these seats possible? I just have a feeling there should be a column change here, except for vote wipe. For the rest, it should be like this. Then this logic actually makes sense. If you want to make sense of what the TVK is achieving, you have to change this column. ADMK has to gain seats and DMK has to lose seats for the TVK to gain this. Because the whole structure of the campaign has been against Stalin. And the base, the voters will move, disgruntled voters, alliance, everything.
So if, again,
so nobody is grudging
Vijay
TVK their seat, but this then doesn't make sense.
So if Vijay polls more than 10%, that means DMK cannot get these numbers.
This argument, okay, I tell you why Axis has possibly projected this. Their argument is simple. The DMK and the TVK have fought this election. All those who didn't want the DMK voted for TVK, but not enough people didn't want the DMK, so the DMK still did well.
And that's slightly
if that makes any sense to anybody.
I also point out something? The PMK.
We'll stay with Tamil Nadu because this is interesting. We can go to Bengal in just a short while.
We'll get Amitabh also back. And
sir, we'll get Amitabh back with Bengal.
One must also understand that Tamil Nadu is highly caste driven. Highly, extremely.
Absolutely.
Each zone, each region is caste driven. So the Vanyars will vote in another way. The Mukhalator Tevars will vote another way. The Counters will vote another way. Well, then you will have the upper caste Brahmins who will vote and the Brahmins, they will vote in another way. The scheduled caste will vote in a different way. Each and they are all grouped and pocketed into different combinations.
So there's one person we've forgotten to introduce to our viewers. And that is Tushar Gupta.
Tushar, I called him in the moment he walked in.
Tushar, what do you make of this?
We need one more.
I walked in and I just got lost. And Abhijit had to really knock me and just ask me to wake up because 98 to 120 to TVK, I mean, that would be a revolution of sorts in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah. But why are you so skeptical? Break it down. Don't be generic. Break it down. Give me 3 or 4 logical explanations why.
Tell me where's the machinery? Where's the party machinery to get to 120 seats? The very basic question, where were the booth agents?
आपके पास machinery कहाँ था? In Punjab जीत गए ना?
Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party was the primary opposition in 2017. They won in 2022. It was a wave election, but they had certain machinery on the ground and they were the primary opposition in 2017.
Okay, so make your point. So you say lack of machinery.
I think we have to add that the Rasigar Mandrams, the fan clubs are actually very powerful in Tamil Nadu.
They have won some local elections.
They kind of function as
but then a few thousand booths TVK was not present.
He's only started out and he's already started a debate. So first point is no election machinery.
No election machinery, no booth agents, and then the DMK standing. So are you telling me AIDMK voters who were sick and tired of the DMK, who wanted AIDMK to come back, suddenly said, oh no, Vijay is the superstar, let's give our votes to him, and the DMK voters said, we'll stick to the DMK, and suddenly AIDMK is the loser?
No. So
I mean, it makes zero sense. That's exactly the point.
Okay, how did it happen for AAP's first election? First, they sucked away, like when a wave comes, they sucked away like a vacuum cleaner the votes from Congress, which was very unpopular at that time. Then what happened next election? They went to 67 seats. They sucked away the BJP's votes also. Did they or did they not? They sucked both the votes. They will come. If this is there and if they can't make a government.
No, but Chetan, that logic,
your own logic.
I know it. I know the sequence is a bit different.
No. In your own logic.
So they will.
In your own logic, who did the AAP pinch first? The incumbent, right?
Yeah. And then Sheila Dixit.
So they heard the Congress first. At that time also the BJP, which was a challenger, retained its 33% vote share.
Yes.
But इस case में वो कह रहा है कि
but
ADMK the BJP
he will come.
See, the core BJP voter in Delhi always stuck to the BJP. It never went away. This logic says the core DMK voter
was moved.
No, if you want to make a comparison, here what's happening is the core DMK voter says I'm with the DMK. The AIDMK voter who wants a change through AIDMK suddenly looks at Vijay and says, this is my hero.
Well, it can happen. You lose hope in your party's leadership. You feel you don't have
in the run-up.
You lose hope in DMK का voter TVK जाएगा.
No, that's a fair question. If you lose hope in your party leadership,
I lose hope in my leadership. I'm not impressed by them.
Agreed, Chetan. Agreed.
Vijay, man. I mean,
I'll answer that. 1 second. If you're losing hope in your party leadership,
throughout this campaign, I was there almost for 2 weeks. EPS held his entire party together. There has never been any sign of party losing hope.
Charisma?
Yes, he does have.
Absolutely.
As a strong political leader, he held his party together, massive campaigns,
and the coordination
and almost similar. Brilliant.
Chetan, आपको एक बात बताऊं.
So therefore,
Chetan, आपको एक बात बताऊं. You know who Edapadi Palaniswamy is? Edappadi Palaniswamy was the AICC General Secretary during Jayalalitha's time. He was the person who had control of the party. Why do you think when say AIDMK General Secretary, he was the AIDMK General Secretary. He controlled the party leadership. He continued to hold down the legislative party and also the party organization even when the diffusion happened with Jayalalitha. When Sasikala broke away, Dinakaran broke away, O Pannirselvam happened. EPS controlled the party. He is organizationally the most strongest embellished man. That's one.
I give it to you.
So, second thing.
Even as a chief minister. Charisma.
No. But second. All through these years, since Jayalalitha, 2017, 2018 onwards, till now, the ADMK vote has not withered. Exactly. That base vote share remains.
Okay, so just
it's not withered.
One point about
one second, gentlemen.
What they are saying in Tamil Nadu.
No, one point he made about
and he is the only MBC face.
Magic,
so
not
that
logic.
Caste grouping
That's what they say.
So
Magic, not logic.
But if AIDMK voters are losing hope in the party leadership, why would there be any anti-incumbency against the DMK? Then also the DMK numbers make no sense.
So can I sum this up for viewers who must be really... One second.
So everyone is a
So let us get rid of the highest concurrent viewers.
Okay, one second. For the purposes of viewers who are just tuning in and are mind boggled because they are seeing 20 people talk about some bizarre thing. Now let me just take a step back and tell you what is exactly happening here. There's been a poll of polls, viewers, and we have a huge number of conflicting assessments coming from Tamil Nadu. So we have the vote vibe, which is a CNN projection here, CNN News 18, which shows that the DMK will get about 103 to 113. The AIDMK 114 to 124, so just above the halfway mark. And the TVK, which is Vijay, between 4 and 10, so about 6-7 seats. Access My India says the DMK is going to hang in there, is short of the halfway mark. The AIDMK has collapsed completely, and it is a TVK that is going to surge ahead. You have Matriz, you have People's Pulse, PMark, People's Insight and Prajapol that are in varied degrees giving DMK another term in office, and the TVK not much. The AIDMK to varying proportions a second place. Now viewers, it's these two polls, the Vote Vibe and the Access My India, that is striking a massive conversation around our table, because fundamentally if one were to believe that there is anti-incumbency and it's incipient and it's deep against the ruling alliance, which is the DMK alliance, you can't have a situation where the closest competitor is blanked out, punished for no rhyme or reason. The DMK retains quite a bit of its hold, but the change runs away with it. So if there is anti-incumbency, the first party to be punished would be the DMK coalition. The ADMK would perhaps be somewhere in the middle, and the TVK would run away with this election. Vote Vibe seems to suggest that there is enough anti-incumbency, but not to the extent that people presume. So it's not going to be so decisive, but it will be relatively clear, simple majority for the AIDMK, the challenger, because of its massive coalition alliance, caste alliance and so on and so forth. But fundamentally, Vijay won't be a factor. So it is here, viewers, that we have two extreme poles that are really talking about two extreme outcomes. And that is a conversation we were having. Tushar Gupta doesn't agree, believes that the TVK is not such a big factor.
I don't.
Very quickly, why?
But there's no election machinery. It's just one actor, one individual. You cannot have an entire state as big as Tamil Nadu rallying behind one actor. I can understand cinematic charisma, I can understand stardom, I can understand fan clubs. But are you telling me fan clubs overnight are more politically savvy than, say, parties that have been doing this for years and years? And am I to believe that AIDMK of all parties is losing its voters to TVK, not the DMK, not the party that is actually facing that anti-incumbency? That makes absolutely no sense to me.
If Vijay were to come striding through, viewers, it would break a chain of actors not having succeeded. he would be one of the first in the last 30 years to have done so after J. Jayalalitha back in the 80s. So this would be a massive leap of faith. It's happened, of course, in other democracies. It's happened in Ukraine, for example, where a comic came and won the election. It happened in Nepal. So you have change like that. It can happen dramatically.
Rahul, one thing. Let's all of us agree that it's cinematic charisma. This is Vijay's stardom.
Yeah.
Why is the stardom heavier on the AIDMK voters side and not the DMK voters
I will
side?
tell you why.
Okay.
I am a AIDMK voter. I hate the DMK. But I don't think the AIDMK cannot defeat them. I feel that guy will defeat them. I just hate the DMK. I want them defeated. I will go with this guy because looks like he has a plan. I like his speeches, the way he attacks the DMK.
Okay.
Let me support him.
Yes.
I don't think ADMK voters would have any reason to believe that their party cannot take on DMK. That is not the ground situation.
When you have such an exciting guy,
One second.
and you're young.
Let me. So certainly the entire campaign that TVK ran, Vijay ran, was against the DMK. And the vote share that DMK has is not its loyal vote, because if that were to be the loyal vote, they would have won every single election. They have not won a repeat election since 1972 for more than 3 decades. So,
sorry, quickly bring, this is the vote by vote tracker.
Let's take the JIP.
Look at the approval rating that Electoral Palaniswamy had. Just 1% less.
Let's take
than
the
Stalin.
JIP cam on that.
And he was at 14%. He was at 14%. He was at 14%.
EPS has been rated very highly in the past, and even now his ratings are high. Compared to Stalin, this I'm talking about what people say. He is considered to be a much better administrator. This is the public discussion.
Even the young people, even the first time voter.
You see, young people across all political parties might swing towards TVK, but that is partly
The
neutral.
base is not as much to give him those I just told you that even if all youth were to vote for the TVK, they will still not swing the election.
So what are we seeing at the back?
EPS campaigns.
And
Campaigns are a good indicator.
and
They were very, very largely attended.
And he's not a small leader. EPS may not be a national face, but he's not a small leader.
I will respect, he's not even winning both his assembly seats. I'm putting this, played his bite out on the day of this year. But more importantly, why would the people of Tamil Nadu, the great people of Tamil Nadu, vote a guy's chief minister who for flood relief calls those to get relief to his house? The Nepo kid, when people died in the tragic accident, ran away like a coward. No politician. You can be a Congress politician, BJP politician, DMK, AIDMK. So you are an ex-MP. No politician runs away. This guy ran away then for relief. He called those victims in a resort in a bus. You think people of Tamil Nadu would vote for somebody like this? They've got it completely
whether
wrong.
they're right or wrong, it's the poll of polls and the polls that we are looking at. We're not saying
अब all these
नहीं access नहीं है यार, सब लोग कह रहे हैं.
He danced many a time
all
on the
of
wrong
them are
tunes.
saying it.
He is a pollster. Listen,
all of them are saying it that the TVK is
Actually,
doing very
if you look at the poll of polls, interesting. So now,
10%.
Tehseen, you've just walked in and along with Sarah Shahalim, so interesting things in Tamil Nadu. The vote vibe, or what we've put out here as the exit poll projections with vote vibe, we're saying that the ADMK will benefit from the DMK's anti-incumbency. And it's going to be a little close, but DMK is going to fall. And he will pick up votes. He will pick up about 15 to 18% vote share. But seats is not going to be too many. 4 to 10, less than double digits actually. But what Access My India is saying is that there is not so much anti-incumbency against the DMK, but all ADMK supporters are going to move to TVK,
Lock, stock, barrel.
and it's going to be lock, stock, barrel as in 98 This is quite bizarre for somebody to project, but they have. So, and then look at the rest. The rest are saying he's going to get seats in double digits, and it's the ADMK plus that will suffer. This combination of 13 parties will suffer, but the DMK will continue to benefit and they will continue to gain. Now, in a scenario like this, if you have to do the arithmetic, then the TVK has to dent the ADMK across 120 seats plus. 90 of those seats are in rural Tamil Nadu. So, whether or not somebody's applied their mind to this arithmetic is the question that we are asking. Yeah.
This is, can I just be brutally honest? This is outlandish. And I think this is great for social media. It gives you great traction. You become the news. For 3 days. और वो टुक्का लग गया ना टुक्का, then you become the expert and you can come and dance here. Otherwise, how many do you remember Pradeep's got wrong?
It's not just
No,
one. Look
who
at
else
all
is
of
giving
this.
him? Nobody else is
No,
giving him.
nobody is giving him absolute majority or even close to majority, but being a significant player, 18
What
to
is
20,
people's insight?
even
What
18
is
to
this
24,
people's
30 to
insight?
40.
Why is everyone assuming all these votes come from
I
the
am put. I
Yes,
am
that
saying
is
BJ
the
is not
point.
winning votes
Okay,
in assembly seats.
I'm not gonna.
Sir will tell
There
me.
is a local
I
pollster.
disagree with sir, but he'll tell
There is a
me.
local
BJ is not winning
pollster in
votes
Tamil
assembly
Nadu.
seats also.
There's a local pollster in Tamil Nadu who usually, when they do these polls in the states and the individual states, they get about 70 to 90%, 90% above, they get their projections right. They have gone seat by seat, district by district, region by region, and broken down. And wherever Vijay was going to do well, that is in the urban pockets, the Chennai, Chengalpet, Tiruvallur pockets, in south where the Christian population is a little heavy, he is pinching big votes, 35 to 40% votes. But those are in a limited number of seats. Otherwise, the fight is a two-way fight between the DMK and the ADMK. Wherever he is pinching 10 to 11% votes or vote share, it's the DMK which is hurting more than the ADMK. He's pinching votes from both sides. Their projections on ground mirror or almost mirror what Vote Vibe has come out and projected. And I saw those numbers just now, and it's quite surprising down in Tamil Nadu. Whereas these numbers seem to be inspired by the base as Lok Sabha 2024. And that's where a lot of the pollsters may have got it wrong, because Lok Sabha 2024 should not be the base, because there was no ADMK alliance in its presence form, in its present form.
We have first past the post system, right? If these numbers anywhere close to this, that means there's some kind of an anti-incumbency in such a situation, whether the DMK or the ADMK, if they don't come to first past the post, they will need support. Which way will the TVK go? Because if the TVK is such a big disruptor and he's led such an anti-DMK campaign so far, will he align with the AIDMK? Will all the others supposedly who haven't been part of any grouping or move away? Even those who were part of these groupings, will they move away? You never know with the Congress, right? You never know what they might do also.
What they might do. Yeah, GV will come. I'm just going to request our team that by 8:30 let's try and move towards Bengal. Amitabh Tiwari is walked in abhi. अरे भाई साहब इतना बड़ा यहाँ पर चल रहा है बवाल.
बंगाल कर रहे थे.
आप कहाँ घूम के आए हैं? ये प्रोजेक्शन करके आप कहाँ घूम के आ गए?
Anand, I expect you to speak a bit of Tamil, because we are discussing Tamil Nadu for such a long time.
Sir, नाम तमिल पेसना इंगे यारूं पुरिया नाम तमिल
What Puriya? Excuse me, just because Abhijit has gone out, I can understand. Go on.
Okay.
Oh, you
Anand,
can. Okay.
you see,
so I can understand Kannada. So you can respond Kannada.
Right?
You can do that. Yeah.
But I can understand Telugu.
Telugu also. So can I. Yeah.
Okay. So let me give you a pollster's perspective. One, for new parties sometimes which come on the horizon, it's difficult to predict exactly what their vote share will be, because you don't have a base to project. Point number one. Point number two, the ground report suggests that TVK has done much better than you expected. But if anybody had tracked this election over the last 3 months, you cannot have a party suddenly from pre-poll 1 week before election at 15% or 10% going to 35%. It doesn't happen that way.
Okay, so
if somebody is predicting 100 seats, what was their projection a week ago?
Okay,
2 weeks
let's
ago?
Let's ask Amitabh.
That's the point.
Okay, one
Saira
second.
also, namaste. We're talking Tamil Nadu, we'll talk Bengal very soon.
Just 1 second. I just want to bring in Amitabh. Amitabh, there are two polls which are the center of the conversation. One is Vote Vibe, one is Axis. Both have different, very different, absolutely different, one should say, conclusions. First, tell me, what do you think of the Axis poll?
See, Pradeep Gupta ji is our guru, so Axis poll के बारे में ऐसा कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा मैं. Poll है, उनका opinion है, हमारा opinion. One thing is very clear from all this. If you add ADMK and TVK in most of the polls, it will be largely closer to or higher than DMK's number. There is significant anti-incumbency against DMK. Now the question is whether it splits and helps the DMK, like in some of the polls like Metri is 122 to 32, it is just marginally above the halfway mark, which is 118. Or the ADMK being the poll party and a poll Dravidian party and the main opposition party takes benefit of that, which we feel is likely to be, or a newcomer takes benefit of that. Even in Axis My India, if you add TVK and ADMK, in fact, Axis My India is showing lesser numbers for DMK than us, which means that there is higher anti-incumbency according to them. So the state is up for grabs.
No, but the point is, and this is a question that I want to ask you, because roughly speaking, the Axis My India and the vote Y projections for DMK are roughly the same. Yes. 10 seats
marginally,
here.
yeah.
So they're roughly the same. So both of you feel that there's anti-incumbency, but not enough to decimate the DMK. We're not seeing the DMK come down to where the ADMK was in the last election.
Yes.
So you're saying that there is residual influence left in the DMK to hold on. So there is still
welfare schemes.
Where you
strong
differ is
organization.
who gets that anti-incumbency vote.
Yes.
Now I'm asking, if there is a vote for change and there is such a thirst for change, why is the DMK getting still the numbers that it is getting? Why isn't it being flattened out? If there is a thirst for change, shouldn't it be the DMK that punishes, and both the ADMK and the TVK might fight it out?
I think somebody was mentioning about what was the 1 week prior number, etc.
GVF.
We have been tracking this, sir has been mentioning. Phase 1 DMK was ahead. Phase 2, when we did almost balance, anybody can win. Phase 3, which was April 6th, the ADMK started to gain advantage of this anti-incumbency. Between then and now, Vijay's campaign has picked up. Number 1. Number 2, this delimitation bogey has come in between. Correct. Now delimitation is an emotional issue in the south, and of all the 4 states, or rather the 2 states, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, it has some impact over the middle and the urban class. Correct. That's number 1. Number 2 is that Vijay's campaign has picked up, and it seems that he has, if Axis My India poll numbers are correct, he has sought the imagination of this anti-incumbency votes, and he is pulling through, whereas we feel that it's the ADMK which has sought this imagination of this anti-incumbent
Is it
voter.
probable for the AIDMK and a huge number of caste-based coalition parties to completely implode before Vijay, or their voters voting for TVK? Because that's what's happened.
1 year vote हट गया, BJP का 15% standalone vote हट गया, ADMK vote 13 party का vote.
That question. I've asked
So that's only possible in a scenario when the voters are rejecting both DMK and ADMK.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. So either
both
the TVK
DMK
should
and
be
ADMK.
getting 160 seats or 170 seats. It can't be that it's a tight, just a little over halfway. Okay.
The polls
Also,
are
to add-
suggesting.
Yes.
Also, to add one point to it, if the delimitation was the issue, then Vijay should not get that many
DMK
votes,
should
because
win.
no, Vijay should not get that many votes because Vijay did not attack the AIDMK as much as he attacked the
Yes.
DMK. So they would think that he would go in an alliance
Okay.
with the BJP.
Now,
So it doesn't
one
make
important
sense.
Yes.
issue. See, TVK as a major factor was not visible even on the ground until 4 days ago.
Yeah.
If any of these numbers, 30 plus seats were to be evident, this would be a new phenomenon in elections. Impulsive polling.
Yeah.
So people have gone in the morning and decided to
Fourth,
vote.
viewers,
And
fourth
until
we
then
will
they
know.
were
But
they
only
were-
AIDMK voters.
Huh?
But
We will-
no, sir. But
very-
sir, only
very
AIDMK
important
voters.
is
How come
Okay,
the
well,
DMK voters are
absolutely.
not?
See,
That's what,
correct.
that's what
Okay.
I'm trying. That's what I'm trying. The issue is not about who wins.
Correct.
Fourth we will
In
know.
the-
But
okay.
the logic behind
Correct. DMK has to take a bigger hit.
and
Impulsiveness should be everywhere.
logic
Okay.
behind this calculation is not there.
Now,
Yeah.
now the big reveal from Bengal viewers, phase 1 vote vibe.
We will
have
do,
the man
before
of
we
the
do
match.
Bengal, I just want to quickly do a quick recap of all the 3 states
Sure.
so far. Let's
Do
do,
that.
a poll of
Do
polls
that.
and आपका
Do that.
number और फिर आपको पकड़ेंगे, आपको धरेंगे.
JVC also, it's also showing that ADMK.
नहीं, JVC वाला ऐड किया जाएगा, तमिलनाडु में ऐड करेंगे JVC. Let's look at Kerala.
Please, one more to our
क्या तमिलनाडु में जो आ रहा है, देखिए सर, देखिए सब दिखा रहे हैं आपको one by one. Kerala, vote wipe and largely JVC, poll mantra, everywhere the rujan is towards the UDF. The UDF moving away from the LDF and the mandate shifting towards the UDF. That's where it is. The NDA may break into the numbers. JVC gave more generous than vote wipe overall, but maybe 3 to 4 seats. That's what it is for the UDF. So Kerala, it is going towards the UDF. That's how the winds are blowing in one direction, that it is the UDF. So there is a change in government there. That's what the exit polls show. Out of the 140 seats, the UDF should be anywhere between 75 to 80 seats. Let's go across to the next one. That is Assam. In Assam, the clear hit out of the park. It's a one-way game. BJP plus Himanta Biswa Sharma, still a phenomenal mandate. 95 seats is what everybody is saying. 93 to 95 seats is what the BJP will get. So a handsome win, all moving in the same direction, and that's why there are no hurdles or differences, anomalies. In the case of Tamil Nadu, let's look at Tamil Nadu. Two groupings are actually giving. Let's flip to Tamil Nadu. So we have JVC and VoteVibe, who are actually giving the mandate to the ADMK. There is one that is Axis giving the mandate to TVK, while the rest are saying that the DMK will just about hold on even as the TVK gains at the cost of the ADMK. This logic is being questioned by a lot. The results will be evident on the 4th of May and we'll know who gets it right. VoteVibe, JVC, Axis, or the others like Matriz and PMark. We'll see that. Now let's look at Bengal. Bengal, poll of polls first up. Then we'll put the phase 1 numbers here at CNN News 18 exit projections. We are putting out only phase 1 numbers today. Phase 2 will be on the 30th, that's tomorrow. The Rujhan largely is, except for People's Pulse, is towards or in favor of the BJP getting past the post comfortably. So almost all except for People's Strategies, Poll Diary, PMark, JVC and Matriz are saying that the mandate is in favor of the BJP, although JVC seems to have hedged his bets a bit and said that Trinamool may just edge past the post if this scenario happens. But even then, it's the NDA or the BJP that has got its nose ahead in the case of Bengal. Now, phase 1 numbers, Amit Shah had said 110 seats is what the BJP is confident of getting in phase 1. Record voter turnout, commendations to the voters for coming out in such large numbers. The phase 152, not 1152, 152 seats. This is the number, 88 to 98 seats, so very close to a century number. Phase 1 only, phase 1, 152 seats, so we'll have to just split that a bit, that's all. So 51 to 61, 2 to 4 seats to the Congress, nothing to the others. So the Congress may be in, but this is a big win. This is almost nearly doubling Bengal. 55 out of 77 they had got the last time around. So Amitabh Tiwari, your thoughts behind this, why, how, and we'll get into the zones also.
In 2021 Vidhan Sabha, BJP was around 59 seats in this phase. This phase has only one zone, which is the Malda zone, which has 49 seats, which has a minority majority. In other zones, there is significantly higher Hindu population. What we are witnessing, Medinipur is one of the zones which has gone to poll with 56 seats, and that is Suvendu Adhikari's core area.
Right.
Jalpaiguri with 27 seats has always been a stronghold of the BJP. So what we are seeing is that in response to misgovernance, Mahila Ashuraksha and excessive minority appeasement, there is a significant Hindu consolidation which is happening on the ground in these 152 seats, barring the 40 odd seats which are in Malda. And this is what has given a big jump to BJP's tally, and it is expected to improve from 59 to, let's say, I think the midpoint is 94.
Right, there seems to be an issue with the graphic. I'm just going to request our team, the numbers are not showing, so just reload that, but we'll update it on the grid on the
93,
on our windows.
The midpoint is 93.
So midpoint for Bengal is 93 in phase 1. 93 out of the 152 seats. That actually puts the BJP in prime position, but it's also a big challenge that they have to return a highest ever and never before number in phase 2. Saira Shah Halim, is this possible, this trend that others are showing?
No, I believe this is going to be a cliffhanger fight. There's no clear winner if you look at it, because the different pollsters are predicting different outcomes. Now, what will really determine who's going to win is the silent voter. And we've seen that in the rural belt, Mamata Banerjee still has a sway because of her welfare schemes and because of the women voters. However, if you look at South Bengal, BJP has made significant inroads in South Bengal and has been able to appeal, this whole narrative about change and ending corruption, somehow it has worked with the urban voters of South Bengal. However, rural Bengal, Didi still has a sway. I still feel that the left would gain a few seats overall. Congress is also getting about 2 or 3 seats. That is
The first phase you're talking.
Sorry?
You're talking about the first phase.
I'm talking about right now the first phase. We saw a highly unprecedented voter turnout. It has never happened in since the independence, since the country's independence. Today's second phase also saw really high unprecedented voter turnout. So it could mean 2 things. It could mean that this generally it happens is when people are looking for change. Okay. Now on the other hand, what the reports that are coming in is that the rural voters, because of the welfare scheme, women, irrespective of who is standing or who is campaigning, who is canvassing, en masse they go and vote for Didi. Okay. And the minorities also, generally the buzzes start consolidating votes. Now the main...
But if you're giving 4% to Congress, and in the first phase Congress is getting 4 seats, that means Congress has done TMC. Is that
That
how
is
you're
what I
seeing
said.
Is that what you're seeing?
Would get
Is that then
about
in the
2
first
3
phase,
seats.
if you gave 4% to Congress...
4% is over 152 seats.
No, that's okay. I'm talking the first phase. 4% and 4 seats to Congress. That means Congress has significantly dent TMC because it's 40 to 44%. Is that
that's why it is denting TMC in the Malda zone.
But I'll tell you, of those 152 seats, there were 53 seats which have a Muslim population of more than 30%.
Which is what the
Mamata Banerjee anyway starts as a favorite in those seats. Now, if the Congress has to dent TMC, it will dent them in those seats. That is where I agree with Amitabh's calculation here. But if he's giving 88 to 90 in the first phase to the BJP, it means they're converting the seats where they were strong. They're converting the seats where they started making inroads in 2024. So this puts them in actually a very good position ahead of the second phase. One more thing. We still cannot quantify the gains the BJP has had because of the organic surge in turnout. Everyone seems to be attributing it to the lower denominator factor, but that is not the case.
That is only a half higher, right?
That is still only a
overall numbers, absolute numbers also the voters are higher.
Also, Anand is one.
Not just percentage, absolute numbers. Phase 1 is higher.
One point.
Just one
point. 91 seats of these 152 seats. 91. BJP made an improved. BJP improved its vote share in 2024, and we seem to think BJP had a bad election campaign in 2024.
That's exactly the point. That's exactly the point.
So here not only is the percentage higher, the absolute number of voters is also greater than 2021.
True, but there's a point that Amitabh made and I've been making, and I agree with what Tushar said. Yes, the BJP in Lok Sabha got 12 seats compared to 18 seats in 2019, but they won more assembly seats.
Yeah, 92. The projection was up from 77 to 92.
So in that particular thing, has that been...
I'll give you another, sorry. In Bhawanipur, in 2021, the percentage point gap between the BJP and the TMC was 22. It came down to 6 in 2024. You know, sometimes we are so fixated on the seat count, we forget to look at the vote share. And this is where 2024 was very
high. And on screen, if you see it on screen right now, phase 1 is a 2% higher vote share for the BJP compared to the Trinamool Congress. So it's for the first time in this phase also 42 and 44%.
That's the math is not adding up to me.
No.
I'll tell you why. But then what's happened is the Congress has eaten a TMC vote, whereas the Congress vote has been cannibalized by the BJP. Has that what's happened?
The Congress.
Hindu voters have shifted.
No, the Hindu voters have shifted from TMC. Plus, there is also others 10% vote share. So the others in the field who have broken away, they have eaten into the Trinamool Congress, and it's not necessarily.
No, it's the first phase.
This is phase phase. First phase. So 4% vote share for the Congress party. But this 10% has also eaten into the Trinamool Congress vote share, and the BJP is also benefited with a shift of the Hindu vote from the Trinamool to the BJP.
The likes of Humayun Kabir, etc. The likes of Humayun Kabir.
Yes, possible. Left parties.
The left parties.
Left part. GVL Narasimha Rao, will you take this number? Will you take what the pollsters are predicting for phase 1?
You see, certainly the direction further consolidation of the BJP vote is evident. The manner in which BJP fought this election at the ground level for the past 6 months, we certainly expected a much bigger increase in the vote share. So this 44 is a gain of how much in the first phase? About 5%?
Almost
at least 5 to 6%.
5 to
So
6%.
that is the number that we require
You were
to really
38 point
cross the
something the
halfway
last
mark.
time around, so it's 44%.
So
now.
44. So 5% increase is what the BJP required to wrest power in West Bengal. And we seem to have crossed that according to our own poll, according to your poll, Amitabh Tiwari. And many other polls are also showing that. Compared to Lok Sabha election, I think Lok Sabha election, the issues were different. Here the issue was whether to let Mamata Banerjee to be in power once again or to vote for a change.
So that will only add to your gains.
Let's go across to Shubhir Bhaumik. Shubhir Bhaumik, the numbers that we are projecting seem to suggest that the BJP is now somewhere getting about 93, 94 seats in the first phase. Your first reactions to this?
Well, I would imagine it's not very much off the mark. It could be plus minus 4 or 5 either way, because in the first phase they have their performance has been solid, and it's not unexpected in view of the fact that the first phase has been in areas where they have done quite well for the last several years. So I won't be surprised if they get something fairly close to that. Or, there are some tight seats in the first phase as well as in this phase. And therefore, 5 to 6 seats here and there, it's likely, it's not unusual. But the point is that ultimately, the battle for Bengal will be won and lost. Won or lost, not in the first.
Let me
but
go
in this
straight
phase.
across to the hub.
This is the real battleground.
A hub where both Shubhir Bhaumik and Monojit Mondola. So let's go straight across. Let's join them at the hub. We've set up a small hub, viewers, where we're going to be looking at some of these conversations in detail. So thank you very much, Shubhir Bhaumik. Nice to see you in person. Nice to see you, Mr. Mondol. Fundamentally, we're looking at a situation, and I want to bring in Mr. Mondol here, where it appears that anti-incumbency in first phase seems to have caught up with Mamata Banerjee. Do you think this poll is projecting things right? I know that there's a variance between this poll and some of the other poll of polls.
First of all, there is no reason to trust exit poll. That was the case in 2021 and even in 2024. It is unfathomable that 2 years ago the people who voted for Mamata Di are not going to vote for her. In addition to that, you have that SIR fiasco. I think we're still sticking to the numbers that in the first phase TMC is definitely going to cross 100 marks, and in the second phase it's all TMC. TMC is not going to come down to 20 marks. They are going to increase their vote shares definitely, and also the seat share. In the first phase, Mr. Rahul, in about 32,000 booths, the elections were held. In around 11 to 12,000 booths, the BJP did not have their agents. And we have seen in the villages how there is an enthusiasm for TMC. There is not even BJP's flags flowing, anywhere in the villages, especially in this part of the Ganges. I mean, in the northern region, in the northern part of Bengal, where you have around 50 to 53 seats, BJP might do well. But in this part, like Birbhum, Bardhaman, Bardhaman West, and Midnapur, and also in Jungle Mahal, like in Jhargram and in Bankura, this is part of Jungle Mahal. BJP used to hold that parliamentary constituency till 2024. TMC reclaimed both Jhargram and Bankura.
One could say that the outcome in 2021, Shubhir Bhaumik, was not the best for the BJP. It had slipped back in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. It had underperformed where it was even in 2019. And to some extent, of course, it grew in 2021, so it did well in this particular area in the north. Why would you say that trend won't hold?
No. At the end of the day, you see, Rahul, I have seen Bengal elections in 78. And I am a great believer in the fact of organization. You know, at the end of the day, the time you are saying when the BJP slipped is because there was a lot of confusion in the BJP organization over local leadership and stuff like that. You know, at the end of the day, Mr. Modi may be a larger than life factor all over the place. But in Bengal, people definitely, you need local organization, you need local leaders. Just Modi ji ke naam pe chunav jeet jayenge, ye Bengal mein nahi hoga. And what Manojit said is very true. You have also said, one of these days, I think yesterday or one of these days, you made point about panchayat election. This is a very weak factor. In 2000 election, Ajit Panja, the veteran, he told me, you know, at that time Mamta was the challenger and left front was in power. He said, your Didi, and he was in her party, your Didi is saying we will win. How is she saying all this? Out of the 60,000 odd booths, can she give agent in more than 25? This is very important in Bengal.
Okay, so you're saying lacks the organizational muscle to the last mile, and therefore it's a bit impractical. Okay, let me just go across to Tushar Gupta from here. Tushar Gupta, let's split the screen on top. Tushar Gupta, how do you react to both Mr. Mondol and Mr. Bhaumik? I know that you've been doing a daily analysis which you've been posting on your social media handles, etc. You have a very different story to tell.
About Bengal. So do you agree, disagree with Shubir Bhaumik and Manojit Mandal? Yeah.
No, I've seen the numbers from Amitabh. I'm not sure what Manojit Mandal was saying there, but look, the TMC can only start favorite in a limited number of seats. This time the organic surge in voter turnout, which the TMC for some reason doesn't want to acknowledge and doesn't want to believe, that is going towards the BJP. In 91 of these seats in 2024, the BJP actually outshined its 2021 vote share, so they were making gains. Now they are beginning to convert it because, of course, there has been an updated electoral roll, the voters are coming out to vote, and there are a lot of TMC voters that are now going towards the BJP. It's not always that, oh, we just need 5 or 10 more BJP voters to complete the election. It's TMC voters that are now moving towards the BJP because also they feel disgruntled after 15 years.
But there will also be a group of voters who may not want to vote for the TMC, but they will also not vote for the BJP. So where will they go?
They'll go to the left.
They'll go back to the left.
But I'll tell you, Anand, a majority of the voters who want to stick with the TMC, they'll stick with the TMC and it will appear in certain regions. It will appear in Marda, Mushirabad, South 24 Parganas. These regions, the TMC vote will stick. But
so let me ask you,
Alipur,
Anand, let me bring in Anand 1 second. Anand, let's go back to the wall and let's look at some of the regions in the first phase where some of these numbers are coming from and also the vote share, if there's possible. Let's just go and try to do that.
The vote share, we've got the region-wise. So let's look at the region-wise data and then I'll swing back to you. So let's open this up and understand the region-wise data for Bengal phase 1, how these numbers have been tabulated. So let's go for the first region is Jalpaiguri. In Jalpaiguri, again, the BJP is actually making significant gains, and this is on the back of a shift of the Hindu vote and of course consolidation because of the SIR deletions that would have happened into these numbers. So 22 to 24 seats in Jalpaiguri out of 27, so that's a big sweep. Malda again 49 seats. The last time around they were struggling at about 10 or 11 if my memory serves me right, but they've now moved up to 16 to 18. The Trinamool Congress continues to be strong here in the Malda belt. Bardhaman 20 seats. This is where the big gains also happened. The BJP was getting stronger in Bardhaman over a period of time. Now again, out of the 20, they are taking bulk of it, 11 to 13. And Medinipur, these 56 seats were very, very critical. In Medinipur, the BJP had to get more than 40 seats, and that's what it's projected to get, 40 to 42 seats in Medinipur out of 56. And this is where the biggest chunk comes. Remember, from the 2021 assembly projections, Rahul, their BJP was defending 55 of the 77 that they won last time around in this phase. But what they are doing is, in areas like Medinipur and also in areas like Jalpaiguri, these two belts, they've become so much stronger, and that their gains are actually in this phase from these two districts largely, or these two regions largely. Amitabh, and then coming back to you. Yes, Rahul.
Yeah,
so gains.
Just looking at the larger picture, here it appears that there has been a massive gain in Jalpaiguri as well as in Medinipur.
Yes.
For the BJP. This is where the bulk of the gains are coming through. Amitabh, can you talk our viewers through why this would be happening? in such large numbers to put the BJP where it is in phase 1?
Yeah, so essentially if you see, Jalpaiguri has always been a BJP stronghold. The gains there are to the tune of 2 seats. It was 21 in 2021 Vidhan Sabha, now 23.
Yeah, 24.
Malda BJP was 11.
Yeah.
Now here is a story with Congress doing relatively well and smaller parties like Left as well as the Humayun Kabir's party, at least on 1 seat. What is happening is that they are leading to a split of minority votes, and BJP can gain here almost 5 seats.
So you're saying the Muslim vote has split, so reducing the seat share of the
in
Trinamool,
this zone,
increasing it for the Congress,
and also helping BJP
but
in 5.
Hindu vote consolidation was also helping. So
And
both, yeah.
So double impact. Third, or rather the last one, let's take first, is the Medinipur area.
Yeah.
Medinipur is the only area where there has been additions of voters, not deletions. Number 1.
31 lakh voters were added.
Yeah. Number 2 is that it is Suvendu Adhikari's area, and the Hindu population here is 90%. Here is where the flip is happening. TMC was 33 and BJP was only 23. BJP is getting almost 43 this time, 41, 42. So 18 seats gain here, and a similar thing is happening in Bardhaman, wherein BJP was only 1 seat in 1 district, which is Birhum. So it is gaining here significant number of seats, largely again on account of consolidation of the anti-incumbency vote in these regions and the counter consolidation of the Hindu community because of excessive
And Bardhaman has also seen some SIR deletions, isn't it?
Yes,
all these regions
there has
have
been an
seen
impact
SIR
of SIR
deletions, but
deletions
Bardhaman
also
has,
in Bardhaman.
Yeah, so SIR deletions have also shaved off the margins, plus the consolidation of the Hindu vote in some of these regions and the diffusion of the Muslim vote in an area like Malda, which 49 seats.
Let's get a quick reaction from both Shubir Bhaumik and Mr. Mondol. Shubir Bhaumik, first you. Yeah. To this.
No, well, I don't disagree with. I mean, I don't disagree with what has been said, but at the end of the day, these projections are not taking into account some of the seats which has been shown as having shifted. Some of these seats are going to be very, very tough fight, and that could swing either way, even after deletions. Deletions definitely is, putting Trinamool at a disadvantage and BJP at an advantage because of obvious reasons which I don't have to elaborate. But some of these seats are very tight fight and things could swing either way. I've been checking with my sources in intelligence agencies who do quite exhaustive service, and they say that across Bengal, there's something like 47 seats which are going to be very tight fights. Okay, and this is central India.
And of course, independent analysis that is easily available were tight fights to begin with. Even in the last election, the BJP ended up at number 2 in about 76, 74 constituencies by not a very long margin.
Exactly.
So those were tight in any case to begin with. Now you are saying that
these tight seats have come down. These tight seats have come down because of swing and BJP's gains for reasons which has already been stated. But at the end of the day, these projections will hold if BJP converts, these tight seats, 10%. Otherwise, I don't see them winning. Now, in view of, these organizational factors and other things I've said, it will very much depend on conversions of tight seats. And that's where organization comes in. Organization not just about, normal perception that Bengal muscle factor and all that. It's about mobilization. Getting the granny out to vote and all that stuff.
Really exceeded expectations in the first half. So obviously someone has been able to mobilize, and both sides have probably done a good job.
This has been presumed that the turnout is because of anti-incumbency, which is not the case actually. The turnout is largely because of the SIR deletions. The people are really scared of losing their franchise, which has happened even today.
Evidence that I'm just purely looking at.
Rahul would be, it is both.
Okay.
There is anti-incumbency, there is no
That's
doubt,
right.
but there is also SIF.
So 1 second, Mr. Mondol, just 1 second.
Mr. Rahul.
Obviously there has been turnout gains by about 10 to 15%. Wouldn't it be unreasonable to assume that these are only TMC voters who have come out to punish the BJP?
If you don't count the deletions, then the threshold mark would be around 85-86%.
No, we are talking about absolute numbers.
Going by the 5 to 6%. So the 5 to 6% surges that we are seeing. I mean, it's not not an absolute number. It's largely because of SR deletions. I again repeat, the anti-incumbency factor could be largely neutralized because, remember 72 MLAs, including 4 sitting ministers, were not given tickets.
But it's also an acknowledgement. If you cut it the other way, it's also an acknowledgement that we haven't done a good job.
In the local level, it could be there. I mean, the 15 years in the government. But in the last moment, Mamta also, because of the certain schemes, like
it was anger, public anger.
Two very important aspects. Two very important aspects, Mr. Rahul. The DA, the giving of the DA, which was a long-pending demands of the middle class people, the employer DA, and also that Jubo scheme.
Comes in. This is where the IPAC comes in.
I am sure that people who had not given nomination, the anti-incumbency factor. IPAC did the survey for Trinamool and pointed out something like 80 MLAs who must be changed because there is a local anti-incumbency factor. So anti-incumbency is a fact of life.
He's got some more data, projections on leadership choice for Chief Minister, etc., etc. Anand.
See, this is the vote tracker, and when we did this, what happened is, overall, if you were to look at it, today Shuvendu Adhikari has edged out and become more popular as a CM choice than Mamata Banerjee. When we did the vote tracker and the first 2 or 3 editions, he was just about 5 to 6% behind. He started at 38%, Mamata Bandyopadhyay was at 44%, but she's dropped 2% and he's actually gained, and there is no third phase. So Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is at 4% and he may not even hold on to his own seat. But this shift of Shuvendu Adhikari was also evident on ground today, and I'm going to bring it into the studio here, that Shuvendu Adhikari was chasing Mamata Banerjee and he was right at her heels, and it looked like she was actually the one who was hiding in one of those areas in Bhawanipur, whereas he was out on the street walking across to a polling agent of the Trinamool Congress to have some water on a hot day. But he was out there, and there were more people chasing Shuvendu Adhikari this time, even the media, than Mamata Banerjee. So that itself shows that if she is not able to defend Bhawanipur, it's a big challenge, Saira Shah Alim and Tushar Gupta.
I think the second phase is a very, very important testing ground for Mamata Banerjee because South Kolkata, South Bengal has been her major dominant phase. And right now when you talk about strongholds, South Bengal, South Kolkata has been her forte, And right now this entire phase, the second phase, it covers 142 of the states, 294 seats. So the second phase is going to be extremely important. That would actually give the final verdict of who would
No, but I'm asking you on ground, you read the mood, read the pulse. In Kolkata, have you ever seen the Trinamool being so nervous and so...
No, they are nervous.
Have you ever seen other party cadre being able to walk out so fully? Have you ever seen the voter come out and smile and be ready to interact?
There is an anti-incumbency sentiment, especially in South Kolkata, South Bengal, against the Trinamool Congress because of corruption, because of anti-incumbency, because of syndicate and misgovernance. So definitely the urban voters, I feel, have come out, and I myself met a few people recently who have been TMC supporters. So they told me this time they'll be voting for BJP. They said, we need to see some change. So I was actually asking them, like, what kind of a change? Lesser evil, greater evil, there is another third alternative, but they were determined that they are going to vote for the bigger evil, if I may put it across, because they want to see a change. They want to see a change.
It's not about that. I think the simple insight was they are going to vote against Durniti. Durniti is what they said. Everybody said we want to do away with Durniti, misgovernance.
Can I give you a mind-blowing statistic right now? Because you said voters coming out to smile. In Bhawanipur, what's the percentage point difference in the turnout? 24.
24, I know. We're just going to put out, I'm going to request the team to update the voter turnout by region, like we did in the and then let's put out that comparison.
And at 9:45 a.m. you had Mamata Banerjee this morning complaining about the elections being rigged, complaining about the voters and her party members being intimidated, complaining how the central forces were not doing the job properly, and
They were not
camping
allowing
outside-
people to vote. That's what you were saying.
Camping
Let me
outside
ask
a
Shubir
booth
Bhaumik
of all
and
places.
Mr.
Yeah.
This is
Mondol.
not Mamta Banerjee we are talking about.
Let me
Yes,
ask
Rahul,
Shubir
Rahul,
Bhaumik,
yeah.
on that point, let me ask Shubir Bhaumik and Mr. Mondol two questions. Shubir Bhaumik, first to you. We haven't seen in the recent past Mamta Banerjee hitting the streets like she did in Kolkata in the morning of an election. Usually, in the second half,
Sorry,
when I talk to
Rahul.
a large number. Yes. Yes.
Sorry, you're having a conversation. So we said, okay, let's listen in.
Okay. Hang on, some confusion. Shubir Bhaumik, very quickly. Mamta Banerjee usually doesn't appear in Kolkata in the first half, usually towards the late afternoon. Do you think this is a sign of nervousness?
No, she knew this is a she knew this is a tight election, which is why in her home constituency, which is Bhawanipur, she has to campaign so hard. You know, this Pathasabhas and this and that.
Then you're saying if it's tight, then it can
Of course, it can go anywhere. It can go anywhere. Hypothetically, yes. She has her advantage. She knows the turf. You know, she has her set organization, and Suvendu essentially is coming. I'm quite amused because at the end of the day, Suvendu is from her stable. At the end of the day.
And equally, but also therefore, equal insider in some ways to the ways of politics in Bengal. So, Mr. Mondol, why would you believe that Suvendu over the last few years, as LOP also, has got a lot of visibility, has not been able to raise his profile to the point where perhaps he's even challenging her? Let me also bring in Swapan Das Gupta here. Swapan Das Gupta, thank you very much for joining us. I know that you're candidate. It's been a long, arduous day for you. How are you reading the mood? Our poll, first phase, we've put out and we're giving the TMC second dibs, really. We've put the BJP up there, mean number 93 in the first phase. What's your reading? Do you think it's an accurate assessment? Do you think we're underestimating? And if you were to project further into phase two, the phase that today you found yourself sort of in the middle of, what's your expectation? What's your assessment?
You know, Rahul, what I find is very interesting about this election, particularly in the two phases, is the spike in the turnout. And I think that, to my mind, will tell the entire story of this election, because it's not about SIR, it's not about anything else. It's very basically, it has turned out to be a referendum on the very integrity and survival of West Bengal. And at least that's the issue I found which resonates most on the doorstep and among people of different classes, etc. So this election could well be it's called a sort of a landmark election insofar as that it overturns a lot of existing assumptions of both psephology as well as political behavior. It could be, you know, I mean, or we could well be talking about a false dawn. But my own sense is that, now I'm not getting into the numbers game, but very, very carefully, I just want to say is that there is a profound mood of exasperation in West Bengal and a desire to make a new beginning. Now, how this is going to turn out is another matter altogether, but I feel that somehow today the Trinamool Congress is really on the back foot, courtesy a lot of this inherited, courtesy the mounting incumbency, which has taken a very long time to actually manifest itself fully.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Dasgupta, follow-up question. I've got two fellow panelists here, Shubir Bhaumik and Mr. Mondol. Both of them say that one of the problems perhaps that the BJP might encounter is that it doesn't have the machinery that Mamta Banerjee commands do you think that at some level they're right? Or do you think that the BJP has built up its own cadre base and also has the muscle, so to speak, the stamina, perhaps, if you were to put a gentler term in play, to take on the TMC?
Well, I think if you look at it in purely organizational terms, in terms of organizational muscle, in terms of political penetration into the grassroots, I think the Trinamool Congress is way ahead of the BJP. I don't think even even as a committed BJP person, I would be the first to say, look, BJP does not have the same strength on the ground that the Trinamool Congress has. But, and I think this is very, very important, what is the nature of this election? Is this election, if this election is going to be settled on the strength of, issues which are basically grassroots, which are local, etc., I think the Trinamool Congress would have a phenomenal advantage. But I don't think this election is being settled on those lines at all. From what I gather, it's turning out to be a blind referendum on how the Trinamool has behaved over the past 15 years. And when that happens, I think local organization pales into the background, and I think it's more a sort of emotional vote in which organization does not play a supreme, it doesn't play the paramount role. And I think that's perhaps what is going to happen in this election, and we'll find out on May the 4th. But that's
Mr. Amit Shah came out, before I hand back to Anand, Mr. Amit Shah came out and he gave a very specific number to the BJP's tally in phase 1. He said 110 or perhaps more. Now that's a massive leap over what you have got in the first phase of the last election in 2021, or even, to be honest, in the 2019 Lok Sabha election, or even the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. What is he basing this on?
Well, I don't know. I'm not privy to all the information which Amit Bhai has culled from different sources. Obviously, it must be based on something. But I would, without again going into the exact numbers, which are always very problematic, even the conversion of votes into seats, very, very problematic issues. I think here we would say that this is one of those elections where I think even in terms of the popular vote, the BJP may well overtake the Trinamool Congress, and that is going to be it's something which was considered inconceivable given the demographics of West Bengal and the nature of the vote banks which the Trinamool Congress has. We are seeing perhaps, and I think I'll reserve my full analysis till after the 4th, but I think we are seeing a stupendous degree of Hindu consolidation. What exactly it is going to be based on, whether it's an anti-Muslim consolidation or it's an expression of something else, I reserve judgment till May the 4th. But I think we are seeing, perhaps after Gujarat, where 60% of the Hindus probably come together and vote, we may see something like that in West Bengal, where about 58 to 60% of the Hindus will probably be voting for the BJP. If that happens, as my point, then it marks a very new chapter in the electoral history of West Bengal. But again, at this point, I think it's best to be a little tentative about everything.
So, Swapanji, what you're saying is that there will be at least a 15 to 18% jump in the Hindu vote towards the BJP compared to the past, because that was about 40%. But in Rash Bihari, you made a very interesting point in your first comment, that there was a sentiment on ground.
No, I don't agree with your statistics. The BJP in the last election got 52% of the Hindu vote. Okay? of the vote among the Hindus. Now I think that is going to go up to 58-60.
So 6 to 8% bump up is about a 5% vote share overall. But I want to understand what you gave as an insight, that the voter is coming not out of a support for BJP, but because of an existential reason for Bengal. What made you say that, or when did you realize that? Was that something that the BJP had already picked up, or that you realized when you went on ground as a candidate to campaign?
No. You see, the BJP was the only alternative to the Trinamool Congress, despite all its imperfections, despite all its shortcomings, etc. In West Bengal. There was no one else to challenge the Trinamool Congress apart from the BJP. Now, that positioning as the foremost alternative to the Trinamool has taken a lot of time to happen. It hasn't happened overnight, and I think it's a process which began in 2019, and I think we are seeing its culmination in 2026. The other parties like the Congress or the CPM are not, may have certain local resonance, but they are not seen as an alternative to the CPM. I'm sorry, to the Trinamool Congress. The BJP is. And yes, there are questions about the BJP. I know a lot of people have some skepticism about various facets of the BJP. It's not an unqualified support, but it's also, it is an unqualified rejection of what the type of politics the Trinamool Congress has pursued in the past.
What is your assessment of phase 2? Phase 1, we've put out the numbers. Phase 2 was again historical turnout. Raj Bihari itself has seen about a 15 to 18% up, if not more, in voter turnout itself. What is that reflective of?
Well, it's certainly a very, when you have a 15 to 18% jump in a constituency, which has been the traditional part of the traditional stronghold of the Trinamool Congress, it obviously means that there is a churning which was not factored in by Mamata Banerjee. One of the reasons why Mamata, campaigned so at a very sort of micro level in neighboring Bhawanipur is also due to that there is a churning which they probably saw rather late in the day, which they hadn't anticipated. Now, I'm not going to go into what the every reason as to why this thing happened, but the point is, it has happened. That jump.
On that point, Mr. Dasgupta, there is a view that some of these voters that have decided to once again enter the fray with the zeal that they have displayed, bumping up these numbers to record levels, this is happening because of anger. That there is or was an existential worry amongst certain voters who felt that they would have been disenfranchised had they not voted, so they came back with militant zeal from wherever they were out of state to vote, and they are voting to basically punish the BJP on the SIR. How do you respond to this?
Well, I mean, it's an attractive hypothesis, but it's not something which I've experienced on the ground. That's all I can say. And May the 4th will tell you whether this visceral anger, and I think you're right in identifying that there is anger, but I feel that this anger is not about SIR. Neither is it about meat or fish or something like that, or jhalmuri or something trivial on that count. It's basically an anger at the type of politics which the Trinamool Congress has pursued for the past 15 years. It's a type of anger against the extortion, the syndicates which have come up everywhere, and it's an anger against the economic decline of Bengal, which has been so marked. I mean, today we have cities like Kolkata is a prime example where the young people have more or less left the city. It's a city of old age pensioners, who there's a certain profound sadness which has which marks the city. I saw it in the booths today. Why it took so long? Why people were talking about delay, slow voting? It was nothing else. That so many old people actually coming in and voting. That's what it is, and that's the anger which is being expressed.
If, based on how the results then swing on the 4th of May, then the task is also quite acute for whoever is decided, the voter decides should govern Kolkata and Bengal going forward. Swapan Das Gupta ji, all the very, very best to you, and it's been a hard road and long hard yards in the hot sun for you, so rest, recuperate, and then perhaps celebrate on the 4th of May. Thank you very much. Let's just pull that insight out and then take it to our panelists and then discuss Bengal in detail before we jump back into Tamil Nadu around 9:30. Rahul Shivshankar is with Manojit Mandal and Shubir Bhaumik. One left, one Trinamool. We've got the BJP element missing because GVL Narasimha Rao is just vacated and he'll come back in a bit. But Smita Prakash with us, Amitabh Tiwari, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Sumant Raman, and Tushar and Saira Shah Halim with me in the studio. Yes, Rahul.
Let's get some first thoughts on the thoughts that Mr. Das Gupta has expressed by Shubir Bhaumik first off the mark. Yes.
I totally agree with Swapan Das Gupta when he says that in this election, because never in my so many years of election coverage and seeing elections in Bengal as a student has religious identity become so important. And a lot of my old-time colleagues like Shukaranjan Das Gupta say that it reminds us of 47-48. Never have Bengalis talked of religious identity so much, and this becomes a factor. And here the Bengal...
No, I think what he was saying was that...
No, he did,
but
you know why?
But he talked
Never
about...
people thought that we are voting as Hindus and Muslims. People thought that we are voting as Hindus and Muslims and stuff like that. You know, there are other issues.
Maybe like there was a backlash. And Rahul Gandhi, who calls himself the pillar of secular politics in this country,
he knows nothing about Bengal.
Whatever. He's from the India bloc. The TMC is a vital component of the India bloc, and his critique, and not once but twice, Mr. Bhaumik, I'm just saying, you know, perhaps we're chasing after shadows. There might be truth to it because there has been a degree of appeasement, Mr. Bhaumik, and I think what some people are saying is that there was an overindulgence of one particular community, like we saw perhaps even under the UPA, which has allowed the BJP to appeal to what seems to be majority anxieties. And there's nothing wrong in making that appeal.
But there is something...
making that appeal.
But there is something more to this, and I want to bring in the two Bengal factor, which nobody talks about. And I'm reminded of Jyoti Basu in 96, when he could not become Prime Minister, and naturally he was not very happy about it. He said, historical blunder. I said, why are you trying to help Sheikh Hasina, who would also become the Prime Minister? And you know what he told me? And I'd like to tell this in Bengali. He said, if Hasina does not survive there, or na thakle, okhane jodi ora ashe, ekhane era chole asbe. Means if these, meaning beard, means if Muslim fundamentalists take over Bangladesh, here, these people will come.
That suddenly in the last... No, 1 second. Yes, I understand. But are you suggesting that in the last 3 months, Bengali Hindus have become so radicalized and so polarized and suddenly have developed wings of hate that they're going to come out and basically take down Mamta because they feel that she is betraying Hindu interests? To the point where the Hindu community is going to feel that it is facing an existential crisis.
Let me make it more specific. Bangladesh elections were held in February, okay? Yes. If you look at the electoral map of Bangladesh today, the Jamaat-e-Islami, which has never won 18 seats in Bangladesh, got 68 seats this time. Yes. And out of that, 51 seats are on the borders of West Bengal.
Yes, but the Jamaat-e-Islami... kind of influence. They are a Islamic supremacist that want to impose a Sharia on Bangladesh and Islamicize it. I don't think the BJP is wanting to turn Bengal into some sort of a...
I'm not comparing
Hindu
that,
laboratory.
But what?
Yes.
Comparing that, but what what I'm trying to tell you is very simple. That when BJP candidates go to these constituencies, especially on the border, they'll say, "Udhar mein Katmulla aa gaya, wo log aa gaya." It has an influence here because the border is open. It's not like Punjab. It's not like Pakistan Punjab and Indian Punjab.
But Shubir Bhamik, Tushar, you want to respond to Shubir Bhamik here?
I'll give a simple number because everyone is giving a lot of anecdotal evidence about what's Muslim, what's Hindu vote in Bengal. There are 103 seats where the Muslim estimated population is more than 30%. TMC won 99 of those in 2021. Even now, the TMC starts as a favorite in those seats. So if you're saying that Hindus have developed wing of fate, as the TMC would call it, not Rahul, but as the TMC would call it, the Muslims 9 out of 10 allowed to vote for the TMC, that's governance. But if 6 out of 10 Hindus turn up for the BJP, vote lock, stock and barrel, that becomes a polarized election.
Let us also ask this question, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, on what basis were the Muslims cornered and asked to vote en bloc? Was it not that the Hindutva forces will come and you'll be pushed back to Bangladesh? So wasn't that counter polarization as a narrative that was pushed on ground from Trinamool? So is that kosher? Is that okay?
First, we have to understand that the social indicators of Muslims in Bengal, generally the social indicators of Bengal are very bad. Now, the social indicators of Muslims there are particularly bad because if you look generally across India, they are in competition with Dalits at the lowest levels, income and distribution levels. It becomes fairly easy to sell any kind of narrative to them. Now, notice how the SIR and even CA and RC played out in say Assam for example, where the Assamese Muslim has a very unique identity of their own and where we don't want these Bangladeshi Muslims coming in.
Right.
As opposed to Bengal where that identity wasn't there. So it became very easy to all wrap it around and sell it as one package that if they get rid of the Bangladeshi Muslim, most probably you will also get caught in the dragnet and you will also get kicked out.
My thing is that if there is Hindu vote polarization or consolidation, it is communal. But if a Muslim vote consolidation is happening, that is secular.
This is always
that kind of a language is that's
unfair.
What is new about it? It's more unfair because in Bengal you do not have...
Smita Prakash, yeah.
Hindu vote consolidation, there are many who say that there is no consolidation, there is no Hindu vote per se in Bengal because the Hindu vote gets split between the TMC and the BJP. But 2016, BJP got 10% vote share. 2019 Lok Sabha, it jumps to 40%. 2021, BJP retains about 38% and wins 77%. If some kind of a Hindu consolidation was not happening, this upward trajectory was not possible. So it is happening, and now when the results come out, we'll get to know. If at all Mamata Banerjee loses, that means a Hindu consolidation has happened
yes,
for the BJP.
Hindu consolidation might be happening, but is it happening on the back of some sort of primal instinct, which is, oh, we are under attack? The BJP has drawn up a kind of sort of othering in the state of Muslims. I think we've got to sort of distinguish between why Hindus might be coalescing around the TMC. And Mr. Bhaumik, there is a lot of evidence also to suggest that perhaps there has been an overemphasis on the rights of one community or the other. We have seen even the court step in and remind Mamata Banerjee that she must be governing equally all denominations. And the courts have taken a dim view, not on one occasion, but on several occasions. So, I mean, the Hindus might be feeling legitimately discriminated against.
Well, at the end of the day...
So, who is polarizing?
I'm not getting into this moralistic judgments about, all these things. I'm trying, as a journalist, my job is to say what is happening on ground, which I see. Here, there is definitely, and in this election, it is more preponderant than ever before, that religious identity has become very, very important. Either side. And what Hindu consolidation, what Shopanda was talking about, he has a point.
Rahul Gandhi came out very importantly, there is a degree of polarization that even Mamata has affected.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can't just lay the blame on the BJP.
I'm not blaming anybody. It's not my job.
Frankly, Shubir Bhamik and Rahul, if we bring it back here, Sumant Raman wanted to come in and so did Tushar. This Hindu consolidation, for the first time we are saying Hindu, otherwise the entire vote was spoken on SC, ST, upper caste and backward caste, etc.
Anand, one second.
Yeah.
Anand, 1 second. Mr. Mondol actually wanted to make a point on this, and he says, I have been denied the opportunity.
No, please. I thought Manojit is safely enjoying it, just sipping chai and enjoying this entire chakalas.
I'm not speaking for last 1 hour.
Go ahead, please. Good to see you, Manojit.
This is all.
He will now say, "Amage bolte dao."
These same things were said in 2021. Polarization, appeasement, gundagardi, durniti, corruption. It didn't work. I mean, when do we stop? After 4th? And I'm not speaking, but I don't have to speak because you are doing our job. As much as you try to do this, people of Bengal will be more bolstered. And BJP will be driven out. I don't have to speak. I'm coming on 4th. And in 4th, I'll be speaking, numbers will speak. Not your numbers, certainly. So thank you very much that you're not allowing me to speak. And you are doing the job for us. And I'll on 4th evening, I'll advise you, please change your strategy. There are issues which will be discussed on 4th of May. Change your strategy. As long as you do this, people of Bengal will be more united to vote BJP out.
In all fairness.
No. Yeah, see my point.
2024.
Okay. Let Tushar and Sumant Raman want to respond, Manojit.
On the ground, there is palpable anger against SI.
Okay.
Look,
Sumant and then
Mamata
Tushar.
Banerjee has been winning because she gets a sizable chunk of the Hindu vote. Now, why are we refusing to sort of accept that a very large proportion of Hindus have been voting for Mamata Banerjee? And this attempt is essentially not to lure the Bengal voter away from Mamata Banerjee, but to lure the Hindu voter alone away from Mamata Banerjee. And that is why it is a polarizing effort. And that is why it's not...
Dilip Ghosh is with us. 1 minute, sir. Dilip Ghosh is with us. Dilip da, namaste. Anand Narsimhan बोल रहा हूँ.
नमस्ते जी.
नमस्ते. आज दूसरे चरण का भी वोट हो गया. आप बताइए कि कैसा आपको लग रहा है, क्या लग रहा है?
एक तो इसको बोलते हैं ताबड़तोड़ वोटिंग हुई है. देश में एक बड़ा उदाहरण बना है. बंगाल के लोग ऐसे ज्यादा ही सक्रिय रहते हैं राजनीति में और वोटिंग भी करते हैं. और हमारे यहाँ जो संख्यालघु इलाका वहाँ 90% से ऊपर वोटिंग होती है, नॉर्मल हो और वो एबनॉर्मल हो जो भी. लेकिन इस बार पूरा के पूरा जगह और कलकत्ता जैसा शहर में 60% के आसपास वोटिंग होती है, वो भी 85% 90 तक हो गया है. गांव में तो होता ही है. एक बहुत बड़ी बात है, एक संकेत है कि परिवर्तन हो रही है. और यहाँ चुनाव मतलब एक डर का वातावरण, हत्याएं होनी, हिंसा होनी, इस बार एक भी मर्डर नहीं हुआ है. और चुनाव कमीशन ने बहुत बड़ा रिस्क लिया था 2 फेज में करने का, और उन्होंने करके दिखाया ये संभव है. बंगाल की जो पॉलिटिकल कल्चर है उसमें जो दाग था उसको उन्हें साफ कर दिया. ये वो धन्यवाद की काम है. और लोग बोलते थे कि एक बार हमको वोट देने की मौका दी. लोग पोलिंग नहीं कर पाते थे. लोगों ने मौका लिया, वातावरण बना और लोगों ने भरपूर वोटिंग किया है. उसका नतीजा भी आ रहा है.
पर वोट पड़ रहा है तो उसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि बीजेपी के फेवर में पड़ रहा है. तृणमूल कहता है हमारा भी वोट पड़ रहा है, हमारे वोट ज्यादा पड़ रहे हैं.
वो तो ठीक है, सबका पड़ता है, 4 तारीख तक सबका होगा. लेकिन ऑलरेडी जो एग्जिट पोल आया उसका जो संकेत है वो उस तरफ कर रहा है. और एक बात देख लीजिए, बाकी देश में भी आप लोग बड़े अनुभवी हैं, जो एग्जिट पोल होता है लोग वहां बोलते हैं खोलकर, लेकिन बंगाल के लोग मैक्सिमम लोग नहीं बोलते. एक तो डर है, दूसरा अपना राजनीतिक जो मत को वो उजागर नहीं करते हैं, इसलिए यहाँ कई बार ठीक ठाक नहीं आता है. लेकिन ट्रेंड जो आया है वो निश्चित है. अभी 1-2 साल में देश में जो चुनाव हुआ ना,
इस बार क्या अलग किया दिलीप दा, एक बात बताइए, बीजेपी ने इस बार अलग क्या किया? तृणमूल कहता है सब सेंट्रल फोर्स का गुंडागर्दी है, दादागिरी है. आपने सीआईपीएफ लगा दिया, ईडी लगा दिया, सीबीआई लगा दिया, सब लगा दिया, सारा दमखम लगा दिया. फिर भी भाईपो और दीदी कहते हैं कि नहीं जीतेंगे. आप तो बंगाल का हर खाक छाना है. मैं इसीलिए आपसे पूछ रहा हूं बिकॉज यू आर वन ऑफ द ओल्डेस्ट हैंड्स ऑफ बीजेपी. जब बीजेपी कुछ भी नहीं था तब भी आप स्ट्रगल करते थे, संघर्ष करते थे, आज भी आप कर रहे हैं. तो इसीलिए मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ.
नहीं, पिछले 15-20 साल देखिए, मुझे जहां तो टीएमसी भी जो सत्ता में 11 में ना, तभी सेंट्रल फोर्स था, इतना ही था, इतना कड़क से. इसका लाभ लेकर उन्होंने जीत के आया. आज सेंट्रल फोर्स से क्यों डर रहे हैं? यहाँ पंचायत चुनाव भी होता है सेंट्रल फोर्स को लेकर के. चुनाव घोषणा होते ही लोग बोलते हैं कि सेंट्रल फोर्स कब आएगा, पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा नहीं है. लेकिन इस बार पुलिस के अंदर भी बहुत परिवर्तन देखा हम लोगों ने, और ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. इसलिए सेंट्रल फोर्स तो मस्त, नहीं तो हिंसा होगा. सेंट्रल फोर्स के चलते हिंसा नहीं हुआ है, लोगों ने भयंकर वोट डाला है. आप सोच सकते हैं 1 बजे तक 70% 75% पोलिंग हो चुकी थी, जो देश में कहीं नहीं होता है। तो ये भी एक ट्रेंड है।
बीजेपी सीएम फेस मिस्टर घोष।
अच्छा मनोजीत मंडल आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, आपसे पूछ रहे हैं
আপনি কি চিফ মিনিস্টার হচ্ছেন বিজেপির? আপনারা তো জিতছেন, চিফ মিনিস্টার হচ্ছেন তো আপনি? আর ইউ বিকামিং দ্য চিফ মিনিস্টার অফ বিজেপি?
কিছু হতে আসেনি না, আমি কিছু হতে আসিনি আজ পর্যন্ত, করতে এসেছি এবং পার্টি দাঁড় করিয়েছি।
চিফ মিনিস্টারিয়াল
বাকি
फेस
পার্টি
ऑफ
যা
द
বলবে,
बीजेपी।
যে কাল বলে রাজনীতি ছেড়ে দাও তো ছেড়ে দাও।
हाँ, तो अब वो कार्यकर्ता हो गए हैं, तो ही इज नॉट गोना फॉल फॉर दैट मनोजीत मंडल। तो नीडलिंग से कुछ होगा नहीं, पर जिस दिन जब 4 तारीख को
मनोजीत दा क्या करेंगे इसके बाद, ये भी सोचिए।
पार्टी फ्रॉम 3 no hang on, he made the party from 3 to 77, but we wonder how was he sidelined by the party because of Shubhendu's entry. He made the party, of course. He is absolutely right. That's history.
दिलीप दा क्या बोलेंगे आप?
उन्होंने पार्टी को बनाया बंगाल में।
ये बीजेपी में नहीं होता है, हम एक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में काम करते रहते हैं, जैसे जिम्मेदारी लेते हैं, और इसलिए पार्टी जीतता है। टीएमसी गुंडा और पुलिस को
मिदनापुर in 2024
दोनों खत्म। तो इसलिए पार्टी के अंदर है इतना ही, कब साइड है मिडिल है, ये टीएमसी में होता है। मदन मित्र को भी साइड, आपने जेल में, आपने ऐसा नहीं होता है।
आपने आंसर नहीं किया मनोजीत, दिलीप दा ने क्या पूछा?
दिलीप दा आपने वापस आया, मिदनापुर अच्छा लगा, लेकिन 24 में आप तो मिदनापुर से हटाया गया, क्यों हुआ, क्या हुआ, कुछ पता नहीं चला। आप तो जीत रहे थे वहां पर।
ममता बनर्जी को किसने हटाया?
24 में तो हटा गया ना आपको।
ममता बनर्जी को किसने हटाया था? नंदीग्राम में किसने भेजा था ममता बनर्जी को? किसने मारा था उनको? भैया अरे अपना घर की तरफ झांक के बात करो।
छोड़ के आई।
अच्छा मेरे पास 2 ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं आपके बीच में आ जाऊं, हस्तक्षेप करूं, या फिर थोड़ा झालमुड़ी और चाय मंगा के आप दोनों का बैंटर एंजॉय करूं। बहुत मजा आ रहा है, लेकिन एक बात बताइए, पर मनोजीत आपने उनका प्रश्न का, मनोजीत मंडल ही इज आंसरिंग एवरी क्वेश्चन ऑफ योर्स। उन्होंने एक प्रश्न पूछा कि 4 तारीख के बाद आप क्या करेंगे, अगर नतीजे आपके पक्ष में नहीं आए तो 4 तारीख के बाद आप क्या करेंगे? दिलीप दा ने आपसे पूछा, उसका भी जवाब दे दो।
4 तारीख दिलीप दा को भी बुलाएंगे। दिलीप दा तो गए थे ना दीघा में, वो जगन्नाथ टेम्पल में ममता दी के साथ मुलाकात करने। 4 तारीख बाद दिलीप दा को भी बुलाएंगे, वो शपथ जब ममता दी शपथ लेंगी, और प्राइम मिनिस्टर सबको, और प्राइम मिनिस्टर सबको भी बुलाएंगे।
ओके,
द प्राइम मिनिस्टर वांटेड टू कम एंड ही विल हैव टू कम।
एक मिनट,
प्राइम मिनिस्टर को झालमुड़ी खाना पड़ा, जय बांग्ला बोना पड़ा, और 4 तारीख को आना भी पड़ेगा ममता दी के शपथ ग्रहण में।
मुश्किल की बात है,
झालमुड़ी
मिर्ची लगी उन लोगों को, ये मजेदार बात है। मोदी झालमुड़ी खाई, इनको मिर्ची लग गई।
आई एम लविंग दिस मैटर। मोदी जी ने झालमुड़ी खाया, और लेकिन मिर्च कहीं और लगी,
ममता बनर्जी ने
झाल कहीं और लगा, झाल कहीं और लगा।
फोर्स बोला।
अच्छा, ओके, 1 minute, ओके। अमिताभ तिवारी wanted to say something. Dilip da, please wait.
Manojit da is a good friend. Manojit da is a good friend. So he is asking whether Dilip Ghosh ji will be the CM candidate.
Let us have some.
अच्छा, Manojit Mandal, Subir Bhomik, please wait. Amitabh Tiwari speaking.
Let's one by one, please.
Manojit Mandal is asking Dilip da that whether he will be the CM candidate or not. कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि मनोजीत दा फेज 1 का एग्जिट पोल देख के अभी से सोच रहे हैं कि बीजेपी की सरकार आ रही है? ही इज अ गुड फ्रेंड, जस्ट पुलिंग हिज लेग।
नहीं, देखिए भाजपा में किसी को भी आप सीएम बना दीजिए, विक्रमादित्य सिंहासन का सिंहासन है। आप बोलिए पिछले 3-4 साल में जो हमारे सीएम बने हैं देश में, किसको जानते थे आप लोग? अब सुशासन दे रहे हैं ना, और दूसरे प्रदेश में आके प्रचार भी कर रहे हैं। ये टीएमसी ने की, माइनस ममता 0, बीजेपी ऐसे दर्जनों कार्यकर्ता है सीएम पीएम बनने के लिए, और रोज ऐसा कार्यकर्ता बनाते हैं हम। उसके बाद कौन है, उसके बाद कौन है, ऐसा प्रश्न हमारे पार्टी में नहीं होगा।
अच्छा दिलीप दा बताइए ना, कौन सा जगह से सबसे ज्यादा बीजेपी गेन करेगा, सीट कितना होगा बताइए?
नहीं, पुराना जो क्षेत्र है, फर्स्ट फेज में देखा ना आपने, जंगल महल और राढ़ क्षेत्र में, बीरभूम का, वर्धमान का, और नॉर्थ बंगाल, ये हमारा पुराना गढ़ है। इसमें तो हम मान लीजिए पहले 152 में से 100-110 तक मिलेगा हम लोग। और अभी बाकी जो चाहिए मेजोरिटी के लिए, कलकत्ता क्षेत्र हमारे लिए कमजोर है। एक कांग्रेसी गढ़ था, सीपीएम में भी उसको क्रैक नहीं कर पाया ठीक से। एक ही बार उन्होंने कॉर्पोरेशन जीता था विकास बाबू के सामने, जब नहीं पाया साल में। इस बार बीजेपी यहाँ भी क्रैक करेगा, और नदिया से लेकर हुगली, नॉर्थ, साउथ, कृष्णा, कलकत्ता में अच्छा सीट निकलेगा।
तो ओवरऑल 170 तक आएंगे आप?
आराम से, आराम से। अब देख लीजिए, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ बिहार का
ठीक है। तो एक आपसे मैं अभी वादा लूंगा, हमारे पास
क्या होगा,
हमारे पास टाइम कम है, एक आपसे वादा लूंगा, मनोजीत मंडल और आप दोनों 4 तारीख को हम मेरे साथ आएंगे, फिर कौन किसको मिर्ची लग रहा है, कौन झालमुड़ी खा रहा है, किसको झाल लग रहा है, वो भी देखेंगे।
नहीं
वो भी देखेंगे।
दिलीप तक कैसे आएंगे? दिलीप तक तो कैबिनेट बनाना है ना, 4 तारीख को कैबिनेट बनाना है, दिलीप तक कैसे आएंगे?
मनोजीत दा है बुद्धिजीवी और टीवी में रहते हैं, और हम श्रमजीवी, हम तो गांव में मैदान में रहते हैं, उनके साथ मेरा दोस्ती नहीं है, मिला भी नहीं कभी। अब मिल जाए 4 तारीख।
ठीक है, दिलीप घोष जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, सच अ प्लेजर स्पीकिंग विद यू, थैंक यू।
You accuse my university at times.
Everything aside,
you don't like my university, but
from being
like
the Pradesh Adhyaksh of the BJP and to taking the BJP story to the streets of Bengal at a time when the BJP was just getting kicked, BJP workers were getting kicked and slapped all across by the left and also the Trinamool. From that time onwards, he struggled in Bengal, and today it was good to see him on national television speaking with us. And you had Medinipur on that region to work on. Let's see how you return there, because you've toiled a lot there. All the very best, Dilip Ghoshi. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's bring it back in. Nice banter here. Kisko jhal laga, kaun muri khayega, all that we'd see. But
switch now.
Come back to the numbers.
Switch now. Just a quick couple of things to some turnouts that we're reporting in phase 2. So Chaurangi has seen a 33% jump. Bhabanipur has seen a 24% jump.
Yeah, can we have that on the
We're also looking at other seats which have seen remarkable turnout. So Ballygunge, 28%, 26.83%, almost 27% there. 27%
we can actually, when we did the Muslim, the Hindu and the VIP seats, if that's updated, we can see a good reference there too.
Kolkata Port has seen a 25% jump.
Yeah, so can we look at the VIP seats? I think the VIP seats had that.
Howrah,
97%. Sorry, you've been waiting for a long time.
97%. Pour some cold water on this.
Yeah.
Please tell me how many additional voters have voted.
So
My point. I'll tell you the background to this, Anand. We keep talking of this is a phenomenal turnout.
We can. Those numbers are coming in.
I'll give you the example of Tamil Nadu. One of the top 3 constituencies recorded 92.5%. Last time it had recorded 81, 82, whatever. 12% increase, very substantial. We went and did the math, and we actually found out 400 voters fewer had voted.
Let me just show you. Can we just put that math table? The voter math table. We've got the numbers. Can we just put the voter math table that we used for phase 1, phase 2? No, not this one. The phase 1, phase 2, the overall arithmetic. When we had the voter math, I'm just going to ask the team to just check. Not this. This is 85.5 Bhavanipur. These are the VIP seats, each one of them. No, the voter turnout math. Okay, Falta again at 5 p.m. it was 95.95. After these, we'll get the others. The trend, Bengal phase 1, 90 and 89.9 and 90%. So at 5 p.m. these were the numbers. The numbers have eventually settled. We'll get that. We had the voter numbers. Phase 1, 3 crore voters have voted, and the absolute percentage of voter turnout that we required. So we'll get that. And we'll also then do Tamil Nadu after that quickly. So I'm just going to check if the team is copying what I'm saying, and then we can quickly move. So these are the actual numbers, 80.7 and 89.9. So we've done the voter math, and we'll talk about that. The voter math said that in phase 1, the base had come down. Okay, we're looking. What are we doing? Okay. Yeah, this is the one. Right, finally. Thank you very much. Thank you. So perfect, thank you. So this is phase 1, 2021, total voters was 3.8 crore, phase 2, 3.6 crore. So total voters was 7.3. Number of voters who turned out, phase 1, 3.1 crore absolute number, and phase 2 is 3 crore. So 6.1 crore voters had come. So this was the turnout, 81, 83, and the overall average was 82%. So in phase 1, we had 3.3 crore absolute number. So that means 20 lakh voters more. Already 20 lakh voters more on a lower base of 3.6, and that's why 93%. This number at 5 p.m. was 3 p.m. was 2.7 already. If it is at 2.7 crore, what's the number here? It will be 85% turnout. That means this number 3.3 plus 7 will actually match this number. But we already have 89% turnout or 90% turnout. So this number is this number is more. The number is more.
You take 2016 and compare with 21, you would have found 20 lakh, 25 lakh additional voters. You take 21, compare with 26, you will find 25, 30 lakh additional voters.
2.95.
My point is...
so this is 2.95. So when if this is 2.95,
So,
this is 3.3. So the absolute number is greater than 2021.
By how much? 20 lakh, which is every single 5-year term, you will find that increase.
Okay.
My point is, all this talk about, this is a massive turnout, there's going to be so much of anti-incumbency and all of that. It is not so huge.
Okay,
Let me give a simple example. Bankura, which voted in the first phase, had a vote share increase of 9.53 percentage points. Now, if you take out the low denominator effect, that's just 3 percentage points. The organic surge is 6.53 percentage points. So you have to take out the SIR factor and then you have to look at the surge for every single assembly. I'll tell you what's the error. What's the error, Suman? A lot of people simply assume that the denominator is always low.
Correct.
What happens if the denominator increases? Because in certain assemblies, the SIR actually led to the addition of seats.
I agree, but my point is, overall across the state, if you take past elections and you compare it, you will find this 20 lakh, 25 lakh additions across the board.
No, but did you have an updated electoral roll before every election?
No, you didn't. But my point is very simple. The net addition of voters between every 5-year term is roughly around 20-25 lakhs. In some cases, it's even been higher. And the reason I'm saying is, this exact story went out on all Tamil channels on the day of the voting, on 23rd. Record turnout, historic, this, that. And then we found out eventually 24 lakh additional votes had been polled.
But it is record turnout.
It is a record
Out
turnout.
of 100 people, 85
but
people have
24
voted.
lakh is not a small
Leave
number.
all the
sir.
numbers.
24 lakh is not a small number.
Chennai's turnout went up from 60 to 59% to somewhere around 80%.
Suman, 24 lakh is not a small number.
I agree.
It's a lot of people.
It's a
2.4 million people.
It
If I spread 24 lakh, if I spread across 294 seats, even if I spread it evenly, that is greater than the margin of victory of the previous.
Certainly is.
So that can change the whole. So that can change the whole result. That can change the whole result.
My point is, it happens every election.
This narrative came from the TMC unwilling to accept.
Let's go across to Tamil Nadu and we've got somebody.
Let's go straight across. Yeah.
We got Pradeep Gupta.
Let's go across to Pradeep Gupta. Pradeep Gupta, as usual, you have hit a 6. There are 2 contending polls. One is the Tamil Nadu contending poll, which is the Vote Vibe poll, and then there is the Access poll. Both are polls apart. So, explain to us, Mr. Gupta, how you have come to the conclusion that TVK will not dent DMK but will decimate AIDMK. If there is so much anti-incumbency, how is it that the DMK gets away unscathed, but the AIDMK gets flattened out that had no role in government?
So Rahul, thank you for having me here. Now coming to the Tamil Nadu and that to TVK, whatever vote share about 35% we are showing for predicting rather for TVK and DMK alliance both. TVK is contesting first time, so where their vote is coming from these 35%. So when it comes to DMK, it is coming about 34% vote from DMK and about 32% from AIDMK.
Take Amitabh also.
So they are holding on to their 56% vote share of the last time when it comes to DMK, and when it comes to AIDMK, they are holding on to about 51% vote share of their own. Now coming to how this is happening, there are 2 very important demography playing the role. One is the gender. Among women, TVK is scoring 38% as against male 32%. This is one. 2, pardon?
No, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
Go ahead.
So the coming to the age group, in the age group of 18 year of age to 39 year of age, which contributes 42% of voting population this time in Tamil Nadu, their TVK is scoring way high than DMK and AIDMK. But when it comes to 40 plus age group, where DMK is scoring much more than the TVK, and that is the
even in the preferred chief ministerial candidate surveys, it was my chief minister followed by maybe 45%, and number 2, number 3 were at 20% odd, and then maybe few other people at 10% odd. So the position of DMK being the number 1 party after post 20 election is a constant. Who is going to be number 2 is a question here.
Selam, let me ask you this. Do you in your assessment believe that the TVK can take 35% vote share? Is that a groundswell on ground that will give him 30 to 35% vote share?
Yeah, we don't know how people vote, but I will tell you this. Hypothetically, even if I were to accept that 35%, 35, it's going to be neck to neck, which doesn't still rule out DMK. What it rules out is the ADMK. So what is evident? The exit poll is that ADMK being completely obliterated.
So you believe that the TVK has done enough on the ground to pose? No, we all understand hypothetics. I'm asking you, sir.
No,
you're probably getting. No, hang on, just a minute. Mr. Dhanidhar, one second. Let me just ask him straight off the bat. It's a good question that Anand posed, and I'm going to press on with it. I'm asking you, sir. It's been about, 8 days now since the last the Tamil Nadu election wrapped up. So I'm asking you very simply this. In your internal assessment, where does Vijay stand?
I do not think he will going to get 35% for sure. He's
How
not
much?
going to form the government.
How much?
We were certain that he's going to take a lot of AIDMK vote share. That was certain. Because the Edappadi was not seen as an opposition force. Even in your channels, I previously said.
What's the vote share that you were crediting the TVK? That's what I understand.
Vote share.
It's not about whether it's a DMK vote or ADMK vote. I'm just saying purely TVK. What was the vote share that you were willing to credit that he'll get? 15%, 20%, 25%, 35%? What percent? I'm not even saying DMK is losing or not. I'm just asking you, what was your assessment? And Rahul's also asking the same thing. What would you credit, given Vijay and your understanding on ground, what is the vote share that you think he'll be able to get?
See, you want me to give an answer, but I'm saying I'm not a psychologist, I'm a politician. My job is not accurately pinpoint what percentage is going to get. But what
Let's say hypothetically,
No, hypothetically, I can say anything. I can say that I will get 100% of the votes.
I think what Mr. Salem is trying to tell us, hang on, I think what is happening here is Mr. Salem is telling us something very simple. He's saying that, look, the AIDMK is going to be steamrolled here. That's what he's telling us. Now, obviously,
I'm also saying something more.
obviously,
I'll come. Yes, I'll come. What I am also trying to say is that in Tamil Nadu, the election is only for who is going to be the opposition face. Or rather, who is going to be the opposition face of Tamil Nadu for the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years to come. That is what this election is about, or not who is going to be.
No, that is okay.
So what he's saying is,
my humble submission is, if there is anti-incumbency and if TVK is coming out as a force challenging Stalin and the DMK, then how is it that it's not pinching vote share from Stalin and DMK, but pinching vote share only from ADMK? It should pinch from both. That's not happening in the Axis Mind poll. That's what I was trying to submit. Yes, Rahul.
No, in Axis poll also, it is ADMK that has been obliterated, no? Okay,
so I understand that. So it's very interesting.
The ADMK has gone down to 21, 22%.
I think okay, so I don't mean to cut you off. I don't mean to cut you off, Mr. Salem, but I think what is actually happening here is that the DMK suspects that enough damage has been done by the TVK to the AIDMK to make the TVK a bit of a player, specifically somebody who is on the lead pole of the opposition. Now, does that mean that Pradeep Gupta has cottoned on to something and that it means that the TVK has really gone up there? Yes, Mr. Gupta, very quickly before I bring in Mr. Ashwini Kumar Solo to get a sense of where this election is going.
I'm replying to Anand Pai. Last time DMK alliance has secured 45% vote share. Now they are reducing to 35. So anti-incumbency 10% point is a very, very big number.
Okay.
Yeah, that's go on.
Sir, there is just one point. If you are, as per your poll, you are giving the ADMK 42% vote share, ADMK plus, in the Vanniyar seat, and 36% vote share in the Vallar and the Counter seat, that itself is 50 seats for the ADMK. That vote share itself, irrespective of what the others get, because of their entire consolidation, that itself is 50 seats for the ADMK. So there is something wrong in that calculation. That's my humble submission.
Anyhow, Look, on the 4th we will know, but just opening this up to the larger national picture, and we are joined by Ashwini Kumar. Anand will be here with us. We'll take Ashwini Kumar solo as we enter the final leg of this long broadcast that has been now going on for 5 hours. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, thank you very much. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, Anand and myself, please, on screen. Thank you very much, Director Saab. Very kind of you. Mr. Ashwini Kumar, what we're seeing now, I'm putting all the results together. What we're seeing is a mosaic. We're seeing perhaps the BJP breaking new geography, consolidating in one in the east. So we are seeing perhaps the BJP, the lotus bloom in Bengal, perhaps if the projections hold true, largely. And we're seeing the BJP retain Assam. That means we're seeing perhaps the beginning of the end of the TMC, and we're seeing the continued decimation of the Congress. There is the prospect of a narrow victory, difficult to call, for the UDF in Kerala. It's not a clear mandate for the Congress-led alliance, which the Congress will probably resent. And perhaps in Tamil Nadu, a new player or the AIDMK coming back, depending on the two outlier polls. What does this tell you? If you were to apply the larger gauge from a national perspective, what does this tell you?
Well, thank you very much. Your summary is almost accurate and on the lines that I was thinking myself. Without doubt, whichever way the Bengal polls go, the BJP has been able to extend and enlarge its footprint in Bengal, whether it forms the government or increases substantially its tally of seats. It can legitimately claim a political victory. Some pollsters have predicted a comfortable majority for the BJP. It may be so, it may not be so. But I would also say that despite everything, despite the anti-incumbency, Mamata has fought fiercely and fought not to be decimated. I don't agree with your conclusion that this is the end of the road for TMC or Mamata. Whether she forms government or not, she will be the second most important or the first most important player in Bengal. This is so much for Bengal. It is true that the anti-incumbency and the youngsters' urge for change has been the driving force in both Tamil Nadu and Bengal. And that, I believe, is the general consensus. Assam, of course, was a given, but I had expected Congress to do better. You said that Congress is becoming, well, you used the word decimated. I would say, regrettably, my old party, and I continue to believe in the ideology of the Congress party, has been reduced to political irrelevance in most of these elections, except for Kerala. Kerala, I think we must credit the Congress leadership, both at the state level and at the central level, for a prudent distribution of tickets and for the success in carrying together important local leaders of the Congress in Kerala. Mind you, even in the heydays of the Congress party, Kerala was a standalone example of an ideologically and organizationally driven election machine of the Congress party. That was perhaps the only exception. And I think the hard work done by its younger leadership after Anthony and Karunakaran has been recognized in Kerala, but not to the extent Congress had hoped for. Now, there's a big question who would lead the UDF government. My sense is, that is not a question you put to me, but that is a question that is being asked in political circles. My sense is it would be Mr. K.C. Venugopal or someone who has the support in case Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who is the de facto leader of the Congress, does not want Mr. Venugopal to leave Delhi. But on the whole, my conclusion is that the political consciousness of this country is changing very fast. BJP is no longer a pariah party. BJP is the dominant pole of national politics now for several years, and it's breaching the citadel. Assuming, of course, we are assuming that these polls are correct, and my observations may be taken on the basis thereof. Assuming they are correct, and they may not be correct, if they are correct, the breakthrough for the BJP in Bengal is something that the BJP would be very happy about. And one main point I would like to make. In Tamil Nadu, in Assam, in Bengal, I would say that the charismatic leaders of the principal actors, the charismatic personality of the principal actors has had a decisive influence in the shifting of the vote patterns.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for putting that into perspective. Of course, on result day, we'll have longer conversations and deeper analysis because we'll have the facts before us. So thank you very much. And viewers, thank you for staying with us and tuning in and giving us a lot to cheer about because the numbers, actually on YouTube, have been very encouraging.
We've got to wind up only by saying कि ये तो सिर्फ ट्रेलर है, पिक्चर 4 तारीख को बाकी है मेरे दोस्त. See you. Thank you so much. Now PMK is a case 30 seats only.
I'm talking about 20
yeah,
years back.
but
They
here,
contested alone
but sir, here TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They're fighting it alone. And that's why they have to actually buck the behemoths. Now, what?
That usually does not work.
Let me...
Like outright in Gujarat.
Okay. Now here is another outlier. Axis has come out and said TVK is winning this election.
What is that?
Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number. Can we put that number out somewhere? We've just got the information that Axis has come out and said right behind us.
Let's have a look.
There you go. Says TVK will get 98 to 120 seats.
Wow. The only one to say this.
Now,
right?
see, this is what I'm saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me. That's exactly what I'm saying. Here is where, if one were to believe, if one were to believe,
it keeps showing.
No, it keeps showing. No,
so
no,
both are
it
getting.
flips again, and now
maybe both are getting
92 to 110.
Okay, maybe there is
because even
there is
Vijay won't
something wrong
expect
here.
that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if there was such a gentlemen, 1 minute please. If there was such a big wave for the TVK, it would have reflected across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIDMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that the ADMK is routed. 1 minute. No. 1 minute. What they are saying is that the 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote and all the ADMK India votes have got.
I'm not
so
that's
So here it is. Gentlemen, here it is. DMK.
I think there's a typo somewhere.
Okay, no, it's not.
It's not.
Okay, one second. I've just got it up here. Why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Axis My India. Axis My India claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it. Here you can see the DMK is at 90-110. Vote share is 35%. The TVK 98-120. Vote share 35%. AIDMK 22 to 32 with a vote share of just 23%.
Yeah, 234.
But out of the race,
Whatever
NTK is 3% and others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll, but it clearly suggests that there it is. So it's on our screens right there. Now, viewers, this is what we're being told. 90-110 is the DMK. We have the TVK that is in the driver's seat. It needs about 114. If you take a medium of that, you'll probably be at about 110. So just a little shy. And then you have...
Hello and welcome to First Post Vantage with me, Hem Kaur Saroya. Let's get started. With the deadlock between the United States and Iran, there isn't just uncertainty over economic and military threats, but also semantics. What do we call this phase? A fragile truce, an impasse, or is this something more akin to a Cold War? We will discuss that on the show tonight. And as though a rift with most of its allies wasn't enough, Washington is also seeing a rift within. It appears there is some love lost between Vice President J.D. Vance and War Secretary Pete Hegseth. I'll tell you more about that in a bit. And is Pakistan trying to find ways to get out of its so-called mediation role? Just when you think they might do something right. But you see, it's hard to broker peace when you've never heard of it. And also when you're actively involved in a military operation at your own doorstep. And while the impasse and uncertainty continues, there are those who are counting the big bucks. I'll tell you about the oil giants who are cashing in. And did King Charles just offer a masterclass in diplomacy? We will take you inside the carefully choreographed White House state dinner. And whatever happened to using our words? Turns out people are using 28% fewer of them. We're just clocking things and slang maxing, which works until someone has to actually explain what that means. It's giving missed communication. All that and more lined up, but first, the headlines. 2 Jewish men stabbed in North London. A suspect has been arrested and the police have called it a terrorist incident. Israel has condemned the attack and called out Keir Starmer's government. This comes amid a series of arson attacks targeting Jewish sites in London. Lebanon asks Israel to fully implement ceasefire before talks. The Lebanese president says they are waiting for the United States to set a date for the negotiations. Despite the ceasefire, Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah have both engaged in fighting, violating this fragile truce. France summons the top diplomat of Madagascar. It is to protest the expulsion of a French official from the country. Madagascar has accused the official of involvement in activities to destabilize the country. The diplomatic spat comes as Madagascar moves closer to Russia. The US Supreme Court strikes down Louisiana's electoral map. It has also curbed the use of a race to determine district boundaries. This is a landmark ruling. It could be a major boost to Republican prospects ahead of November's midterm elections. And Sri Lanka's government takes control of the island's cricket board. A 9-member interim administration has been appointed to carry out reforms. Sri Lankan cricket is the country's wealthiest sporting body, but it has been plagued by allegations of corruption and mismanagement. The United States and Iran are now locked in something that doesn't quite fit the conventional war category. It's not combat, it's not diplomacy, it's something in between, like a Cold War. Now, why am I saying this? Donald Trump launched what his administration called Operation Epic Fury against Iran. It launched airstrikes, imposed blockades. The goal was exert maximum pressure on the Iranian regime and crush its nuclear program. The result? Anything but simple. Iran's nuclear capabilities remain unbroken, and Trump, by all accounts, is furious about it. According to Axios, multiple senior US officials now believe that the situation is quietly settled into a stalemate, with no clear end in sight. The war has reportedly frozen, so what does a Cold War look like? Think of it like this: 2 rival countries who never directly fight, but compete in every other way. Let me explain this in the context of the current conflict with 4 reasons. Reason number 1, the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has blocked one of the world's most critical oil choke points to all foreign shipping. In retaliation, the United States has blocked Iranian ports. Its navy is stationed near Iranian waters, intercepting ships coming and going through the blockade. So it's a dual blockade. As a result, shipping traffic has fallen, energy prices are rising, they're expected to stay high for months. Trump has now reportedly told officials to prepare for a longer blockade. In short, US forces remain deployed in the region with no exit timeline. Iran, meanwhile, has made its position clear.
Iran has consistently upheld maritime security and freedom of navigation in the Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, and the Gulf of Oman. For decades, Iran has fulfilled its responsibilities as a coastal state. Since 28 February, the United States and Israel have waged an unlawful war of aggression against Iran in violation of UN Charter, disrupting maritime security and threatening regional peace.
So both sides are watching each other, waiting for the other to blink first. This is not war in the traditional sense, but it is not peace. It has become a waiting game with missiles on standby. Reason number 2, peace talks are still in limbo. Mediators, including Pakistan, have tried to restart talks, but internal disagreements and lack of trust have blocked progress. US wants nuclear guarantees from Tehran, but Iran says it is not ready for nuclear talks.
Regarding the current situation, we have not considered the war to be over. From the day the fighting stopped and, in effect, a ceasefire or silence took place on the battlefield, since there is no trust in the United States and our enemies, we have continued in the same way as during the war, making serious efforts to update our list of targets.
Now to reason number 3, inside the White House, the picture is one of frustration and indecision. Advisors familiar with Trump's thinking told Axios News he is oscillating between authorizing new military strikes and relying on economic pressure to force Iran to the table. They say that the US president is frustrated but realistic. He doesn't want the US to use force, but he's not backing down either. The frustration is showing up through his mixed messaging. Trump recently said that Iran is in a state of collapse. He claimed it was Tehran that had told him so. And then he posted an image of himself standing with a gun, with an AI-generated war background image. Trump captioned it, "No more Mr. Nice Guy," and wrote, "They better get smart soon." And finally, reason number 4. We cannot talk about a frozen conflict without mentioning economic pressure. Historically, it has been used as a core weapon for the Cold War. Between 1947 and 1991, the US gave large financial aid to capitalist countries in Western Europe, keeping them economically tied to the United States and away from the Soviet Union. It imposed embargoes on Cuba, and that is what we are seeing here as well. The US has launched what can only be described as a financial siege on Iran. In the latest, Washington has designated 35 entities and individuals central to Iran's clandestine shadow banking network. The aim? Choke the major funding source that spends billions to support Iran's military, missile programs, and regional proxies. There's more. In just the last 10 days alone, the United States has sanctioned 14 individuals and entities linked to Iranian weapons procurement networks. It has issued sanctions on Tehran-linked cryptocurrency wallets. Chinese refiners processing Iranian oil have been sanctioned. Curbs have also been placed on Iranian airline networks, militia commanders, and oil smuggling routes. And that brings us to the human cost. Because behind the sanctions, the blockades, and the diplomatic theatre, real people are suffering. Thousands of airstrikes have damaged more than 23,000 factories and corporations across Iran. 2 million jobs have been erased. An internet blackout is triggering mass layoffs. Iran's economy was already fragile. Per capita income had already fallen from $8,000 in 2012 to an estimated $3,500 this year. That's an almost 60% drop. And it is driven by years of Western sanctions, corruption, and inflation. US intelligence agencies are now quietly studying a peculiar question. What happens if Trump declares victory over the war? The concern is real. They worry that such a declaration could trigger unpredictable Iranian responses, military escalation, symbolic retaliation, or Iran simply spinning the narrative as a win for itself. Officials are also examining what they call the risk of miscalculation, where both sides interpret the same moment in completely different ways. leading to a new catastrophe. It seems the United States and Iran are no longer just fighting a war. It's a long game of pressure, patience, and power. When wars move from battlefields to economies, they don't end quickly. They drag on. They drain nations. And they reshape global power quietly. "61 days into the Iran crisis, Washington is trying to project steadiness. The White House says its pressure tactics are working on Tehran. The Pentagon says US forces remain prepared. Donald Trump says America is in a position of strength and that Iran is devastated and fractured. Now, on the surface, the message appears quite disciplined. But wartime governments are often tested, not only by events on the battlefield, but also by unity at home. And right now, Team Trump may be feeling some strain on that front. A new report is out. It is by The Atlantic, and it claims that Vice President J.D. Vance has privately been questioning the Pentagon's version of this war. He is said to have raised doubts about whether Trump is getting the full picture on the conflict. That is a serious claim, because it suggests the main debate may no longer only be about Iran, but also about what is happening inside the US government. According to this report, Vance has raised questions about US missile stockpiles. It is believed he is concerned about how much has been used and how quickly it can be replaced. Let me put that into perspective for you. You see, publicly the Pentagon has projected confidence. War Secretary Pete Hegseth has said Iran has taken heavy hits. He says US military readiness remains strong and that there is no cause for concern.
No one has rebuilt that defense industrial base faster and with more purpose than President Trump in his first term, and now we're rebuilding the arsenal of freedom. Our defense industrial base is more vibrant today than it's been since World War II and growing rapidly.
But the numbers tell a more complicated story. Take a look at this. The US may have used at least 45% of its precision strike missiles in this war. Around half of its THAAD interceptors may have also been used. Nearly half of its Patriot missile systems are also said to have been expended. And around 30% of its Tomahawk missile stockpile may have been used too. These are some of the most advanced systems in the US arsenal. And experts say replacing them could take 3 to 5 years. In fact, back in March, the Pentagon had reportedly sought about $200 billion in emergency funding. The money was needed to sustain the war effort. That tells you the pressure is real, which also means that the strategic calculation is now changing. Missiles used in one war cannot be used in the next one. And the United States is not preparing for Iran alone. It is also watching China in the Indo-Pacific, Russia, North Korea. Every missile used in Tehran is one less that's available elsewhere. And the timing of this report is significant. Today, Pete Hegseth faced lawmakers in Congress, that's the US Parliament. It was his first major Capitol Hill hearing since the war began. Officially, it was about the 2027 defense budget. But the real questions went far beyond spending. Lawmakers pressed him on key concerns. Take a look at this.
2 months in, I remind you, 2 months in to a conflict. Lest I remind you, and my generation understands how long we were in Iraq, how long we were in Afghanistan, how long we were in Vietnam. 2 months in on an existential fight for the safety of the American people, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. We are proud of this undertaking. I am proud that President Trump has had the courage to do it, and I look forward to sharing more about what our troops have accomplished.
But the larger problem is the strategy that has been put before us. I looked through the Secretary's remarks, and I've heard you give speeches before about this, about how realism is our strategy. And I find that absurd, and given what we are doing. You can say a lot of things about the strategy, but calling it realistic? we started a full-scale war in the Middle East against Iran.
Look at J.D. Vance, for instance. He has long been skeptical of US interventions abroad. He has criticized America's involvement in Iraq and Afghanistan. He has often called for more focus at home. So his current position fits that pattern. At the start of this war, he was not its most visible defender. Reports suggest he had reservations about the war. Now, as the costs rise, he appears far more engaged. And publicly, he has rejected any talks of division.
Obviously, we're thinking about various ins and outs, various options, what this looks like, how to accomplish our goals, what our goals should be. And I think it's important for the President of the United States to be able to have that conversation with his team without his team then running their mouth to the American media. So part of what makes our national security team so cohesive is that we all trust each other and we all have a very free exchange of ideas. I'd like to keep that going.
But politically, the stakes for Vance are obvious. He is the Vice President of the United States and he is also seen as a possible Republican contender in 2028. If the war goes well, Vance cannot look absent. If it ends on a bad note, he cannot look fully owned by it as well. That is the balance he's trying to strike now. And Vance is not the only Republican figure calculating his next move. There's Secretary of State Marco Rubio as well. He too could be in the running for the top job come 2028. During the Venezuela operation in January, he was more visible. But on Iran, he has been far more subdued. When asked about key decisions, he's largely deflected back to Trump. That too is a calculation. When outcomes are uncertain, distance can be useful.
If there is no deal, what comes next? Well, again, that's the president's decision to make. I would start out by reminding everybody that the level of sanctions on Iran are extraordinary, the pressure on Iran is extraordinary, and I think more can be brought to bear.
So what are we really watching here? Yes, a Cold War between the United States and Iran, but also a test of power inside Washington. The Pentagon is projecting control. Private doubts suggest the debate is far from over, and Republican hopefuls are watching their steps. The battlefield may be in the Gulf, but the political aftershocks could very well reach the 2028 presidential race.
Now PMK is a case 30 seats only.
I'm talking about 20
years
back.
But
They
here,
contested alone
but sir, here TVK was not fighting 30 seats. TVK is fighting all 234 seats. They're fighting it alone. And that's why they have to actually buck the behemoths. Now, what?
That usually does not work.
Let me...
Like pride in Gujarat.
Now here is another outlier. Axis has come out and said TVK is winning this election.
What is that?
Axis has come out and said, let's look at that number. Can we put that number out somewhere? We've just got the information that Axis has come out and said right behind us.
Let's have a look.
There you go. Says TVK will get 98 to 120 seats.
Wow. The only one to say this.
Now,
right?
see, this is what I'm saying. If the voter has made up its mind that TVK, yes, TVK is going to be in the running. Excuse me. That's exactly what I'm saying. Here is where, if one were to believe, if one were to believe,
it keeps showing.
No, it keeps showing. No,
so
no,
both are
it
getting.
flips again, and now
maybe both are getting
92 to 110.
Okay, maybe there is,
because even
maybe there
Vijay
is
won't
something wrong
expect
here.
that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if
No,
there was
he's
such
already
a gentlemen, 1 minute please. If there was such a big wave for the TVK, it would have reflected across every poll. If there was such an anti-incumbency raging wave against both the AIDMK as well as now, I don't understand what's going on.
You know what's happening here? They are saying that the ADMK is routed. 1 minute. 1 minute. What they are saying is that a 40% vote share of the ADMK plus is routed and that entire shift has happened to TVK. So the DMK has its vote and all the ADMK India votes have got.
I'm not buying that.
So here it is. Gentlemen, here it is. DMK.
I think there's a typo somewhere.
Okay, no, it's not. It's not. I've just. Okay, one second. I've just got it up here. Why don't we come and we just show it here? This is what the number is. This is Axis My India. Axis My India claims to be, of course, one of the most accurate polls around. So here we have it. Here you can see the DMK is at 92,110. Vote share is 35%. The TVK 98,120. vote share 35%, AIDMK 22 to 32 with a vote share of just 23%.
Yeah,
but out of the
This is
range,
massive still.
out of the
Whatever
range,
it is,
NTK
it
is
just a very big
3%,
number.
Yeah.
and others are 4%. So this is the outlier poll, but it clearly suggests that there it is. So it's on our screens right there. Now, viewers, this is what we're being told. 90 to 110 is the DMK. We have the TVK that is in the driver's seat. It needs about 114. If you take a medium of that, you'll probably be at about 110. So just a little shy. And then you have the AIDMK with 22 to 32. So it's a medium of that is about, what would that be, about 26?
Yeah.
And here, unfortunately for the DMK, they fall short of the halfway mark. So it's TVK all the
100
way.
seats, that's right.
And Vijay becomes the chief minister, perhaps the first actor after decades.
Are you willing to accept that the entire ADMK vote has transferred to TVK?
Well, you know, anything can happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
If they are missing Jayalalitha, they are missing their movie star leader. That's what they want, and they've got.
But it seems improbable. But every time in elections, I've seen that
No,
this
is
cannot
Arvind.
happen.
It cannot.
Sometimes
It cannot.
things
Sometimes
do
full
happen.
scale vote
No, but he's
This
qualifying
cannot
it.
happen.
He's saying that the unpredictable can happen is what
It's
he's
up
saying.
in Delhi. It's up
sometimes
Delhi. Same thing happened. AIDMK will come Congress. They will give him the support, and they will make the
here you have a
for
situation.
sure, he is converting votes into seats. To what extent he does is, I think,
You believe he's
Now
going to
you are
pull
only
100
saying why aren't
seats?
people going all
You
the
believe
way?
he's going to
Well,
pull
they
100
have
seats?
gone all the way.
That's precisely what I'm saying.
Tamil
If
Nadu,
people have
114
decided that
seats.
they're going to vote for change, then obviously it's Vijay. They've tried out the other two options for 50,
It's a
60 years.
rejection of
Hold on,
Indian
let me
politics.
finish.
I'm telling you,
For
if this
50,
is
60
it.
War is expensive, and when it breaks out, who cashes in on the chaos? The ones that sell the tools, bank on the fear, and fuel the machines. So amid this US-Iran war, big oil companies have got rich. Very, very rich. Take BP, for example. Its profits more than doubled in the first quarter of this year. The company capitalized on the surge in global oil prices and reported better than expected profits of $3.2 billion for the first quarter. That's more than double the $1.38 billion it made in the same period last year. Now that's not all. French oil and gas giant Total Energies has reported that its net profit rose 51% in the first quarter to $5.8 billion. This has triggered immediate backlash and fresh calls for tougher windfall taxes on fossil fuel giants. And the outrage is not unjustified. Just take a look at the data on your screen right now. Oil prices have now hit their highest level since the US-Iran ceasefire. Brent crude has jumped 2.8% to $111.26 a barrel. US benchmark WTI rose 3.7% to $99.93 a barrel. Hopes for a deal, one that could have eased tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, which oil and gas is shipped through, were rising last weekend, until Trump scrapped a planned trip by his envoys to Pakistan for talks. But the global fallout from this war is deepening. From Europe to Asia, fuel shortages are spreading and affecting households. Long queues have been seen at fuel stations. In some places, drivers are waiting up to 12 hours to fill up. The oil shock has also increased the cost of daily necessities, including cooking oil. And now with summer approaching, fears are growing that diesel and jet fuel shortages could cut down travel and vacation plans. Not just oil, the Hormuz situation has also severely impacted global gas markets, with nearly 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas, or LNG, at risk. As a result, ordinary people around the world are feeling the pressure. In Pakistan's Karachi, residents have resorted to storing gas in plastic balloons as a result of prolonged load shedding and low gas pressure that continues to disrupt daily life. With supplies unreliable, many say they have little choice. The gas stored in these specially designed plastic balloons is used for household cooking. Not only is this dangerous, it's expensive. It costs between 1,000 and 1,500 Pakistani rupees. But for ordinary citizens, this has become the last resort. The United States is also not immune. Gas prices there have surged to the highest level in 4 years, averaging $4.18 a gallon, and rising fuel prices are weighing heavy on farmers.
Farming is one of those basic trades where without it, we wouldn't have anything to eat. And it's very essential for this generation and the next generation to have a consistent and affordable supply of food. Well, things are energy driven. Everything is energy driven to an extent.
We're in a bad cycle. And as bad as it is, you need prices for your product to be high, but then people can't afford to buy them. I mean, there is a no-win situation for us to get, farmers to get what they need, then the consumer can't afford it.
But as the world reels from energy shock, it's the developing countries that are the hardest hit. Of course, most big economies have strategic oil reserves, and they've used them before to calm markets, ease price shocks, and buy some time. If things get worse, they'll do it again. In the short term, governments are asking people to work from home, carpool, cut back, use less. At the United Nations, India has flagged the global economic risk posed by any chokehold in the Strait of Hormuz.
Commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz is of particular concern to India, given its importance to our energy and economic security. Commercial shipping must not be the target of military attacks, and such attempts are deplorable. India notes with concern that precious lives of Indian seafarers aboard ships have been lost during the course of the conflict. We underscore that the targeting of commercial shipping and endangering innocent civilian crew members or otherwise impeding the freedom of navigation and commerce in the Strait of Hormuz are unacceptable.
According to analysts, the current oil and gas crunch could slap the global economy with up to $1 trillion in extra costs. $1 trillion. That means you pay more for fuel, food, and everyday life. But oil companies, they book record profits. Even if the Strait of Hormuz reopens tomorrow, the damage will not suddenly go away. Higher oil and gas prices could still cost the world around $600 billion according to IMF-based analysis. And that number may still be too low because the real cost is bigger than oil. It will show up in inflation, in food prices, in lost jobs, and that may be the most obscene part of it all. As war makes millions poorer, big oil only gets richer. It's been over 24 hours since the UAE made the bombshell decision to quit OPEC, the oil cartel that has shaped global prices for decades. And so far, the market reaction has been surprisingly muted. Yes, oil prices remain high, but traders today were far more focused on the Iran war and the risk of wider supply disruption than on the 66-year-old oil cartel. Now, losing its third largest producer and one of its most influential members. So is this the beginning of the end for OPEC? Could other members eventually follow? Because the UAE's exit is not just an economic decision, it's also a political one. Because this has reignited scrutiny of the long-simmering rivalry between the UAE and Saudi Arabia. A rift that was largely masked in recent months by their shared anger over Iran's attacks on Gulf states. In the short term, leaving OPEC gives the UAE greater freedom to respond quickly to a future of constrained global supply without being bound by cartel production targets. To put it simply, it means the UAE can pump more and maximize profits. The timing and the way the UAE acted alone has now exposed deeper divisions in the Gulf. The announcement came without prior consultation, In fact, it came when leaders of the GCC or the Gulf Cooperation Council were holding an emergency session in Jeddah for the first time since the Iran attacks. So, at a time when Gulf unity was critical, the UAE chose to go solo. And the UAE has considered making this decision before. Within OPEC, UAE had tensions with Saudi Arabia over output quotas that have brewed for years. So, for Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi's defection is a major blow to its prestige and leadership inside OPEC. For starters, it brings the UAE closer to US President Donald Trump, a long-time critic of OPEC, who's repeatedly accused the group of manipulating oil markets. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, the UAE's decision to leave could weaken Saudi Arabia's ability to single-handedly steer oil prices through OPEC. Already, the Iran war has caused a massive supply shock, wiping out nearly 7.9 billion barrels a day of OPEC output in March. It was one of the biggest collapses in decades. And overall, OPEC's influence has also been shrinking. The cartel once controlled more than half of global supply. Today, it commands less than a third. Founded in 1960, OPEC was created by oil producers seeking control over their own resources. It became a global powerhouse in 1973 when Arab members used an oil embargo to shake the world economy. But that power slowly weakened. As non-OPEC producers, especially the United States, boosted output, the OPEC Plus expansion brought in new players like Russia. But quota breaches, internal disagreements and limited ability to control supply have all raised questions about its unity. What's more, the UAE is not the first to walk away. Qatar, Angola, Ecuador, Indonesia all have exited the grouping in recent years. For now, analysts say the UAE's departure alone may not break OPEC. But if other oil producers decide they too can gain more freedom, more market share and more profits outside this group, then this could become far bigger than one country's exit. Responding to these questions, Russia has pledged to stay put and said that it hopes UAE's exit does not spell the end of OPEC+.
We would, of course, like to hope so. This is a very important area of work, especially under current conditions, when energy markets are, to put it mildly, turbulent. This format makes it possible to significantly reduce such volatility in energy markets and helps to stabilize them.
Russia is looking confident, but is this a shockwave that OPEC can survive? Or could the UAE's exit mark the beginning of the end for the world's most powerful oil cartel? And if Abu Dhabi can walk away, who could be next? India and gold. It's a love story. From weddings to festivals to family heirlooms, gold has never just been metal in India. It has been an emotion. But now that relationship is changing. Because for the first time ever, Indians are buying more gold for investment than for jewelry. According to the World Gold Council, in the March quarter, investment demand for gold surged 52% to 82 metric tons. Jewelry demand, it dropped 66 tons. That is a 20% fall and a reversal of decades of tradition. In simple terms, Indians are no longer just wearing gold, they are betting on it. Now, when we say gold investment, what does that mean? It's not necklaces or bangles, it's gold bought purely to grow wealth. There are three main forms: gold bars and coins, which is physical gold, but not decorative, pardon me. Then there is digital gold, small app-based purchases that you can make anytime, and gold ETFs, which is paper gold, traded like stocks. A gold ETF or exchange traded fund is like buying gold without actually holding it. You invest through the stock market and the fund tracks gold prices, so no locker, no making charges, no fear of theft. And Indians are loving it. Inflows into gold ETFs jumped a massive 186% this quarter. Why? Because the stock market hasn't been very exciting lately, mainly due to tensions in West Asia. Returns have been muted, volatility is high, so investors are moving to something safer, gold. And why is the shift from jewelry to investments happening? I'll give you 3 reasons for it. 1, if you invest, you benefit from a higher purity of gold. You see, the precious metal has different purity levels, starting from 10 carats to 24. Investment in gold is usually 24 carat, that's the highest purity, whereas jewelry generally carries slightly less purity, of 22 carat, perhaps lower. 2, when you buy gold jewelry, you don't just pay for the metal. You also pay an extra cost. It is called the making charge. This is the fee jewelers charge for designing and crafting jewelry. In India, it can range from 5% to 25% of the gold's value. So think about it. You're already paying a premium for gold, and then you add another 20% just to shape it. That's a deal many are now questioning. And finally, you get higher returns for your gold investments. You see, when selling jewelry, you lose the money paid for the making charges, and deductions are often made for impurity, stone weight, or the design, causing maybe a 10 to 15% loss in value. Conversely, gold bars and coins retain most of their value and are sold closer to the market rate. Gold has become expensive, very expensive indeed. Spot gold, which measures the current real-time market value, is currently trading at around $4,500 an ounce. Overall, the index has risen by 37% in the past year. Domestic gold prices have also nearly doubled since early 2025. So consumers are adjusting due to increasing gold prices. They're buying lighter jewelry, lower purity gold, studded designs instead of pure gold. Some are even exchanging old jewelry or taking gold loans. It shows that gold is no longer just cultural, it's becoming strategic. Take Akshaya Tritiya, one of India's biggest gold buying festivals. This year, the demand was muted because prices are simply too high. So even tradition is negotiating with affordability. For decades, jewelry dominated gold demand. Now investment is taking over. Reports suggest up to 40% of Indians could soon be buying gold primarily for investment. And this shift is expected to continue into 2026. India's relationship with gold is evolving. Indians are no longer just adorning gold. We are deploying it. The bangle has now become a balance sheet. Now, Pakistan has positioned itself as a key diplomatic mediator in the US-Iran crisis, projecting Asim Munir and Islamabad as the brokers of peace in West Asia. But as US-Iran negotiations stalled and Pakistan's mediation efforts visibly faltered, Islamabad suddenly resumed deadly strikes on Afghanistan, killing civilians and reigniting border tensions. Is Pakistan using its conflict with Afghanistan as a distraction to escape the pressure over the Iran war? Here's a report.
For weeks, Pakistan has tried to play peacemaker, projecting itself as a key diplomatic bridge in the West Asia war, positioning itself as the country that could bring the US and Iran to the talks table. And for a while, it looked like its Field Marshal General Asim Munir may have actually pulled it off. But this is Pakistan, where on Monday, Islamabad fired mortars and missiles into Afghanistan. It struck civilian areas and public infrastructure. 4 people were killed, 70 were injured. The United Nations documented dozens of civilian casualties. The Taliban protested the Pakistani strikes and summoned Pakistan's chargé d'affaires in Kabul. Needless to say, the fresh attacks have strained the fragile ceasefire between the two neighbors. But the timing of the attack, which came without any obvious trigger, has raised serious questions. Is General Munir playing a double game? Is Pakistan using its conflict with Afghanistan to wriggle out of its mediator's role? It would certainly be convenient, because Pakistan is struggling to sustain the mediation effort or keep up the facade of peacemaker. For nearly 3 weeks, there was relative calm along the Afghanistan border. And then, just as US-Iran peace talks appeared to be reaching a stalemate, violence returned abruptly. So why did Pakistan suddenly resume fighting on its Afghan border? It's the absence of any clear reason that makes this escalation especially striking. Pakistan's diplomatic efforts in the Iranian war have been visibly faltering. Islamabad failed to secure agreement on key issues, especially Iran's demand for lifting the US naval blockade. A planned second round of talks in Islamabad collapsed at the last moment, exposing the limits of Pakistan's influence, and with rhetoric intensifying again, including Trump's warning that bombs will go off if no deal is reached. The prospect of renewed war has grown, and that is dangerous for Pakistan, because if the war resumes, it could once again drag in the Gulf states, including Saudi Arabia. Before the ceasefire, Saudi Arabia, which Pakistan claims is one of its closest allies, was being hit repeatedly by Iran, and it's no secret that Islamabad and Riyadh share deep defense ties. If the war reignites, there'll be consequences for Pakistan as well, and it may even be forced into confrontation with another ally, Iran. So has the US-Iran deadlock led Pakistan to reignite hostilities with Afghanistan? That theory may not be far-fetched, because Pakistan has used this playbook before. In the past, Islamabad escalated tensions on the Afghan front whenever wider West Asian turmoil increased external pressure. Take February 27th, for instance, when Pakistan launched major airstrikes in Kabul and other Afghan cities. This was just a day before the US and Israel dropped bombs on Iran. The Taliban retaliated. Pakistan declared it open war. Even then, the same question was asked: what exactly was the trigger? By opening a conflict with a military weaker Afghanistan, Pakistan creates a convenient excuse, a war of its own, a reason to avoid being put in a situation where it has to pick between allies, Riyadh and Tehran. So even if Trump or Gulf partners seek Pakistan's help because of geography, Islamabad has an answer ready. It's busy elsewhere, which brings us back to today.